exactly why that is the case. Today is a beautiful day because it is...
You know we finally here, right?
Well,
It's Friday.
It's motherfucking Friday.
It's Saturday, Sunday, what?
That's right.
It's Friday, then.
Folks.
Saturday, Sunday, what?
It's fucked up Friday. It's fuck a fan's mom Friday. It's get twisted Friday. It's flat fuck Friday. Most important day of the goddamn week. The start of the fucking weekend for all the wage cucks. For all of the white collar wages. The work from homers. And everybody else, the bridge and tunnel crowd. It's time to feel like you have a little bit of sense of freedom in your goddamn life.
Let's go.
That's right, baby. And it's an important Friday, though. You want to know why?
No, you did.
It's not just any kind of Friday, though. It's an important Friday. Now, all of them are really big. But this one is especially big. Folks, Eid Mubarak Friday. That's right. So that's why we gotta hit that fucking
Oh Allah the Almighty,
Allahu Allah, protect me and guide me. Allahu Allah.
Oh to your love and mercy. Ya Allah, don't deprive me from beholding your beauty.
A HasanAbi classic we had to bring back for today, you know what I'm saying?
Affeder günahı Allahu Allah, alemin padişahı.
He's spitting in Turkish.
Yüreklerin penahı. İşit Allah derdimi, bu ahlarımı. Rahmeyle bağışla günahlarımı. Hayreyle hem akşam hem sabahlarımı.
This guy said, it's not Turkish. This motherfucker trying to tell me that this part of the song is not Turkish. Brother, this is Sami Yusuf. HasanAbi. Okay, where he travels in the music video all around the world. He is not Turkish, but he travels all around the world, the Islamic world, and sings in their language, no matter where he goes. Like, this is Urdu, I think, right? But he was speaking in Turkish in Turkey. He was singing in Turkish in Turkey, and now he's... This is the halal gospel, yeah. I mean, this shit slaps. Let's be fucking real. Yeah, he's singing in Hindi and Urdu. Hindi. I don't know what his ethnicity is. I forget, but he's just spitting, dude. Anyway. Abi Ramazan özel mi açtın? Evet, Ramazan için açtık abi. I do find it really funny that, like, motherfuckers in my chat are like, nah, dude, that's not Turkish, actually. Fuck you. In English, too. Yes, I'm wearing my Dan flashes. Let me tell you something, folks. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on. This is for my parasocialists out there who want to know what happened in between the time period where I pressed the stop streaming button and then pressed the start streaming button. And honestly, some really cool updates for you. First of all, I ended the broadcast early last night because my cousin and his wife have arrived from Turkey, and I wanted to hang out with them a little bit. And by hang out with them, I mean, what did I end up doing? I ended up pulling out the Steam Deck, sitting next to them, and playing Yakuza 0 the entire night. I'm not even kidding. I'm so deeply addicted. Majima, especially when he learned the breakdancing fight sequences, is just a major game changer. Majima is probably, I love Kiryu, but Majima is probably one of the best fucking characters I've ever seen. Like, with the way he behaves, how he is the king of the night, how he says the customer is the king, and like the way he will treat his customers and turn any rowdy and unruly customers back into like, paying for the entire fucking night, just milking their wallets, all that sort of good shit. He's incredible. Will they be around for the puppy arc? Yeah, the breaker style is probably the greatest fight sequence since I played Eddie Gordo and used to stun lock motherfuckers when I used to play Tekken back in my youth. Okay? I absolutely love that. I was a Eddie Gordo cheese. Okay? Yes, I used to play Tekken. Way back in the day. Never like competitively, never anything like that. But I was an Eddie Gordo cheese. I was a huge Eddie Gordo cheeser. That was my main. I am a huge fan of capoeira style fighting. So seeing that in a Japanese game, not like Tekken, where you're supposed to be in Japan, and having a guy like Majima do that makes me really, really excited. Tried that shit on my Yoshimitsu, bitch. Majima's opening is so fucking cool, is what got me to Yakuza. Favorite side story in Yakuza 0? I don't know. Maybe the cult one. I just finished that one. Of course, you're an Eddie main. Fuck you. Yeah, I mean, come to Brazil. What, you got a problem? You got a problem? Come to Brazil. Come to Brazil! Yeah. Eddie Gordo. Anyway, will you play Tekken 8 when it drops? Probably not. I'm not like a big Tekken boy. Anyway, but yeah, so as I was saying, that is pretty much all I did last night and also this morning. But also, as you guys saw, my cousin is here. Okay? What that means is fucking dirty circle masher. Yes, I am. I'm not embarrassed by this. I don't care. So when your cousin is in town from Turkey, what does he do? Well, he brings motherfucking baklava. Okay? That's what he did. He brought some motherfucking baklava, which is great. I love baklava. It makes me very excited to eat some delicious baklava. That is extremely my shit, right? However, there's some issues with the baklava situation. I can't stop myself. I have no control over my bodily functions. And I certainly have no control over my urges, my desires. I am a hedonist. I believe that life is too short. So we should, we should focus on making choices that maximize pleasure. And there's perhaps nothing more pleasurable than eating this delicious Turkish treat. Antep fıstıklı. Let me tell you, I ate 4. And these bad boys, these puppies are like 300 calories per, you know what I mean? So I thought to myself, oh fuck, I'm gonna be honest with my trainers. I'm gonna be honest with my trainers and I'm gonna tell them that I did that. I consumed 4 baklavas yesterday. Okay? So they made fun of me the entire morning. I was really tired. I was really tired when I was, working out for some fucking reason, even though I got a good night's sleep. They kept making fun of me. They were like, oh, it's because the baklava you're eating. It's because the baklava you're eating. It's because the baklava you're eating. Come on, man. You're so close to 248. You're so close to 248. And at the end of that process, after a long, convoluted, tedious, hardcore workout under the sun, shirtless workout under the sun, I weighed myself. And let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, people have short-term goals, long-term goals, and mid-term goals. And my mid-term goal was getting down to 245 pounds. And guess what? Something very unexpected happened. Something very unexpected happened this morning. After eating 4 baklava and feeling like absolute dog shit about that decision. And also not going out to play basketball as I normally do on Thursday nights. I felt restless all night. I woke up feeling very upset. But then I weighed myself. And when I weighed myself, I found out something that was truly unexpected. That I, HasanAbi Piker, have reached 245.8 pounds since I started working out. It's the lowest weight. It is the lowest weight that I've hit since I started working out post-COVID. COVID ruined my body, made my muscles atrophy, made my fat grow, and it did it over the course of 2 years. So I stopped working out. I became a bit of a schlub. And at my heaviest, I got all the way up to 280 pounds. That's right. And as someone who has been 320 pounds in the past, who lost all of that weight and was able to keep it off and was able to have a six-pack, was able to dunk, this was a really, really hard transformation to go back into the gym and to not be able to put up the weights that you're normally able to not move your body like you are able to, as you once did, and to be depressed every day. But finally, we're back. Now, of course, not over. As you guys know, I've been dieting pretty aggressively and I've been cutting. I've been I'm in the recomp phase still. And 245 pounds is far from my goal weight. My goal weight is always going to be anything that puts me at under 10% body fat. I suspect that's going to be 230 pounds. But let me tell you, eventually, get there. Right. My end goal being under 10% body fat, like I said, and being able to dunk. I'll inevitably get there. And I will do it in a healthy way. I will not do it in unhealthy ways. I will not do the Ozempic cheat code. I will not, or I mean maybe, I won't rule that out. Who knows? I will not lose weight aggressively, exclusively, so I can get down to that body fat percentage in a way that makes me yo-yo diet. I will not do steroids, but, maybe later in the future. But hopefully, we have broken through yet another plateau. And hopefully I can keep it off as we move on to the next step of the process. 235 pounds. That's it. What's your body fat? It's like, I think it's like a little, it's a little under 20% right now. I'm not like, my body fat's not that great. But that's not that big of an issue because, you know, no way 230 pounds is sub 10. I mean, I have a photo that I can show you from 2016, I think, or maybe 2014, possibly. Here, this is my reminder that comes up every day. Here. But this is a photo. You see? Yeah, that is where I am around, I would say, probably around like a little over 10, like 11% body fat. And at that point, that's not sub 10% though. Yeah, I mean, it's like, I would say, or, you know, that's not with a pump or anything. That's just in the morning. Probably around like 11, 12% body fat there. And is the V line a genetic thing? Everything is a genetic thing. The dick V is also a genetic thing. Anyway, so what I was going to say is in that situation, situation, I was around 230 pounds. A lot of people forget that I'm 6'4" and very broad, very wide. So when I'm 230, I'm sitting at like 11%. Might be a little bit. That might have been sub 230. How do you calculate your body fat percentage? Very carefully. Body fat percentage, unfortunately, is like awful and very hard to calculate. How did you get to 11% before? It's called being young. Looked great in the photo, but nowhere near 10%. No, I said I was like around. I've never been under 10% body fat, I don't think. What are you looking to develop the most in your physique other than getting down to 10%? Everything. You were not 11%, lol. The way you do it is by with like calipers. They look at like all the body like fat retention areas. You can also calculate it by calculating your lean muscle mass. My thing is when I say 10%, a lot of people get like bodybuildingforum.com on me. Like I don't mean literally 10%. I don't give a shit. I just want to have I want to have a six pack. You know what I mean? Like that's it. Like everybody gets like super serious like we're doing like we're talking about the fucking national bodybuilding competition or something. Like no, I'm not. Also, I'm very, very far away from that still. Do a Coachella stream? I'm not. I have done it before, but it was terrible. How can you lose body fat without losing muscle mass? Well, very carefully. You have to run, my man. Man, shut up. I fucking do. Dude, this is the other thing. It's like, everybody chill out. I know what the fuck I'm doing. Like, I literally do cardio, like extreme cardio, in the form of full court, 5-on-5, pickup basketball 4 times a week, on top of 4 days of like serious training. You're out of your mind if you think that like, if you think that I'm not doing enough cardio. Like, that's crazy to me. Anyway, so yeah, that's what we got. Let's fucking blast off. Okay, happy Eid al-Fitr. Ramadan is over. Pup Day, give us a hint about the name. No. Besides, looks good on the joints for more basketball and longevity. Yeah. Okay, where the fuck was I? Have you seen the new Joe Schmo like series they made? All episodes are out on Prime. I don't know what the fuck this is, but we'll take a look at it. Trump on Fullsend, abortion, pills, SCOTUS, vision. Tennessee Republican. Resigns for sexual harassment. How are you 6'4" and can't dunk though? Bitch, I'm big. I'm tall, but I'm also fat. You know how much ass I have, dude? You don't. Ask your mom about it. She loves it. But unfortunately, having a whole lot of ass makes it a whole lot more difficult, you know what I mean? Trump on Fullsend, abortion pills, SCOTUS decision, Tennessee Republican resigns for sexual harassment. Murder is back on the menu. And more. It's Friday, fun day. Yeah, I saw Brandon get fact checked. I did. Here you go. How much baklava is left? Bro, it's not even just baklava. This motherfucker also brought...
Who are you talking to?
You know what's crazy? He didn't just bring baklava. He also brought lokum, right? So I've been eating, what's it called? I've been eating hella Turkish Delight as well. Like, I had so much Turkish Delight. And I have so much baklava. But hey, guess what? I've lost a lot of weight, so I don't know. I mean, the way my body works now is very different than the way my body used to work with respect to how I used to lose weight. Back in the day, for me, I was just like steadily lose weight. Now, my body just like literally holds on to that shit. Like, it's crazy. It holds on to that weight. Like, I can't for the life of me fucking go underneath. Couldn't go underneath 250 for the longest time. And I was like at a severe deficit. And then boom, like the bottom falls under. And then in 1 week, all of a sudden, I just went from 250 for like literally 2 months, 3 months. No matter how big my deficit is, no matter how much I'm tracking my shit, no matter how much cardio I'm doing. And I'm actually noticing like my body changing as well. And then boom, out of nowhere, now I'm 245. I think it's a fluke, to be honest. But what's important for me, in some ways, like the gym is very complicated and you can make it all sciencey and whatnot. And in other ways, the gym is actually very not complicated. Like, what I mean by that is, what matters at the end of the day, especially if you're like an experienced lifter, if you're an experienced dieter, if you've been doing this for many, many years, a lot of people don't even track because they know exactly what the fucking calories are of the things that they're eating. But I would never suggest that to someone who's just starting off. A lot of people literally like don't even fucking weigh themselves every goddamn day unless they're like training for a particular purpose. And like the really stupid part of the gym, the really like bare bones, unscientific part of it is that like your body starts to change and you start noticing it. You know, your waistline will start diminishing, even if you're 250, even if you haven't lost weight. And there's really no way to like explain it. You know what I mean? I guess you're just developing muscle and burning fat. So that was what was happening to me. Like, I was noticing that my body was changing. When will you do a 30 shirtless stream? It just depends. It is. What is this?
Damn, bro, I cannot wait to get home. What? Me too, bro. Bro, we've been waiting for a minute. Where's the pilot? I don't know. I was wondering the same thing. Damn, bro, how do you fly this shit? Sir, your mic is on. Oh, shit. My bad, y'all. My name is Chase a Bag Mike. Make sure y'all go follow me on Instagram. We're gonna be taking off here shortly once I figure out how to work this thing. Dog, why did you book this airline? Bro, it was the cheapest one. What you want me to do? Thank you so much for trusting me to be your pilot. Hey, real quick before we take off, though, where the baddies at?
Okay.
Damn, bro,
there you go. Great. It's a little bit not my speed, but, you know, congratulations, chatter. You know, keep pursuing your passions. Very good. Call the Zoomers. Don't make fun of this person. Okay, fuck you guys. You don't do anything. So, anyway, what is this?
You should have heard Squeaks talk about the KSI drama. Yo! Yo! Different guy. See, Ludwig is so racist, he gets confused between me and Hasan. That was a dude, that was Hasan.
Yeah, you gotta be extra racist for that, dog. Like, we're very different types of brown. Me, myself, being, like, pretty white, too, on top of that. Like, the type of racist you have to be is, like, insane. Which Ludwig is. Like, he literally said, what did he say? I think when we were backstage and getting ready for the streamer awards, and he literally said, like, you know, you got ethnic hair. And I was just like, that's insane. That's an insane thing to say to someone. Like, please don't, like, I love you. I know you didn't say it. You didn't mean it like that. But that's so funny that, like, that's such a funny thing. It like, what was it? What the fuck did he say? It's such a funny fucking thing coming from Ludwig because, you know, he's not, I know 100,000,000% he's not like a race person. Everybody can suck my dick. I'll defend him all day, every day. But it was just, I mean, we're memeing on him, but
Hasan's take, Lud. That wasn't me. You're on the wrong stream, man. You're supposed to go into a Hasan stream and say that sort of stuff. He's not racist. He's celebrating slurred timber. Who are you talking to?
Defends him, calls him right wing every chance he gets. Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but like that's called a meme and a joke. Did he run his hands through your hair without asking? No. Have you seen this crazy hyper realistic looking cop game yet? Yes, of course, we covered it. I'm very excited for it. I don't give a shit that this is like police brutality simulator or whatever. Like I said, I love games that are good and interesting. The only thing I will say about this one though, in particular, is that it's maybe too real. Like, dial it back a little bit, you know, make it a little funny. Like, please, what the fuck is going on? Yeah, it's a middle school PTSD simulator. I don't know. It's something. I mean, this is like absolutely unimaginably too realistic. Like, I think we've gone too far, I think, with technology. It does feel, in many instances, it literally feels like you're watching like a live leak video of like a cop just walking into like a fucking crack house and just like killing random people. You know what I mean? Like it's one of those things where it's like, I feel weird showing you, knowing full well that it's a fucking video game. Like, I know it's a game, right? But I'm still like a little weirded out by showing you this fucking video game. It's odd. I think the only parts that are like not as realistic, surprisingly, is like the ragdoll physics, even though it's in Unreal 5. This one looks good, but there was one upstairs I remember where he shoots a guy. I think it was maybe in the earlier ones. It could have been in like the earlier version too, because I remember watching 2 versions of this. One like that came out. Yeah, there was one that glitched upstairs when he goes into a room and starts unloading into a dude, and he just like kind of glitches off of like one of the things in the environment. So I was like, oh, thank God it's not real. This is thankfully not a real body camera footage. The lack of HUD and crosshairs is what throws me out. I mean, that's normal. Tarkov doesn't have any of that shit either. Like, this is hyper realistic. Milsims are the way. I mean, that's like very. The fact that people say this is VR, I don't understand how the fuck. Like, I would never play this in VR. Like, I'll be on. I mean, I probably will, inevitably, but like. The reality is that if it was a VR game, oh, it's not a VR game. Okay, thank God. Like, there's no way to play this in VR, man. No, that's insane. Just go out and like do a mass shooting at that point. Like, you're literally, what the fuck is wrong with you? You know what I mean? Like, what do you like really want to do a mass shooting like desperately? Is that what it is? Like, that's why you're buying this fucking game to do. You know what I mean, man? I'm not saying do it, obviously. I'm saying that, like, if this is a fucking VR game, it's basically literally just like for mass shooters. It's basically for mass shooters, like, at that point. Let's not advocate for mass shooting. Man, shut the fuck up. I hate how fucking dense everyone is. You know what I mean? Obviously, I'm not advocating to fucking do mass shootings, man. Shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ. Dial the neurodivergence down 17 notches. I know you're fucking memeing, but there are dumb motherfuckers in here who are not. You're so annoying. Holy shit. Chat is the best thing about streaming live, and it's also the absolute worst thing about streaming live. It's like literally. Anyway. A horror game on this engine would be so sick. I think it is. I think it is a horror game. Trainwreck had a decent take on this, like, surprisingly. He said, I'm going to get a lot of hate for this, but this level of realism in a video game should be heavily moderated in shooters for anyone under a certain age. I hope parents do their jobs. This level of realism for shooting and killing makes me feel uncomfortable, as if I'm watching a real leak from a military police operation. The clear distinction between real and fake is necessary, but this level of realism, in my opinion, gives real credibility to the nonsense politicians have been spewing for years about video games conditioning young people to lose a sense of empathy towards violent tendencies or situations. Yeah. I mean, it is a insanely, profoundly rare train W, but it is true. Like, this shit is a little too much. It's a little too much. It's a bit much. You know what I mean? Will I play it? Yeah. But yo, I'm telling you, as a dev, the military has this, but even better already for training. This looks like airsoft, to be honest. I mean, no, because on airsoft, you have an airsoft gun. This is not an airsoft gun. This is a real gun in the game that you're shooting real people that look super realistic in the game that die. In airsoft, you shoot someone and they go, ow. And then if they don't put their fucking hand up, you shoot them again. And they don't put their hand up, you keep shooting them in the head over and over again until you shoot them so many times in the fucking head that they finally say, okay, fine, fuck you. And then they get mad. It's like, bitch, you should have just put your hand up the first time you got shot. I'm watching you get shot, you know? That's the difference in fucking airsoft versus this. Tell me you watch the airsoft guy without telling me you watch the airsoft guy. Lol. No, it's I do actually. I see too many airsoft. I see way too many fucking airsoft shorts. There was a time and place when my entire YouTube shorts compilations were like literally all airsoft, or all gun guys. Like the what is it called? The Mosin thumb, as they call it. Like putting a Garand thumb, yeah, putting a singular bullet in a fucking Garand without loading up like a magazine, shit like that. I don't know. Anyway, whatever. I'm saying it wrong. They need to Fortnite it. Yeah, airsoft shooter gets hit 100 times before surrendering. Yeah, shit like that. I see all the time. Sorry if you already talked about this. I used to work for this company, and this guy's a fucking asshole. Oh, yeah, the fucking CEO. I talked about it yesterday briefly. Joe Brandon got fact-checked, by the way. He said, I make no apologies for being the most pro-union president in American history, Jack. And then readers added a context. On December 22nd, thank you, Themasius, for the playlist. On December 22nd, President Biden signed a bill to block the railroad union from striking. Turns out he's not the most pro-union president. You see the FBI freaking out about this movie? Law enforcement agencies have sent 35 warnings about how to blow up a pipeline. Interesting. Rolling Stones has obtained an FBI alert issued earlier this month warning that the fictional film How to Blow Up a Pipeline could inspire real-life terrorist attacks on energy infrastructure. You know what's really funny about this? Bitch, there's already real-life terrorist attacks on energy infrastructure. It's just like right-wing white supremacists that keep shooting up the energy infrastructure and not like actually blowing up a fucking pipeline, okay? So how about you fucking worry that? How about you focus on that, bitch? Okay? Wait. This is oh my God, what is this article? It's a treacherous time. Russia is on the march. China is on the rise. Mass shootings are an American plague. China is on the rise and Russia is on the march. And above all, someone made a movie with a scary title. I mean, this is just like making fun of the FBI freaking out about this movie, though, because Rolling Stone, they're the cool guys, you know? Also, I'm sorry. Okay? I'm sorry, but you can't be an American media outlet or an American intelligence agency and be like, guys, it's really fucked up that they made a movie about blowing up a pipeline when the other pipeline you blew up has like barely been contained. Okay? Motherfucker is like, no, only we get to do that. I mean, not us, of course. Ukraine-aligned operatives that we will just refuse to investigate further and find anything on. Those are the guys who blew up that pipeline. Remember when that happened? Yeah, brave, independent Ukrainian contractors, not us. Man, that was another incredible lock. Nobody ever talks about my fucking dubs in the foreign policy department. Everyone always says, Hasan, remember when you said Russia wouldn't invade Ukraine? Yeah. Anyway. What is this? Newly recruited servicemen from the Spartan Storm Brigade practiced target firing, battlefield first aid in an undisclosed location in Ukraine's Kharkiv region. A serviceman with the nom de guerre, Adolf, said that they've been trained in first aid tactics and firing drills. What? Bro, what are they doing? Like, you don't need to say this. You know what I mean? You literally, I guess at this point, they're just like, yeah, they're Nazis, but like no one cares. You know what I mean? Is that what it is? Adolf in the SS Brigade. I'm guessing he's a big fan of jazz music because his nom de guerre is a tribute to Adolphe Sax, inventor of the saxophone. There's codenamed operations going back to the 50s of U.S. scouting out the Nazis in Ukraine to fight the Soviets, by the way. It's just like... What? No, this is a meme, right? This is an old... Hillary Clinton announced presidential bid as early as Sunday. Yeah, it's from 2015, you fucking asshole. No, don't even get me on that. You can't even get me on that. I would know. If Hillary Clinton was interested in fucking actually running, I would know, okay? I'd be alerted because I'm a DNC operative, as you guys know. But the Russians are the real Nazis? Okay, but like there are real Nazis on the Russian side too. It's just like, that's true. You know what I mean? And regardless of like ideology, Russians are the ones who are invading Ukraine. But it's also fucking ridiculous. It's like, it's just awful. It's gross. And it should stop because just real people are dying for no fucking particular reason. You know. The fact that they couldn't even get the Nazi flags out of the room for the Star Wars guy interview really make it look like they're deliberately pushing Nazism. Yeah, I mean, that was another incredible lock from me, okay? Back from the pre-invasion era or post-invasion era where I said, guess what? Russia claims they want to denazify Ukraine. Guess what's going to happen when you fucking invade Ukraine, dumbass? You galvanize the Nazis. They will literally be seen as the liberators. So, of course, the Nazi ranks are going to grow. I literally said that back then, and that was another absolute fucking lock, okay? No shit. Anyway. It's so dumb. Like, the Ukrainian national emancipation movement has always been built around, has always been designed around like hating the USSR and not being a part of Russia, okay? Like that has always been at certain points a separatist movement, but it's always aligned with fascists for that particular reason. Like, of course, when you give them a fucking reason, a real reason, now there's going to be plenty of other people that are going to be like, yeah, these guys actually have some good ideas. Congratulations, you know? Anyway, I never actually thought that the denazification was a real argument regardless, but, you know. Allow Nazi murders in Donbass because taking direct action is very bad optics, honey. Yeah, I know. Famously, the LPR and DPR people never actually... Good thing that they don't have any Nazis there either, by the way. Like, yeah. It's so good that like never would have. I mean, it'd be a real shame if like, it'd be a real shame if if any of the fucking... Wait, what's that? Wait, stop. Hold on. He must have just taken that off of like the Nazi that he killed and thought, ooh, this looks cool. Let me put this on my arm patch. Yeah. Yeah, he was a white hat Nazi. Like, come on, dog. If you're talking about, listen, if you're talking about like ideology or if there are like, you know, fascists on either side. There are fashions. There are fascists on both sides. He wore it because he really hates Nazis. Yeah, maybe this is a Harlan Crow style situation. You know? No. This is a Harlan. Okay, I figured it out. This is a Harlan Crow style situation where he keeps it close to him to remember how bad it is. Yeah, that's what it is. He's like, you know how like Harlan Crow has the Adolf Hitler book that he keeps in his house to like never forget the atrocities? That's why he has that. Shea Young moment, he didn't know the wardrobe person added it for the photo shoot. Yeah, we gotta figure out who the stylist is in the Donetsk region. You know what I mean? Because these stylists are going crazy with it. I think they're sourcing from like wherever the Ukrainian guys are getting their gear from. You know what I mean? Anyway, my point is, it's war. And when there's war, there's going to be some fucking, there's going to be all sorts of militant radicals that have a litany of violent ideological interests. You know? Yeah. Wake up. Wokege. War. Anyway. Okay. Let's get to the real war. The war against women. Okay? That's right. Our wonderful Supreme Court is holding off on making a decision, or at least is like pushing it to like Friday night, later tonight, on whether or not they will allow people to keep using mifepristone, an abortion pill, the most common abortion pill, as a matter of fact. Very cool stuff. I love, I love living in this country. I love democracy. I love the American democratic process, where like, a psychotic, fascist, ultra-Christian, federal judge could just decide, like, yeah, I don't want anyone really to have any kind of access to this medication. Why? Because it's obscene. Have you ever taken an abortion pill? Did it work? Need some advice? Yeah, I pop it all the time, dude, just for funsies.
Court is expected to announce a decision by midnight on whether it will wade into the abortion pill battle. The decision could have a major impact on access to medication abortions nationwide, even in states where abortion is legal. Senior congressional correspondent Rachel Scott joins me now, along with ABC News legal contributor Kim Whaley for more. Rachel, I'm going to start with you. Can you tell us what's at stake? What kind of restrictions are we talking about here?
So much is at stake here, Mona, because we are talking about the abortion drug mifepristone that is used in more than half of abortions in the United States. So there is a ruling from a lower court that would severely restrict access to it, only allowing approval up to 7 weeks of pregnancy instead of 10, require 3 in-person doctor visits in order to obtain the drug, and no longer allow the pill to be available by mail. And you said it at the top of the show here, if these restrictions are put into effect, this would apply to every single state in the nation, including the 36 states where abortion is still currently legal, Mona.
And Kim, we heard Rachel say that a lot is at stake, but what are the court's options and how do you see this playing out?
The court could either continue this temporary stay that Justice Alito imposed, and that means stopping that Texas court order stopping mifepristone. That is, he could allow mifepristone access to be the same as it was for the last 23 years, or he could extend that stay and halt it all pending, or the court could, pending what we call full briefing on the merits, where everything is hashed out in briefs and there's oral argument, or he could do something in.
How far are you willing to go for a Burmese puppy? There's 2 at a shelter near me. That sounds fucking incredible, but I already have a pupper that I'm locked in on.
between. I think it's unusual that the court has taken this long to temporarily stay a decision on what to do about a stay. So given what happened in Dobbs, that they left what was an unconstitutional law under Roe versus Wade in place pending the decision on whether
the implications of this on mifepristone is obviously pretty apparent. It's pretty damning, but this precedent would be absolutely bananas mode for the FDA. Like, just there's no reason for the FDA to make decisions ever again because it just can be overwritten by an ideological freak that decides, no, I don't want this to happen. They can go after the fucking vaccines, basically. They will definitely go after HRT, like, for immediately. I mean, they already are going after HRT. But they could shut it off completely. And, you know, probably birth control, other methods of contraception, like whatever they want, you know? Because the reality is none of this has anything to do with like improving people's health or anything like that. It's just purely for the purpose of a bunch of freaks exercising their undemocratic power that they have at the behest of a I guess, tiny minority that is very outspoken that represents an important base within the Republican Party. This will help us in 2024. Remember the vote. Yeah, exactly. Liberals are like, oh, man, it's so crazy that this is happening. Also, at a time when, like, you know, the court system is significantly more important than it has ever been due to the court packing done by the Republican Party, it sure would be weird if we didn't, I don't know, it sure would be weird if, like, the Democrats lost a important member of the Senate Judiciary Committee, right? Like, I don't know, someone who's like 857 years old and still wants to maintain their position on the Senate Judiciary Committee. Like, I mean, that'd be odd, right? That'd be real weird if that was the case. Like, you probably should replace, if a person like that happened, you should probably replace them immediately, right? Like, if that were to happen. Who knows? So yeah, I guess, you know, I hate to see a girl boss win. That's probably what it is. I'm of course referencing Dianne Feinstein. You know, you have a Senate Judiciary Committee. Use it to fucking, I don't know, address Clarence Thomas's inappropriate behavior, for example. That could be interesting to do. But of course, they're not going to do that. Why? Because the Democratic Party loves being the controlled opposition. They rarely ever exercise the power that they have. Kevin McCarthy, on the other hand, literally will go as far in the House as to, like, try to criminally charge Alvin Bragg for the crime of, like, doing his job as a Manhattan DA. You know what I mean? Like, Republicans are so fucking good at utilizing the tools that the system allows them to have to basically throw anything at the problem that they possibly can. They're very good at that. Whereas Democrats rarely ever do that. Democrats rarely ever use the political power that they have. It's very weird.
To reverse Roe versus Wade, my guess is there's some conflict on the court right now what to do about this.
They are definitely drawing it out. But Kim, what are the next steps if the court does decide to hear the case? When do you think we can get a ruling?
It could take it on an emergency basis, and it's known to have done that in this same term, that is in the next few months. That would be unusual. The alternative would be to leave it for the fall and the typical sort of timing for a big case like this. I would suspect that if the court decides to lift the stay, that is to keep in place access to the abortion drug, then it's more likely to wait until the fall. If it extends this ban that was implemented by the Texas judge, I think in that instance, we would more likely see it percolate very quickly in the court and maybe get a ruling in the next few months.
While we await that.
If they block this drug, doesn't open the door to ban sex toys and Viagra? Yeah, but if you think that, like, Viagra is ever getting banned in a country like the United States of America, you got to be out of your goddamn mind, brother. Let's be real. Viagra is utilized by those people in positions of power. No fucking judge is going to be like, yeah, let's do it. I mean, even if they do it, they'll get eviscerated. Let's say you have like a young or an older female Democratic judge, like a federal judge that decides to make a play towards Viagra. They would be destroyed. They would get fucking destroyed. Absolutely. They would get eviscerated. It would be a death sentence for their career. You know what I mean?
That midnight deadline, Rachel, what is the Biden administration saying about the Supreme Court potentially stepping in?
Well, they're certainly on edge, just like the rest of the nation, waiting to see which way this actually goes. But they have made it clear they are willing to fight any restrictions for as long as it takes. This is a White House that is very supportive of protecting access to abortion. But really, the crux of this argument that was made by the conservative judge back in Texas is that this drug should have never been approved by the FDA in the first place. It was approved by the FDA more than 20 years ago. This judge argued that that should not have happened. And so you have a lot of concern from Democrats, especially on Capitol Hill, who says that this just opens up the floodgates, that if you take mifepristone off of the market, something that was approved by the FDA, what other drug could possibly be next, Mona?
All right, Rachel Scott and Kimberly Whaley, thank you both for joining us.
I mean, what I've said already is just like, don't listen to them. You know what I mean? Especially if you're in a fucking blue state. I don't really care about the legality of the situation. I really do think that you should just ignore the ruling. Like, just straight up say that you're going to ignore the ruling. You know what I mean? Is that a designer shirt? It's from Pleasures. It's from Dan Flashes. Yeah, it is a designer shirt. The complicated patterns make it very expensive. Remember the falafels? No, I think you literally should just ignore it. You should absolutely ignore it. Ignore it. Ignore it. Ignore it. What are they going to do? Ignore it. Yep, rich socialist. Yeah, this is my hacking shirt. This shirt is like, I think $50 or something like that. Maybe a little bit cheaper when I got it. But you can think that it's really expensive if you want, if that makes you feel better. 2 plus 2 hacking speed, -1 Riz, yeah. No way, that thing's like 1K out the door at Dan Flashes. Yeah, I had to fight someone to get this. It is not $50, lol. Wait, what? Yeah, it's a streetwear brand. It was, what is happening? It was $50, not $150. Or I think maybe $60. It's Pleasures. It's not like, it's not that expensive. It's a streetwear brand. Shut up, Chad. It's $115. No. Even on this fucking link, it says it's $79 and it's sold out. And this is a secondary. I got it directly from Pleasures when it first dropped. And no, it was not $115 when it first dropped. I don't think. Let's see if we can find it. Why are we having this conversation? It just think it's like $7,000. Who gives a fuck? You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't care. Yeah, I have very expensive clothes. Suck my dick. How about that? Your mom likes it. Is that good? You know what I mean? I do. I have significantly more expensive clothes than this one. I don't know why this is like a point of contention. It's not. You know, if that's going to, if you can no longer support me due to that, then go ahead. I don't feel the need to justify every purchase that I can have made. Is there anywhere I can see the new pup? No. Yeah, I bought this shirt when I was not caked up. Most of the clothes I wear, I've been wearing for many, many years. You can see it in old VODs. You don't buy a 1K shirt when you're broke? Yeah, first of all, people do that. Absolutely. You know, just different strokes for different folks. But secondly, no, this wasn't a 1K shirt anyway. This was like $50, like I said. My entire political perspective is flipped on its head because your shirt may or may not be over $100. Yeah. Speaking of sneakerheads in the chat, I made a new purchase. I'm becoming a bit of a sneakerhead, but I got the new Nike Ambush high tops. Shit was, I mean, I got a retail. Shit was fire. I think they're sick. I wore them yesterday. Look at this. They're dunks though, which, you know, ew for a lot of people. A lot of people don't like the dunks, but I thought that they were sick. Look at the back. The Nike swoosh goes behind the shoe. I think they're sick. I like them a lot. So that's for the sneakerheads in the chat. I got those, and then I got the I think Ambush also did Air Force One low tops, or are they low dunks? Not entirely sure. Oh yeah, no, they are. They did the Air Force One lows. But unfortunately, the white one that I purchased literally got fucking canceled. Shouts out to Bodega for that one. Fuck you guys. The Run the Jewels one I got, didn't that just come out today? I see you like child labor. I don't just like child labor. I love child labor. Yeah, I heard the Run the Jewels ones were sick. Bradley Martin Turf Arc. Yeah, I saw this and immediately fucking texted him. I was like, brother, what are you talking about? And then he literally said, I don't know, man. I saw a TikTok about a lady talking about how her 2-year-old is trans. And I was like, okay, show me. I'm like, what? What are you talking about? And he said, bro, unless it's AI, I don't get it. I'll try and find it. And then he never responded. I swear to God, bro. TikTok is just like breaking people's brains. He made that shit up. No, 100% he saw something. No, I think you guys literally forget that like a lot of people on TikTok are, a lot of people that experience TikTok are just not very, you know, just kind of dumb. Motherfuckers think like ice giants are real on TikTok. Have you guys seen people on TikTok not understand how like light reflection works? I mean, just look at that if you want to understand. If you want to develop a better understanding of like the level of intelligence of the broader American, you know, of the average American, just look at that. Just literally look up TikTok mirror. They think there is a world inside of the fucking mirror. It's not even a joke. They call it mirror world now. They say like there's a world inside the mirror. Yeah, this. They call it a mirror world now. MFA out. George Bush will pay for his crimes.
What if mirrors are not what we think they are? I saw this on TikTok, so I wanted to try this. And look, this is only a small mirror, but this still works. And you can try this with any kind of paper or any other object behind this. How does the mirror know what's behind here? It shouldn't know, right? But when you look, there it is. In the mirror world. What if mirrors aren't what we think they are? Try this at home. It works. How does it know?
Yeah, I mean, I've said this before. I don't know if there's a term for it, but you know, what is it like in a nation of the blind, the one-eyed guy rules the world kind of thing? Like, I don't know. I've talked about this a lot, right? If everyone is fucking stupid, then yeah, other stupid people that say stupid things are going to be looked at like they're fucking brilliant. You know what I mean? Because the audience is stupid. You know? It's like when Donald Trump was talking about that was like something I brought up so many fucking times. But when Donald Trump was talking about COVID fatalities, and he kept saying Barack Obama, he did the swine flu, and like he was literally putting numbers up that made him look worse. Like normally liberals are supposed to tell Donald Trump like, well, Barack Obama did a much better job with the swine flu. Many less casualties from the swine flu than like COVID, you fucking idiot. And then the Republicans are supposed to turn around and say, well, that's a false equivalence because swine flu is not like the same, it doesn't have the same level of contagion, blah, blah, blah. But Donald Trump was getting ahead of that by saying literally arguments that would make him look worse. But it didn't matter because it was the Republican person. Wait, why are we moving past the Bradley pose? Because this is not moving past the Bradley pose. This is the Bradley pose. This is a continuation, an extension of it. And okay, politics man, can we get a quick physics lesson? Yes, everything you see is because light reflects off of it, okay? That's how this fucking works. And I've even described like a easy way to understand this because there are certain parts the mirror world can't see of the object. Those are the parts that light can't reflect onto. Okay? So notice how it doesn't show the entirety of the fucking notice how it doesn't show the entirety of the box behind the piece of paper when you look at the mirror because light is unable to reflect off of it. Therefore, you can't see it. It is literally physics 101. This is shit that I'm pretty sure this is shit you learn in like 3rd grade, right? The mirror doesn't see anything. It's just light reflecting off of it, and then you're making it up in your mind. There is nothing. The mirror is not a real thing. It's not like just reflecting. The mirror world stole a child? Please tell me this is just them being ironic. I beg you. No, I think like I'm pretty sure you learned light refraction, in like 5th grade. Let me file. These motherfuckers are homeschooled. I mean, not only is this something that everyone learns in public school, but it's also so fucking intuitive. I swear, Americans just have brain cancer. Yeah, you don't even need to understand. You don't even need to understand. You can just question it, right? You don't need to understand it. You can just question it. Like you can say, well, the mirror world doesn't actually fucking see everything, it seems. Why is that the case? Okay? Think about that. I even described it to you from the perspective of like a dumb guy who maybe didn't learn about this, okay? Which I don't know how you wouldn't learn about it, but like it is pretty basic.
At home.
Like there are parts of this iPhone charger that is not that you cannot see from the side of the mirror, that you cannot see the reflection of inside of the mirror. You know why? Because light is not hitting it. That's it.
It works. How does it know?
Wait till they find out about magnets. I'm gonna be honest with you. Wait, what is this? He needs your help. I talked to him yesterday about working out. I'm trying to fucking get him brolic. Hopefully. To be fair, I don't understand how magnets work either, and that shit terrifies me. So Catch me fucking freaking out about magnets.
Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more.
What?
Where is my car?
Bro, anytime I see this motherfucker playing Minecraft for this extended period of time, I know shit's popping off. I think Minecraft has fully broken him. He just plays Minecraft for like 17 hours. You know his ass is cooked. He's going to be saying some unhinged ass shit. $18.10 scarred him, dude. Burned into the back of his mind like an old man CRT TV has the Fox News box logo on the side. You know what I mean? It's destroyed him. Anyway, how long until Elon Musk realizes this is a bad idea? I'm gay. And I tweeted this. Hasan the Hun tweeted, I'm gay. And I retweeted and I said, and it begins. Unfortunately, Hasan the Hun got yeeted. HasanAbi Productions did a blessed I'm pregnant, mpreg tweet. Osanox did a selling laptops tweet. The amount of people that reached out to me yesterday thinking that I was actually hacked, thinking that it was actually me that was selling laptops is very scary. So many people just absolutely oblivious to how Twitter works, which makes sense. Like, you know, that's the reason why there was some level of verification. So congratulations to Elon Musk. Good job. You've made the platform less secure. I don't know what else to say. So what's up with you selling them for a good deal or nah? Yeah, people coming in and being like, hey, your Twitter's been hacked. People in my, like, normies in my life DMing me over Instagram, like my normie adult friends being like, dude, I think your Instagram is hacked, or I think your Twitter is hacked. What's going on? Fine, I have a new account, lol. Well, guys, Twitter denied my unban request to get Hasan the Hun back, even after I sent them the clips of Hasan saying he didn't want me to get banned. Yeah, they don't give a shit. Anyway. What kind of laptops are you selling? I'm not a laptop salesman. I'm a top of the hour ad break salesman. God damn it. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you want to avoid those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. That's the only thing I'm selling out here. Selling that and good fucking vibes. Okay? Rent Control Ryan and Vanilla Lose. Thank you for the 5 get the subs, allowing 10 people total to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. The Raging Hoppa. Thank you for the 5 get the subs as well. Even Fossabot said that wasn't good. What are you doing? What? What? I don't understand what is happening. NMP Lol does top of the hour ad breaks now and announces them. He wasn't as good. Yeah, there you go. Have you seen this landowning witch comparing public use of the creek she owns to literal rape? Yeah, I saw. I didn't cover it, but it's pretty funny.
Not only is the government trying to take land.
So this Colorado woman bought property next to a public park and cut off access to the creek used by the community. And she compares the public use of it. Sakura Gore, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Extra summons, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Strawberry Cake Pop Fanatic, thank you for the... Damn, I love Strawberry Cake Pop, actually. I'm a fanatic, too. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Dom the Backup did a $3 dono and said, "Hi, Hasan, big fan. I was wondering if you've seen the movie Nefarious that just came out. I've heard it's Christian propaganda, but I wanted to get your take on it." Baloney Togna, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Sakura Gore is an oil baron, yes. Oh, this is hilarious. In case you missed it, this is the quickest resignation of a public official in my career. More details in the link below. Yeah, we're going to cover this in a second. Here, let's look at this psychotic lady, though. This witch lady bought, a land next to a public creek and is now trying to cut off access to the public creek.
Not only is the government trying to take land that I bought fair and square, but they're trying to force me to share it with the public. Paying taxes doesn't mean that they have to acknowledge that the land is privately owned. Not only is the government trying to take land that I bought fair and square, but they're trying to force me to share it with the public. We're going to talk all about litigation and why I'm currently being sued by all 3 of my county commissioners. Unbeknownst to me, my backyard has been used by the public for about 35 years. You really like it that way. So when I came in and started swinging around my private property rights, that didn't go too well. The public started complaining, rumors of harassment emerged, even harassment against kids. Like, come on, Karen.
Wait, come on, Karen. You're the one who's being a Karen. I don't understand. What? Bro, people just say things nowadays. It's like, what do you mean? You're literally trying to enforce private property rights over a creek that everybody wants to use. Like, what the fuck? It's so funny she thinks she's in the right. Yeah.
Among a few other things. We're going to talk all about...
Dying at this song as I sit in nature's calming church and listen to the slow babble of Bear Creek.
I don't want to talk about things we've gone through.
I reflect on the advertised words, Bear Creek running through your backyard, and think of the number of times my home in this land was sold to others before me. I wonder why something so beautiful was always sold in the winter, and why Jefferson County never tried to claim it until now. I remember the big dreams I had as a little girl growing up in middle-class America. Yeah, the American dream is like taking over, public areas that other people are utilizing and just like stopping them from utilizing that. Enclosures, That's right.
And that's what you've done to
one day own mountain land with water on it. Oh, for the record, someone was saying, oh, she's wearing like native jewelry. The irony of her talking about stolen land and enclosures as she's wearing native jewelry. You bet your fucking ass. I will bet $100 that she claims that she has native ancestry, okay? And she got a 23andMe done, and it was like, 3% something indigenous.
nothing more to say.
Come on now.
No more race to play.
I climbed my way up from the very bottom of a large corporation and worked 2 jobs so I could afford community college before transferring to university. For years, I did nothing but work hard and study. It took me a long time to graduate college and pay off my loans, but I eventually did both. I bought this house and land all on my own. It's my greatest pride. The sacrifices I made along the way feel minor compared to the sacrifices I'm having to make now. Wait, what? But I am determined to fight for the right to hold on to my dream. Because in a world where people think they can just take what they want, fighting back is so much more than saying, no, thank you for fighting beside me. Who the fuck is fighting beside her? It's rapey for the community. Oh, here. It's rapey for the community use of a creek that's been part of the park for decades. When will kids learn that no means
That's
no?
what the county did. They were seeking to take my land or give the public access to it in 3 different ways. Number one.
Oh, also, apparently it turns out her property fucking ends at the creek, not, own the creek. For 35 years of public access, Bear Creek in Kittredge through a plot of land next to a community park. A woman cut off the creek access, claiming the land is hers.
A peaceful community comes to mind when visiting the quaint mountain town of Kittredge.
My next door neighbor quite literally brought me a pie.
A busy park, especially during Canyon Fest, a bubbling creek, and friendly people like Jimmy Dixon.
It's that type of community that people really look out for each other, and neighbors are really close.
Well, for anyone who's ever bought a house, you know that you know when you know.
For a time, new neighbor Terilyn Romero was welcomed. Last year, she bought her dream home with a backyard creek right next to the town's beloved park.
It was going to be my private back.
Yeah, yo, this chick thinks she's Nestle, bro. You can't do that. That is above your pay grade. You can't be fucking shutting off access to fresh water. You know what I mean? Unless you're Nestle.
Backyard. I had no reason to believe what I know now, which is that the public was using my land as an extension of the park.
To most members in this community, this park is the heart of Kittredge.
For 35 years, people had access to the creek. But Romero
I
sent
fish in
us
this creek
old
all the
maps
time. I'm
and
gonna moon
surveys
her.
She says proved the creek.
Lol, healthcare industry. She works at Evernorth, a subsidiary of Cigna. Terilyn Romero isn't a developer. She isn't some rich outsider. She's a native Coloradan who works in the healthcare industry. Oh, yeah, she works at Cigna. Nice. Cigna my nuts. You know what I mean? When she bought the disputed property in 2021, she said she just wanted a nice place to live, enjoy nature, and build a new life. She ended up at Kittredge in a way that is almost cliche. She got tired of living in a big city during the pandemic. Following a divorce, Romero had been living in a high-rise apartment in Denver. There, she met Eimer, and when COVID hit, the couple decided they wanted more space. They rented a house about 30 minutes outside the city, and when their lease came up early 2021, they decided to stay in the area.
Access area is her land.
When I first started exercising private property rights, it was really just about liability. I had some basic signs up to let them know that they were on.
She had a GoFundMe that raised almost $14K. God. Every day we are getting closer and closer to eternal damnation. I'm no evangelical, but like we are in hell, okay? I think we're literally just living in a cycle of hellish existence. Oh my fucking Lord. People are too stupid, dude. People are so fucking stupid. Stop. This is like landlord tipping. Yes, this is like the same, if not worse.
On private land.
The crowds became too much, she says, with trash, human feces, and digging. She and her fiancé started telling people to leave.
I'm just saying, like, we can't have barbecue and fire out there, man. Not, sir. It is private property. You have a wonderful day.
What type of response did you experience from the community?
An aggressive one.
Cannot wait to see you.
Suddenly, Romero cut off creek access. That prompted threats and made her feel like the most hated neighbor, she says.
I feel
she's crying.
Really angry because I tried to do
Saint Akia, thank you for the 10 give this subs.
the right thing. When I moved in, I realized that my land meant a lot to the community and to my neighbors. I tried really, really hard to compromise and to share and to be reasonable.
Jefferson County filed a lawsuit against Romero, seeking adverse possession of the land. The county hopes a judge will declare the creek access area part of the park, citing the fact it's been used by the public for 35 years. Romero is fighting the lawsuit as neighbors pick sides.
I think it's too far at this point to try to rebuild a lot of the animosity between neighbors around it.
Back to Jimmy Dixon. He moderates a Kittredge Facebook page that's turned ugly.
Some of my neighbors that I really respected, I've seen a new side to them, and it's just been frustrating to watch.
I knew you guys were fabulous, but you're also a freaking force.
Romero has
I hate that. You love to be creative and your attorneys need to know how and be willing to protect you. Bad mama grandma. Oh God, I hate this world. No, fuck this world, dude. Fuck this. Fuck this world. Fuck this existence. Oh my fucking Lord. This is absolutely unimaginably insane, dude. This person literally is like they're trying to extend their fucking private property to an area that they do not own. Oh my Lord, what the fuck? How? Why does she have defenders? Why are there people who are like, yeah, hell yeah, keep fighting the good fight, sister? What is happening? This kind of shit is infinitely more doom-pilling for me in particular than other stuff. When someone is like objectively a fucking asshole and has just nefarious vibes. You know what I mean? Like just absolutely awful fucking vibes that they're putting out there on a regular basis. And yet they still end up gaining prominence and gaining a cult-like, movement behind them to continue being a fucking asshole. It blows my mind. I don't understand. No way did she not realize it was a popular beach. The community has been trucking in sand to make the play area. There are clear trails from the park to the creek. I used to bring my kid there about 10 years ago. It's very common to have property like that. We had rows on our property. It's just the way the development occurred. People do that a surprising amount. Like they'll cut their neighbor's piece of grass for 10 years and claim it's theirs, or build a fence a foot over the known property line and claim the land. Happens a lot. Normally courts interest strike it down because it's obviously nefarious. TikTok is full of property dispute videos. It just makes me so sad. Like this is like a low-level villain shit. You know what I mean? You're basically a low-level villain. You're shutting off access from children that want to go to a fucking creek and like experience a little bit of public land. Like I don't get it. I don't understand how people don't immediately go, that's really fucked up. Like, how do you empathize with that person and not with, like, the other people that just want to go to the creek with their kids and experience nature? I don't get that. I don't even fucking like nature. You know what I mean? I don't even like nature. I hate being out in nature. And even I get that as a concept. Yeah, no shot. I'm believing this. This is John Oliver type satire, fake tears on command, especially HasanAbi. This gives me such Israeli settler victim vibes. I mean, there is a analogy there for sure, but because the other people just hear people want to take my land. That's it. It's American as fuck. I just don't understand.
A sympathetic social media following herself.
And they've been incredibly supportive. They've validated the way that I've been feeling about this, and they've encouraged me to keep fighting for my property rights.
We've been getting a lot of social media trolls that have not only threatened the community, but threatened moderators and individuals that live in the community.
A town divided literally by a creek.
I see both sides. I see that this park was made intended to have creek access. Water access is really important for community.
Dude, like it's monstrous, man. Straight up. Anyone that fucking shuts off like any part of like a natural resource from a public park because they claim ownership over it is a demon, straight up. I love public parks. I'll tell you what, as someone who frequently visits the wonderful public parks here in Los Angeles, I'm a major fan. You've heard me talk about this. I think it is profoundly important to have public parks. I think, it's really great for community building. It's awesome. I don't know. It's just like so deeply frustrating. Public parks are nature. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, like, I'm a big Parks and Rec sucker, okay? It's awesome. It's also fucking free 99. You know what I mean? It's like, it's great. Shut up, you live in California. Sarcasm. If they're worried about the liability, just donate the land to the park. They bought the creek fair and square, and it's so frustrating because it's a bold-faced lie. I don't think you can buy the creek, even in a fucking libertarian, even in a libertarian paradise like Colorado. I don't think you can just like straight up purchase a creek, man. I don't think that's how that works. Like it's a body of water. Like, what do you mean? Wars have been fought over the concept that you're mentioning between nations when they build dams on it, like Turkey and Syria are in a constant state of conflict due to the two major rivers that flow through Turkey and flow into Syria inevitably. It's literally this situation.
If you own the beach property, right? Do you own the sand and the water? Nobody owns the water. It's God's water. What if someone?
Yeah, I mean literally, nobody owns the water. It's God's water. It's your water. It's the public water. Can I own Lake Michigan? Water rights cannot be bought. They're all public. It's the access to the water. It's considered the waters of the state. If a waterway flows on more than one property, it's public. I mean, isn't this like a major point of contention on TikTok? Don't people get like really scared that people are buying and shutting off access to water everywhere? I thought that's what they were worried about. Like what? Is it only when Bill Gates does it that you have an issue with it? But when it's like some fucking witch talk lady, then you're like, oh no, it's a yes queen moment. Like, is that what it is?
But I also understand the property owner's side. There's property rights.
Can't people just meet in the middle? Exactly where that middle is will be up to a judge. And for Romero, who actually lives in the very home once owned by town founder C.M. Kittredge, it's about more than land.
The county contends that, you know what, the public has been using this land for like 35 years. Why just not?
Turns out the river changed shape since 1920, but they never updated the land rights map. Okay. I mean, let's be real. She bought the property and she literally was like, now I know why they sell the property in the winter. Take it up with who you bought it from, asshole. Okay? You already knew. You're like, oh, well, I was sold this property under false pretenses because I didn't know that there was so much public fucking traffic happening in my backyard. Okay. Well, that's your fucking fault, dumbass. Go deal with whoever the fuck sold you this while claiming that you own the entire fucking landline. I don't understand it. Like, you don't get to, okay. You don't get to fuck over so many people because you got fucked over. Like, that's not how that works. Like, you can't make it the entire fucking town's problem that you didn't do your due diligence. You know what I mean? She openly admits it too. Well, I guess you can do that in the United States of America because this is a hyper-individualistic shithole, okay, where, you can gain momentum and support over some of the most, like, perverted some of the most perverted and I would say demonic activity like this.
Not let this go.
That's a loaded question. You know, I think there's a million reasons why I should not just let this go. I am fighting for the right to be able to say no on your private land when you want to say no. And I think that that's really important as an American and as a woman.
Romero and the
as a woman
county have agreed to allow public access until a judge makes a final decision.
It's so
the
manipulative.
County declined an interview about this story, but sent.
It's so manipulative. It's so fucking gross. As a woman, she's like trying to go with the government overreach narrative when you, as a woman, okay, got fucking owned and you paid extra dollars without doing your fucking due diligence on land that you didn't fucking own, okay? That's so stupid. Utilize the court system to your advantage, not by trying to enforce enclosures on public land, further enclosures on public land, but instead to go back to the person who sold you the shitty thing and try to get money out of them. But instead, she's doing the dumbest thing ever, where she's claiming that it's rape that like little children get to utilize the creek that they've used for 30 fucking years. I don't know, man. I just, it's so fucked up. Who would want to have a private creek full of rope, signs, and cameras? How is that appealing? She just wants it for herself. Like, she thinks it's like her own backyard pool. You know what I mean? It's so dumb.
The statement that says, in part, Jefferson County has requested that the court decide the dispute as soon as possible to reaffirm its right to use the property that the public has enjoyed for over 35 years. Now, a big issue here is the actual boundary between the park and the private land. The county believes it should be the creek, but the creek has actually moved over the years. Romero says, hey, it doesn't matter if the creek has moved. My plot, my surveys, my map shows my plot extends all the way up to the edge of that park, and that's my land.
This is a tough one because you can see both sides to this, right? But I have a question. So if a judge comes in and determines...
No, you can't see both sides to this, man. What is happening? Yo, local news is like they even smell a little bit of money. They're like, we have to literally defend you. Like, is that what's going on here? Where they just like... Even if you smell a little bit of capital ownership, you're like, oh man, I'm going to do everything I fucking can.
Yes, right, the county can come in and like retake this private land. How does that work? Does that happen? Like, is that a thing?
It happens sometimes, but it's very rare. I mean, it's a high threshold for the government to come in and take someone's private land. If the judge decides that this should belong to the public, that's going to possibly not sit well with a lot of people who side with Romero.
Yeah, fuck those people. Those people can suck my dick. Okay? Dude, fuck that. Yeah, you should, okay, take it up with the person who sold you this, eminent domain it, and then, you know, give her opportunity for legal recourse, not against the government or not against like stake ownership over the fucking creek, obviously, but against the person who sold them a property that is actually much smaller. Oh, I was right, by the way, apparently.
It's nice to meet you. I just bought property in the area. Mm-hmm. Welcome. You look new here. Yeah, so like I said, I just bought property. I just moved in. Excuse me, you bought property? No, you didn't buy that. I've been using that property for years with my grandkids. You didn't buy that. I did. I even have the deed and a land survey, so... It's mine. I'm paying taxes. Oh, it's yours. You think it's yours. You are stealing it. You are a thief.
I like that she is literally the person that she is like claiming that she's against. But because she's saying, no, you don't understand. I'm doing private property. So like, it's mine. You know, the other people are the actual Karens. Everyone was like, yeah, you're, you know, I guess her supporters think that she's not the Karen in this particular situation. It's very weird.
You look Mexican too. You know what? You're not going to get away with this. You're not going to get away with it. You can't take that from us.
You look
It's
Mexican
ours.
too?
It belongs.
Wait, what? No, she doesn't. What the fuck?
To the community.
Like, or what does look Mexican mean? There's like white Mexicans. What the fuck does that mean?
I'm in danger.
Okay, she didn't say she was native here, by the way. Not a high threshold. I work on roads. The state owns 30 feet from the edge of the asphalt, even when new roads are built. If the landowner refuses to sell, it's taken through eminent domain. Yep. Oh, check the tags. Hashtag Native American. Like, what? Fucking locked it.
Who believe that, you know, this is her private land. She has a right to assert her rights on her private land. So where the middle is, what is the public interest? Is the public interest going to be giving the park or the land back to the park or to the park? Or is the public interest making sure a private landowner keeps their land?
Right, setting that precedent for future cases.
Exactly. So it's that judge has a very, very hard decision to make, I think.
I know this wasn't a voice in your story, but I'm curious about the previous landowner.
Good question.
If they have any thought on all this.
I tried reaching them. I tried reaching them, and I could not reach those.
Because they, in theory, were the ones who allowed this for decades to continue, and there was no problem.
There was no problem. You know, this was...
She's a part of the Navajo tribe, bro. You are just racist. She just wants her reparations, Lamau. Shut the fuck up, dude. Yeah, Native Americans, famously stalwarts of private property rights. Yeah, literally. Yeah. Native Americans are famously anti, you know, mass utilization of, like, natural resources such as water. Like, the only time Native American or indigenous people actually fight back is when, like, an oil company is like, we're going to build a fucking pipeline on top of your water and it's going to leak into your water and there's not really anything you can do about it. Suck my dick. That's the only time when Native Americans are like, actually, no, that's pretty fucked up. You shouldn't do that. So that everyone can literally use it. Yes, a Native American woman claiming she has the most rights to the land because she paid money for it, even though the people that already live there and enjoy the land freely. Yeah.
This was, you know, a park that was established in 1986. And back in those days, you know, things were done a little bit differently from what I was told. Mm-hmm. And those, you know, those owners may have had a handshake agreement with the community. That was a long time ago. So we don't really know how that played out. But what's clear here is that you have things written on surveys and maps. You have a new property owner coming in, and she says, I had no idea about the historical nature of this land. And when she saw people coming onto the land and seeing the debris and the trash, she felt like, hey, this is my land here. And she says, you know, I'm paying taxes on this land.
Well, and if somebody's accidentally lights a fire on your land, to her point, is she liable for that?
Yeah.
That would be scary.
I mean, here's a great idea. Fucking revoke ownership of the land you do not own. So it's like covered under you know, covered under the public park. That's great. There you go. Problem solved into oblivion. You know what I mean? I don't really understand. You shouldn't have ownership over that regardless. So there you go. I'm proud of how far we come as a country that even Native Americans can be awful capitalists. First of all, yes, indigenous populations, indigenous tribes can be awful capitalists. And are sometimes, especially tribe leaders, when push comes to shove, there's always like one group that you can always fucking rely on to be like, no, actually, we love the oil pipeline. You know, you'll go to one tribe and grease them a little bit, and then they'll say, actually, there's always one tribe that will say, no, we love the pipeline. It's going to create a lot of jobs for us. Okay, that doesn't mean anything. Everyone can be a fucking rugged capitalist. This person is not. Okay. This person is not a fucking, you know, Native American. This person's not an indigenous person at all. Anyway, I also don't like the mythologizing of like indigenous populations in that regard. Like we make it seem like there's like this thing, you know. My dad is an aerospace physician at NASA, and unfortunately, the Garn scale isn't commonly used anymore. Oh, really? That's a bummer. That's an update from yesterday. Yeah. The American government has been pitting tribes against one another in perpetuity.
Yeah, so she's had to get some attorneys to take on the county lawsuit, and who knows when the county is going to make a decision, or rather the judge will make a decision on this.
All right, keep us posted with this one. This is interesting. I know a lot of folks are going to want to know what happens.
Yeah, there's a big balance here. Private property versus public property here. Where should it go?
Okay, keep us posted.
Hilarious takes from a mansion. Dude, that is so funny. Dumbass take, bad take, hilarious takes from a mansion. Okay, here, let's unpack this real quick, okay? First of all, the house that I own does not sit on top of, some kind of public creek, okay? That's number one. Number two, if you have this, like, rugged enforcement of private property rights, you should know your place, okay? If you are personally, like, this big old capitalist, so much so that you want to defend it, okay, then know your place. You are speaking to a capital owner. You are speaking to a person that has made more money than you. You are speaking to your daddy, okay? So why? Why is it that you are not knowing your place in the same way that, like, a lot of this local media immediately fucking, bend the knee to the woman who's like, I have an ownership stake over this. You know what I mean? Dumbass grifter. It seems like you're a little conflicted, okay? It seems like you are a little conflicted in your sock account, okay, in your 1,000, in your one fucking 163K sock account, okay. Here's what it is. Okay, loser. I know, but like but like you don't understand. You're calling me a loser for having a fucking home. You're calling me a loser for having a home while simultaneously in defense of capitalism. Do you understand? So, like, the hypocrisy argument is idiotic regardless, but it doesn't make sense within your own framework. Do you understand? Like, you're saying I'm a loser for what? Having a lot of money and having a house, having a home that I can house my family in. Isn't that supposed to be something that you respect? You venerate homeowners, right? Like, you are supposed to be a capitalist. You are supposed to be defending capitalism in this regard. So I don't really understand how that makes any sense. Keep chirping dumbass. No, I kind of sad that you are saying this while simultaneously not recognizing it. Because you're a gamer, you said some dumb shit, own up to it, always ask for Raytheon. Zelensky's corrupt. They already removed vaccines, should have never approved them. Oh, this person is all over the place. Okay, they're just in here. They're in here trying to target every avenue they can. One guide, Lamau. Yeah, I was just pretending to be fucking shit for brains. You're the one who's chirping, not me. Anyway. Wild stuff overall. Again, it's always weird when I am in defense of like public land, or whenever I say something that is like inherently anti-capitalist, and those who want to defend capitalism will come in here, a person, a POW, a person of wealth, and speak out of turn. It's like, I don't really understand it. Shouldn't you be celebrating me? Shouldn't you be fucking, licking my boots if that's what you want to do? You want to lick the boots of other capital owners? What is it? Yeah. A POM, a person of means. A POW, a person of wealth. A POC, person of capital. You claim to defend capitalism, and yet here you are with no deed to the factory. You own no capital, and yet here you are defending capitalism. And you also personally think that I own capital. So know your place.
That's what the county did. They were seeking to take my land or give the public access to it in 3 different ways. Number 1, adverse possession. They're basically claiming squatters' rights. Number 2, possession by accretion, which basically means they're making the argument that the creek moved over time, and because it moved, the property line changed, and now my land is their land. And number 3, the most of them all.
He says it's rapey.
Prescriptive easement. Under prescriptive easement, I continue to own the land and pay taxes for it, but I have to share it with the public.
Give it to the public parks. Give it to the government. Give it to the government. You no longer have to pay taxes for it. Except you don't want to do that because you bought it at a high markup thinking that you own that fucking land. And you don't, when you want to sell it in the future, you don't want to sell a smaller piece of the fucking land because you automatically eat like, I don't know, at least a couple $100,000 worth of land. So that's the real problem here, okay? That's the real issue here. Let's be fucking real. The real issue here is that she got fucked over by whoever the previous owner was who made her carry the bag, made her hold the bag, and she doesn't want to be the bag holder. 50 total viewers lol. Wait, what? No, she's like a sizable TikTok content creator from what I understand. Feministly, taxation is rape. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, Minion Death Cult did a really good analysis on this, so shouts out to them. Good job. Let's move on. Let's move away from this. I don't know enough about what's going on in Sudan, so I'm going to skip that. I know that frustrates people, the foreign policy Andy's in here, but I have not had time to really read about what is happening there. It just feels like, it just basically fucking feels like 2 different military factions are warring against one another, and the people in Sudan are getting killed for no particular reason. So I don't know. Nope, stop being opportunistic with pain like Satan's wife, bro. She off. Anyway, here is the suspect arrested in Florida after shooting a family in North Carolina. This fucking dude had a basketball roll into his front yard, and he executed the fucking parents of a 6-year-old girl.
Now to the arrest of a North Carolina man who police say opened fire on a 6-year-old neighbor and her parents after a basketball rolled into his yard. Ariel Reshef is here with that. Good morning, Ariel.
Good morning to you, Rebecca. That suspect is scheduled to appear in court later today after turning himself in hours away from the crime scene. He could be extradited from Florida to North Carolina to face charges. A sigh of relief for
He shot a 6-year-old and her parents.
Family who says they were targeted by their neighbor over a basketball.
Overnight, the suspect accused of opening fire on his neighbors over a basketball in North Carolina, surrendering in Florida. 24-year-old Robert Louis Singletary allegedly shot a family after a ball several children were playing with rolled into his driveway.
I know we got a 6-year-old, but then the other subject is shot. He's got a single gunshot wound.
Like an insane thing, dude. Look at it. We got a 6-year-old down.
Yes.
William White struck as he tried to deflect gunfire aimed at his 6-year-old daughter, Kinsley.
Why did you shoot my daddy and me?
White still in the hospital. It's the latest in a
Oh, he didn't kill him. Oh, fuck, my bad. I thought
string
he
of
died.
harrowing
Thank
shootings
God.
across the country, raising alarm. Seemingly everyday occurrences turning violent.
For the record, I want to point something out here. This is an everyday occurrence, 100%, and it's been an ongoing issue in the United States of America. The only difference is the media sometimes likes to start focusing on certain things that are happening every day and that actually creates public support. And I'm glad that they're finally doing that for this. Okay? Shootings like this occur daily in this country, multiple times a fucking day. Okay? There's another aspect of this that is even larger in the iceberg. Mass shootings are only the tip of the iceberg. That's what the media fucking hyper focuses on. But what they don't realize is that there is something beyond that. Okay? There's something beyond that. If we're talking about fucking gun violence in this country, it goes far beyond just mass shootings. Just the tip of the iceberg. There is so much more. You got these kinds of fucking disputes. You got road rage incidents. And then you have a massive, massive number of gun fatalities in the form of suicides. Okay? Suicides where people use a gun.
In Texas, a cheerleading squad reeling. I'm Peyton Washington on Woodlands Elite Generals. 18-year-old Peyton Washington in the ICU in stable condition after one of her teammates, Heather Roth, accidentally got into a car she thought was hers in an Austin area grocery store parking lot.
I just saw like a black figure in the passenger seat and I shut the door as fast as I could.
Authorities say Pedro Rodriguez fired at the girls, one bullet grazing Roth, another seriously wounding Washington. Rodriguez now in custody, charged in the shooting, awaiting a court appearance. Despite the traumatizing ordeal, the athletes preparing to compete in Orlando this weekend, Roth posting on Instagram, "It's not been easy, but we will come out the other side stronger than ever."
And one of Washington's coaches who visited her in the hospital saying she is making good progress even in a short period of time. She seemed to be doing well, but there's still a long way to go. George, of course, we're wishing her the best.
We all are okay, Ariel. Thanks very much. Hi, everyone. George Steff.
Yeah. The suspect beat his ex nearly to death with a sledgehammer, was still allowed to be on the streets. That little girl should never have been in that situation. How about, why the fuck is this guy allowed to have a gun? Okay? How about that? You know what I mean? Oh, fuck, this is just a video. God damn it, dude. What is wrong with... Oh, that was 2 days ago. Tampa, Florida, a North Carolina man accused of shooting and wounding a 6-year-old girl and her parents after children went to retrieve a basketball that had rolled into his yard, waived extradition during a brief court appearance Friday morning in Florida. Robert Louis Singletary, 24, was arrested in Thursday in Tampa area by the Hillsborough County deputies, according to online jail records. He wore a dark-colored protective vest during the hearing. Singletary replied, "Indeed," when a Hillsborough Circuit Judge, Catherine Catlin, asked if he would sign the waiver to allow officials to take him back to North Carolina. The judge says she would hold another detention hearing if North Carolina officials hadn't picked up Singletary by April 24th. What the fuck? Is this another one? Maine man killed his parents and their friends before firing on motorists, police say. Bowdoin, Maine, a man confessed to killing 4 people, including his parents, and then firing on motorists on a busy interstate highway just days after being released from prison. Police said Wednesday. Mike Sawchuk, commissioner of the Maine Department of Public Safety, called the shootings of 4 people at a home in Bowdoin and 3 more people on Interstate 295 to the south in Yarmouth an attack on the soul of our state that shook neighbors, law enforcement, in the state at large. Is a shock to everybody, he told reporters in Augusta. You want to naturally say they can't be happening here in Maine. That can't be happening here in Maine. But the reality is these senseless acts can and do happen everywhere. The gunman, Joseph Eaton, 34, had been released April 14th from the Maine Correctional Center in Wynnum, where he was picked up by his mother after completing a sentence for aggravated assault. The crime was serious enough to prevent him from possessing a gun in Maine. Over the past decade, he has been charged with more than half a dozen crimes. The shootings began in the small town of Bowdoin, where 4 people were killed Tuesday, with 3 bodies discovered in a home and 1 in a barn. After Joseph Eaton fled the home, a chaotic scene developed on a highway over 20 miles away in Yarmouth, where shots were fired at moving vehicles. He thought he later told the police he was firing on cars because he thought he was being followed by law enforcement. Several vehicles were hit by gunfire, but 3 people injured were a family all in the same car. And Paige Halsey, 25, is in critical condition. The 7 were the latest victims of a mass shooting in the U.S. whose targets included Christian Elementary School in Nashville, Tennessee, a bank in Louisville, Kentucky, and a Sweet 16 party in a small city in Alabama. This is an active investigation with a lot of moving parts, Shannon Moss, state police spokesperson, said Wednesday. The day before shootings, an anguished man believed to be Joseph Eaton posted a roughly 2-minute live video on Facebook criticizing people who he said are Christian and don't give people a second chance. What good does it do to hate somebody, he said, choking back tears on the video. You know it destroys you. On the day he was released from prison, the man believed to be Joseph Eaton posted on Facebook that he was feeling thankful. It's finally over. There are so many people I can't wait to see. It sucks because you see something like this and then you think, oh, why was this man released from prison? He should have never been released from prison. You know what I mean? That's usually how people operate. They don't understand that, like, access to fucking weapons and the carceral system's, like, lack of interest in rehabilitating people and reintegrating them into society is the main components here, and that these problems will never fucking stop. Every part of this structure is just an abject failure. Okay? Every part of the system is designed to be an abject fucking failure. It's a powder keg. America is a powder keg. And the reality is, it's blowing up left and fucking right. And for some reason, people just don't recognize that. Instead of recognizing it, we have decided that, like, no, mass shootings and gun violence is basically like, another part of our existence. It's a natural disaster. It's just like something that we cannot prevent. Over the course of this past week, we covered a story where an old white man shot, and luckily didn't kill, an 85-year-old white man shot and luckily did not kill a 16-year-old black boy. We covered a story of an old white man in upstate New York shooting and killing a 20-year-old white lady for the crime, which wasn't even a crime, of, like, being lost in upstate New York where there's not a lot of fucking, lighting in the middle of the night. We watched another story of 2 cheerleaders in Texas get shot by a dude, by a Latino dude in Texas for getting into his car on accident, thinking it was a fucking Uber. We watched and covered there was another one. Holy fuck, now I'm forgetting. Jesus Christ. The one that we just looked at. We watched a 24-year-old black dude shoot a white family. Okay? The main component in this regard is not the additional, like when we're talking about Ralph Yarl, the 16-year-old, is not the additional compounding factors of white supremacy or anything like that. The main component to cover in this circumstance is the mass circulation and ease of access to weapons. Okay? Americans are insanely paranoid. They have a hair trigger finger and an arsenal of weapons at their disposal. Okay? Everybody's got access. Everyone's got access to guns. And they are not careful with it at all. They don't have to get the proper training for it. They don't have to implement proper safety measures at their homes. And they are very willing and able to fucking shoot. And the structure itself oftentimes also gives them a lack of accountability that is normally afforded to police, even though that should be a point of contention as well, even though it's not. It's insane. Yeah, and then the Alabama Sweet 16, where 6 kids died, 32 people were injured. Everyone's doing it. White people, black people, Mexican people, everyone, brown people, everyone's fucking doing it. A fucking trans person did a mass shooting. You know what I mean? It's just the most American thing. Seems like There are additional components that we need to be hyper focusing on, but we can't. Yeah. Old Asian dudes are doing it. Everyone. Equal opportunity mass shootings, baby. Land of the free. It's crazy. Were goers of the NRA conference allowed to bring in their guns? Of course not. The NRA conference is a gun-free zone. Anywhere where the president is traveling is a gun-free zone. Don't be crazy now. Obviously not. Because the NRA, regardless of its lobbying efforts, perfectly understands that guns in the hands of random individuals is going to create an unsafe environment. I don't know, man. Apparently, the Louisville shooter left notes revealing part of his goal was to show how easily a mentally ill person can buy a gun. U.S. Sources say this will be normal for a lot of people, it seems. The gunman purchased the AR-15 style rifle 7 days before the April 10th shooting under Kentucky law. He was only required to fill out a form for the U.S. Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives and undergo an FBI records check to ensure he was not a felon or the subject of a court-imposed restraining order. Yeah. That's great. I'm sure that the gun nuts will absolutely love that one, where they'll be like, "Oh, dude, very clearly." Very clearly, this was a psyop, brother. It's gonna make all the fucking mentally ill gun perverts lose their minds even further. Great. You watch this yet? Jordan Klepper at the gun show? No, I do want to watch it after this. Hold on. The nature of the notice was first reported in the Daily Mail. Sturgeon was killed by police officers shortly after. While Connor, like many of his contemporaries, had mental health challenges, which we as a family were actively addressing, there were never any warning signs or indications he was capable of this shocking act. The shooter's brain will be examined for chronic traumatic encephalopathy, commonly known as CTE, his father told CNN. Great. Motherfucker had to wear a goddamn helmet when he was playing basketball, brother. Holy shit. The disease has a variety of symptoms. We already know that. Wilt, the injured officer, has been transferred to a new hospital where a specialist treating his pneumonia. He was listed still in critical condition. On the morning of the shooting, the gunman's mother called 911 and told the operator he was heading to the Old National Bank branch on East Main Street. He had a gun and apparently left a note found by a roommate. "I'm so sorry. I'm getting details secondhand. I'm learning about it now. Oh, my Lord," Sturgeon's mother said in a 911 call released by the police. "I need your help. He's never hurt anyone. He's really a good kid. We don't even own guns. I don't know where he would have gotten a gun." The call was made at... Yeah, exactly. We don't even own guns. I don't even know where he would have gotten a gun. Well, turns out it's super simple. 7 days before the fucking shooting, he went and got a gun. The call was made at 8:41 a.m. on April 10th, but the shooter was already inside the bank and the police officers are arriving on scene at that point. Even when the cops do the right thing, it's still not enough because it's legislators that are supposed to do the right thing, and they are not. Okay? This is another instance where cops did the absolute best possible thing that you're supposed to do. This is the one area where they are supposed to do violence, okay? And they did the violence, and they stopped the shooting. And yet, 6 people still died, ultimately, because it doesn't matter, because you're supposed to cut the problem before it starts. There are many different ways of solving an issue, okay? There is the reaction, which is done by the cops, okay, which they did a good job on. Dude, he killed a bunch of execs. The articles make it sound like he killed his peers. Dude, shut the fuck up. What do you mean he killed a bunch of execs? Literally, suck my dick. What are you talking about? First of all, that's not even fucking true regardless. Are you insane? What do you mean? You think like it's normal to just like walk into a fucking bank and start opening fire on like people that work at the bank? Are you out of your fucking mind? I mean, you must be. You must be insane. These are fucking human beings, man. Are you stupid? Do you know who works in a fucking local bank, dumbass? Do you understand? It's normal people with like a regular 9 to 5. It's 9 to 5ers, you fucking idiot. Dumbasses here literally bank and think these guys are like the Goldman Sachs executives. You fucking idiot. It's in many ways maybe a little bit better paid, but like, unless you're a teller, no different than like shooting up a fucking local Walmart. That's so stupid. "65-year-old bank manager is the executive that you're taking down. Good job." That has to be Fed baiting? Yeah, no, 100%. Motherfuckers acting like the dude, the 65-year-old bank manager is Jamie Dimon, dude. Are you justifying this if he actually targeted bank executives? No. Shut the fuck up. I mean, seriously, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Stop. Stop fucking Fed posing in the chat. I'm simply addressing that, like, this person is not only wrong, but also wrong on top of... he's not only wrong on, like, oh, dude, he killed executives, but he's wrong on the fucking facts. Fed posting is when people come into the chat and make it seem like they come into the chat and say some unhinged shit so they can turn around and be like, look, this is the community Hasan has fostered. Okay? Yeah, like they bait for violence or like bait you saying something that would get the FBI to show up. Yeah, it's idiotic. Anyway. Like someone tried to say one was friends with the governor. Oh, dude, okay. Like, yeah, he really had you know, the entire fucking state in his palm, in the palm of his hands. That's why you know. Okay, got it. Who would even know that? Well, Andy Bashir came out and said one of the people that was executed is my friend. At least 165 mass shootings have already been reported in the U.S. this year, according to data from the Gun Violence Archive, obviously. Anyway, Motorface, thank you for the 5. Get the subs. Yeah, this guy fucking worked there, by the way. Like, it was, you can categorize this as like workplace violence, ultimately, which is incredibly common. Dastardly Cupcake, thank you for the 5. Get the subs. Anyway. Now let's watch the NRA.
Wild hogs.
I mean, yeah, the only thing that you would... I doubt that these motherfuckers have, like, that much feral hogs that is a big issue for them. I think they just, like, found out that that's, like, good. That's, like a decent counter, because notice how they're not saying for home defense. These are guys who actually do own guns and have shot guns for a very long time. This guy said deer, which is bullshit, okay? Like, imagine hitting a fucking deer with a .556. Like, what the fuck are you doing? That's insane. That's bullshit. Many of them said hog hunting because the reason why they do it, or prairie dogs, is because that's fun for them to like explode the fucking prairie dogs, brother. You already know. They go kaboom. Shoot them with an AR-15. Them little shits are blowing up. Okay? The only valid usage for an AR-15 would, in that circumstance, be for feral hogs that you want to fucking cull. Okay? Invasive species that are there's too many of them, and you need to like shoot multiple at the same time or some shit. Okay, but it was a meme for the most part. Like, it used to be a fucking meme. The pig man and Ted Nugent shooting hogs with a machine gun from a helicopter, 30 to 50 at a time, used to be a goddamn meme. Now they claim that they need it for that purpose. Dude, I use a 2.23 to hunt deer. 5.56 ain't far off, damn near the same round. Oh, it sounds like one of those gun perverts that you mentioned. Okay. Gun nerds love fucking talking about this shit as though you need an AR-15. You need an AR-15 when you're fucking shooting a deer. That is not the common usage. Okay? That is not the common usage for deer hunting. 5.56 is okay for hunting. A semi-30 round mag isn't. It's illegal to use those calibers for most hunting in Washington State. What if the deer is armed, though? Deer hunters typically use 30, 60, or 7mm rifle rounds, not 5.56. My brother-in-law hunts deer every fucking year. These gun perverts are lying. Go to Schlab with the hog helicopter thing in Texas. I kind of do want to do that. You need a 30-round mag. No, I think part of the reason why people like claim that they deer hunt with an AR-15, I mean, I guess it's because it's like easy to shoot. That's what it is. Right? That's what it is. It's like much easier to shoot than anything else. Zero recoil. These pussies want to fucking use it because, I mean, it's like very little recoil. They suck. They want to use the gun that makes them feel like a big guy. It's kind of like cheating, I guess. It's literally easier to shoot than a fucking handgun. For those of you who are unfamiliar with guns completely, I will tell you, an AR-15 is so easy to shoot that it's easy for children and women to shoot, which is how they market it sometimes, for the record. It's super accurate. It's very easy to fucking shoot. Problem is, it's awful for home defense because, unless you're trying to defend your neighbor's home from your own home, you're gonna go through a bunch of walls. 5.56 is not meant for hunting unless you hunt big game, and even with big, you use something like a 303. If you're hunting deer with a 5.56, you're a psychopath straight up. They literally only use it because it kind of looks like the ones they use in the military. It's not about literally anything else but LARPing. That's what they mean by cool. No, but first of all, as someone who has shot a lot of AR-15s, I do, I understand why they think it's cool. I just don't think that it's good for, I don't think that it's good for hunting, nor is it good for home defense. It's really bad for home defense.
Here in Central Florida. Got the pig field dressed and off to the meat processor. A couple days from now, we'll pick it up and have some good eating. My weapon of choice for this hunt is the Daniel Defense DDM-4 rifle and a Citron scope. Now, there is no shortage of controversy and misconceptions when it comes to the AR-15 class of rifle, including their use for hunting. As you can see from the footage, this combination allowed me to make one perfect shot on that wild hog and drop it in its tracks. And if you ask my opinion, that is the definition of ethical hunting.
Yeah, Daniel Defense, famous for the Uvalde shooting, for the record. You know?
These rifles are designed to minimize recoil and keep...
Zero recoil, relatively cheap, reliable, okay for... I wouldn't go so far as say reliable. Okay for deer hunting if you hit vitals. Generally want 30-06 or 308, more tissue damage and knockdown. Yeah, basically a 22 with a ton more power, penetrates everything and travels forever, dangerous in populated areas. This motherfucker is like out of breath, sitting in the back of his pickup truck. What's happening here? Does he sit on a fucking tree stand and just wait with his like optics? He just like he just sits on a tree stand and is just like, all right, there's a goddamn hog coming my way. Time to blast it. It's real hunting, brother. It's called easy mode. You hunt hogs from a blind, not a stand. No, the joke I'm making is like the fucking easy mode hunting shit. I mean, look, I don't hunt. I've never hunted. I would be open to it. For sure. But you know, I feel like if you want to utilize the animal for hunting, I don't know how great it is to just blast with AR-15.
Keep you on target, and in case you don't make that perfect shot, the semi-automatic action makes follow-up shots a breeze. The AR-15 and other semi-automatic rifles are perfectly legal here in the state of Florida for hunting. The only condition is you have to drop out the standard 30-round magazine and replace it with a 5-round magazine. This is the same idea as the 2-round limit in your shotgun while you're waterfowl hunting. But if you ask my opinion, this is the right tool for the job and a very good option for a Florida hog hunt. Hey, if you enjoyed this episode of Our Wood Outdoors, be sure to hit the subscribe button down there at the bottom of your screen. My name is Ryan Wood, and we'll see you next time.
Shows the food. It's the same food. It's just like, you know, I got my mom to make it. Joe Rogan only hunts with a bow and arrow. Yeah, I've heard. I know. What the fuck? Is that real? That makes no sense. What do you mean a smaller AR-15, brother? What the fuck? Hold up now. How is it that they are like marketing a different classification that would be like more dangerous directly to fucking children? It sounds like a... Yeah, it does sound like an Onion article. I don't understand. The pistol brace loophole? At a gun expo in Las Vegas last January, Eric Schmidt, the founder of WEE1 Tactical, demonstrated his company's first offering, the JR-15, a play on the popular assault rifle AR-15, designed to look like its deadly cousin, but 20% smaller. First of all, kids can use an AR-15. Not that they should, but like they could. It's... The reality is that, you know, it's pretty fucking kid-friendly, unfortunately. So... The fact that they made like a smaller version of it, which by the way exists, for the record, it does already exist, and it's like considered like a different classification because of, you know, like the length of the barrel, how easily you can hide it, things of that nature. The gun stuff is completely dominated by gun perverts, unfortunately. You can't just be like, let's do a fucking assault weapons ban. I mean, you could, and has been done already. But, yeah, it's an AR pistol. Wait, is it an actual gun, not a toy? No. It's chambered in 22 to get him started young with less recoil. No drop down in the front, trying to manage a weight that's not right for them. It just fits them real well. Long guns for kids have been around for years. Typically, shotguns or single-shot rifles scaled down for a child. But what has attracted so much attention to the AR-15? It's semi-automatic action, firing with each pull of the trigger, along with an image of putting a mini assault rifle in the hands of a children in the country where a 6-year-old just shot a teacher in the chest with a handgun legally purchased by his mother.
SHOT Show 2022. I'm here at We One Tactical with Eric. Eric is the owner. He's also the idea behind what he's holding right here. So Eric, what is this?
This is the AR-15. So what we have here is a scaled down AR-15 in polymer. It also weighs 2.2 pounds, and it's about a 20%.
Bro, this literally is like, if you want to do a mass shooting at your kindergarten, this is what you can use. Like, this is literally... I mean, I'm sorry, bro. This has got to be jailable, dog. You have a fucking bib. What is happening? This is kindergartens. Like, motherfuckers saw kindergartens. It was like, why aren't we in that market, actually?
% reduction in size. So it fits the kids really well, and that'll give them confidence to hold this thing the way they should have confidence holding. No drop down in the front trying to manage a weight that's not right for them. It's also just great. It just fits them. It fits them really well.
Yeah, and that's, I've got kids. And so they're now 8 and 10, right? And so they both started shooting age 3-ish. I think one of them was just under 3, one of them just over 3.
Wait, what? I think the first gun I ever shot was like 13. It was a 22. And I didn't shoot for a very long time after that. It was at like camp. But this is like 3? What? Yeah, 13, 22 paper targets. Exactly. You know the deal. But like 3? What? Bro, these people are like, yo, them trans folk are grooming our children, brother. Meanwhile, like, this guy is literally, what is he doing? Like, what the fuck? Bro, every time I see some shit like this, I think to myself, you know, what was the fucking Boko Haram Nigerian guy's name? Joseph Kony. Just the most misunderstood man on the planet, dude. Joseph Kony was a victim of white supremacist racism. The fact that he is doing, or was doing, the same shit that this guy's doing with no scrutiny. As a matter of fact, these guys are cheering him on. It's crazy. Okay? Oh, all of a sudden, it's a child soldiers are a problem. Child soldiers are a problem when a dude in Nigeria does it. Was it in Uganda? I thought it was in... Oh, Boko Haram was in Nigeria. All right? Damn, that's an old-ass reference. I'm fucking up. Wait, Kony was in Uganda. My bad. Fucked up. Anyway, see, I'm still disrespecting the man. Okay? Notice how I just still disrespected the man? You know? It's because it's racism.
One of them just over 3, but they've been shooting for as long as I could have guns around, right?
That's awesome, Barrett.
And it's because, you know, they have the interest. They started asking the questions, and I'm a huge believer in we got to provide the education. Got to teach them about the dangers and the risks, but we all...
Motherfuckers are like, my teenager can't know what gender they are, but they certainly knew at the age of 3 that they wanted to shoot a gun. Yeah, that's a red flag, dog. That means that, like, you have too many guns around them. You definitely shouldn't have a 3-year-old be like, can I shoot that gun, daddy? I mean, the reality is a lot of these guys who do this kind of thing end up getting shot in the fucking head by their kids who don't know any better. Because they're fucking 3. Yeah, leave the guns out, open, and kids will think that they're a fucking toy. You know, they will try to gain access to the gun safe no matter what you do. You know, you create this fucking weird gun culture, you're going to get shot. Straight up. That's what's going to end up happening to you. So have fun with that, you know? Have fun eating everything out of a fucking straw because your child shot you in the head.
You also have to educate them and take away that curiosity. But one of the biggest challenges is guns aren't made, you know, for a 5-year-old to be able to shoot. They're made for adults typically. And so when I came by and saw this yesterday, it excites me because a lot of the struggles are going to be the length of pull, the distance from the back plate, right, to the trigger. It's going to be very hard to put an adult gun in someone's hand that isn't an adult and they cannot reach it. And so I like this. And it's like you said, the weight of it, right? You run into the problems where they are front end heavy, where I take my kids out all the time shooting, but most of what they do has to be done from the bench because they can't support the weight of a firearm. And so this is a 22 long rifle. It is super light. So
he's not trolling. He's not, chat. He is not trolling. He's not trolling. This is how gun nuts are.
2 pounds.
2.2 pounds.
So 2.2 pounds, add a red dot optic or something like that to it, you're adding a few more ounces.
Yeah, the only thing to scale, Barrett, is the rail and the M-lock. So they can pickpocket all dad's extra furniture laying around.
Oh, look at that. So yes, exactly. So this, I can take my other stuff and put it on here if we wanted to accessorize it for them, for the excitement, that kind of stuff. So one of the features that's a little bit different on this than a standard AR-15 is the safety design. So tell us a little bit about that. What is different about it?
Sure. So when we set out to have, to produce a small firearm for children in an AR-looking package, we were pretty sure we needed to have a wow factor in the safety area.
The words that came out of this dude's mouth is so funny. Dude, America is so insane. Like, this man just said when we were designing an AR for a small child. Brother, I gotta run it back. Hold on. I mean, come on now.
We were pretty sure we needed to have a wow factor in the safety. When we set out to have to produce a small firearm for children in an AR-looking package.
When we set out to produce a small firearm for children in an AR-looking package.
We were pretty sure we needed to have a wow factor in the safety area, right? So what happened?
Show me that you secretly think you're totally pathetic without telling me you think you're totally pathetic, i.e. play around with guns like they're little toys. It just doesn't make any sense to me why anyone will be like, no, like a small child should be able to also experience the wonderful joys of shooting a fucking AR-15.
We had the idea, my brother-in-law actually said, what about something like a pill bottle? And I said, let me go to work on that. Paper napkins, a couple notebooks, and here we are with a patented tamper-resistant safety. And how it works is the adult would put it into fire or safe, roll the gun over when we're done shooting, pull it out, rotate it 180 degrees, drop it back in, and now the safety is locked out. You literally cannot.
Right, and that's it. You can't turn that. And that's something I was looking at yesterday. And actually, it takes a lot of tension to be able to pull that out.
It sure does. Little kids are not going to be able to do that, and we also left it kind of blacked out and nondescript, so kids wouldn't really figure it out too fast. But your 12-year-olds are going to unlock it really.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's not a replacement. You still have to prevent unauthorized access, but when you're at the gun range and you're ready for them not to be using a firearm at that moment, it adds one more additional control to reduce that risk.
Absolutely, and we believe that makes us the safest child's platform to learn on.
It comes with a single round magazine.
Right, that's the rinse and repeat factor. So we want the kids to rinse and repeat, go through the whole thing over and over again, get the dexterity, get that mental memory.
Yeah, absolutely. So they learn how to do it, but yet we're still able to keep that risk just a little bit lower, where you don't have to worry about a 5-year-old doing a mag dump or something right now, right? So it's reduced down to one round in the mag.
Why not, brother? Sounds a lot like you pussy-ass libs don't want a 5-year-old to fucking mag dump. Not my 5-year-old. You fucking assholes. Is this a bit? None of this is a bit. Please understand, it's not a bit. It's America. It's not a bit. Totally reasonable for you to think it is. It's just America. This is the reasonable, logical conclusion of having the Second Amendment and your personal understanding of the Second Amendment.
Magazine, but as their skills evolve, then you've got the higher capacity magazine. So you've got a 5-round and a 10 round.
10 round, 15 round. We've got people pushing us to make a 20 round as well. So
awesome.
Probably be coming.
And I was by here yesterday. I know one of my questions, probably one of your questions as well, is what about the threaded option? And so I've heard that comes up a lot, right?
Yes, it does. So what we thought about, we've got all kinds of ideas from the SHOT Show, of course, but we're talking about having a brace on the back end, and we're talking about leaving the tube off, and actually we believe a dead air, little cameo for dead air, but might go right inside and twist in.
Okay.
Hang out the part just about there, so we can get a can on it.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, absolutely. So I think that this fits where it needs to fit, right? For those of y'all that are out there, you're looking for something to be able to educate the young kids on, to teach them about firearm safety and remove some of that curiosity, I think you'll find that this is a good fit for that. So Eric, I appreciate you taking the time to tell us about it. Again, SHOT Show.
Yeah, a suppressor, baby. What do you mean? It's for ear safety. Huh. You liptards don't know what a suppressor does. It's always like dumbasses that are like, guess what? Suppressors are never utilized in a crime. Okay? Yeah, no shit, because you need to pay extra fucking money, and there's way more. Yeah, you're literally like trying to eviscerate further gun control while simultaneously pointing to a great example of gun control working. Okay? Whenever I see another dumbass gun pervert on the timeline be like, brother, suppressors are actually for ear safety, okay? It doesn't actually suppress, okay? It doesn't actually suppress and quiet down the shot in the same way that you think it does in movies. Like, yeah, I know. Okay? You would have to need a suppressor with subsonic rounds on top of that to get to that level of quiet that you need. You lip dart suppressors are for hiding the red dot on the minimap? Wait, no, that actually is true though. Like in the real world, suppressors, they claim it's for ear safety because it like is supposed to lower the sound It's supposed to dampen the sound. But what it actually does is not fully dampen the sound because the gunshot is very loud regardless. But it will make it much harder for you to figure out where the gunshot is coming from. Lowers the muzzle flash. It suppresses some of the gunshot, like the sound of the gunshot. And also, if you pair it up with subsonic rounds, you know, you are definitely, I mean, if you use subsonic rounds, they can be hearing safe, but it's not recommended to shoot without ear protection. Yeah. Ultimately, though, it just basically hides where the shot is coming from. That's it.
Go 2022, Eric with We Won Tactical.
That's cool, man. I love this. The AR-15 is real. I thought it was a joke. America never ceases to surprise me.
On to that.
Love that. My man hit the nuclear bomb and said, but. We got Jordan Klepper. Or not Jordan Klepper, sorry, Donald Trump. But before we do that, before we get to that, and we got the Jobbery video too, Jake Paul, internet's biggest villain, YouTube's biggest villain. I need you to understand something. Politicians are fucking douchebags. And douchebags rarely ever get their comeuppance. Except for this one particular GOP leader in the state Congress of Tennessee. That's right. A member of the Republican leadership in the Tennessee House of Representatives was found guilty of sexually harassing legislative interns. Okay? 6 hours after we first confronted Republican Representative Scotty Campbell, he has now resigned. This guy was a part of the group that voted for all 3 of the representatives in Tennessee to be expelled. This happened. This literally happened yesterday. It's hot off the presses. Let's take a look. This is one of the funniest, not very shocking, but one of the funniest fucking interactions I've ever seen.
Breaking news. This is News Channel 5 at 6.
We have just received a letter from him resigning immediately, and we accepted it. All right, thank you.
And with that, House Speaker Cameron Sexton announces the resignation of a member of his Republican leadership team just hours after News Channel 5 investigates exposed a sexual harassment scandal involving that lawmaker. Hello, everyone. I'm Carrie Sharp.
And I'm Vicki Yates. Representative Scotty Campbell was among those who recently voted to expel the Tennessee 3, but it turns out Campbell and the GOP.
I need y'all to understand something. While the Tennessee House of Representatives was voting on the expulsion of the Tennessee 3, the Republican Leadership Committee in the Tennessee House of Representatives was aware that one of their own in the Leadership Committee was responsible for sexually harassing 19-year-old college students who were legislative interns. They knew that that was happening. They never even talked about it. They let this guy keep operating. No investigation is telling. No, there was an investigation. That's the funniest part. There was literally so many accusations that they had to fucking do an investigation. They just did it quietly.
Had their own secrets.
As our Phil Williams discovered, Campbell had quietly been found guilty of sexually harassing legislative interns, but nothing had happened, Phil, until today.
That's right. We discovered that the East Tennessee Republican had been found guilty in that secret process of sexually harassing the college interns, accused of some extremely vulgar behavior. But Campbell didn't lose his leadership post in the Republican caucus or his committee seats. That all changed within hours after we confronted him this morning. Hey, Representative Campbell, how are you, sir? We wanted to give the East Tennessee Republican a chance to respond to the findings of our latest investigation of Tennessee's Capitol Hill.
As I understand, you admitted to sexually harassing this intern?
Give me just 5 seconds. Okay.
In fact, Scotty Campbell already knew we were investigating some serious allegations.
Hold on just a second.
About his relationship with at least one
give me 5 seconds. Let me take a sip of my coffee real quick, brother.
Legislative intern, although he would soon divulge there was a second intern.
Which direction do I need to look for your camera?
Just look at me.
Sure. Campbell is vice chair of the House Republican caucus, and when 3 Democrats engaged in a gun violence protest on the House floor, he voted to expel all 3. Yet this memo, obtained by News Channel 5 Investigates, shows a secret ethics panel recently concluded that based on a staff investigation, the ethics subcommittee finds that Representative Campbell violated the legislature's sexual harassment policy.
I had consensual adult conversations.
In order for a Tennessee Republican to violate their ethics rules, you got to go above and beyond. And this man, Representative Scotty Campbell, certainly did. Don't worry, more details will come in a brief moment. But just take my word for it, he definitely did do a bunch of fucked up shit.
Conversations with 2 adults. Off property.
One doesn't get written up for consensual conversations. The letter says that you were guilty of violating the harassment policy.
I think conversations are consensual once that's verbally agreed to. And if I choose to talk to any intern in the future, it will be recorded.
One of the interns had an apartment in Capitol Towers, a condo apartment complex next to the Capitol where Campbell also had a place. The Republican lawmaker allegedly saw her and a 19-year-old intern going into her apartment. According to an account the victim sent to her university, Campbell made comments about how he was in his apartment imagining that we were performing sexual acts on one another and how it drove him crazy knowing that was happening so close to him. The woman added, I uncomfortably explained that was not happening, and he insisted that he knew it was and asked me to tell him about it. She continued, I explained that she is my friend, and he proceeded to describe how sexually attractive he finds her, referring to the 19-year-old intern.
You were in your apartment imagining that they were performing sexual acts on one another?
That's not true.
So she's just making that up?
Yes.
On another occasion, the woman says she went to Campbell's apartment to return a wrench she had borrowed. Quote, he proceeded to ask how many men I've slept with. She recalled, I told him 0, and he insisted I was lying and told me not to lie. He then proceeded to ask how many women I've slept with and said he bets girls go crazy over me.
You asked her about how many men she had slept with and then asked about how many women she had slept with?
No.
So you're saying she's just making all of this up?
I'm saying that we had a consensual adult conversation.
Then, according to the woman's account, the Republican leader offered cannabis gummies if she would show him tattoos and piercings on her body. He did.
Off the gummy, baby. It's like, listen, babe, you want to get high off the gummy? I'm talking perk 30s, baby. This ain't no Oxycontin. This is fucking straight gummies, baby. Off that Zaza gummy.
Denies it. Her story, I told him absolutely not, and he begged me for several hugs. She says I was getting progressively more afraid.
This part is also terrifying, but also kind of funny in a weird way, but it's like, he literally was like, where my hug at? Classic. Classic guy. Where's my hug at? Just reeking with desperation.
And uncomfortable. He then reached out his hand towards me and grabbed me around my neck. I recoiled and said I felt sick and immediately left. Again, Campbell says he didn't think he did anything wrong.
I was told that if anything ever crossed the line, they would tell me directly. And I'm hearing it from Phil.
But remember the report from the ethics panel finding that Campbell had indeed violated the harassment policy. So are you saying?
Like, this is what I don't get, dude. Like, what, you think you were rizzing her up? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, she literally told you, stop. He's like, well, I thought I was gonna hit that. The fuck? He's got, like, apparently has a daughter that's, like, around the same age as the girls, by the way.
Saying the ethics subcommittee is lying.
I'm saying that I did not know that a workplace policy could be enforced when you're not at work.
But News Channel 5 Investigates has...
It's so funny. Like, yeah, dude, totally. No, you can, like, literally do whatever you want to the legislative interns as long as they're not in the boundaries of the fucking House of Representatives. Yeah. That seems great. Like, how fucking stupid are you? This guy gets to have a say in the lives of, like, on matters that pertain to the lives of, like, thousands of Tennesseans, dude. It's insane. I don't get it. Isn't there like a field, like a force field? I thought, you know, like one of them kind of things. You know, I could do whatever kind of thing I want outside of the work. Like, you mean to tell me I can't kill people outside of work? Even co-workers? You think I'm gonna get hit with an ethics violation if I kill one of my co-workers outside of work? I don't understand you. I thought this was Tennessee the way God intended.
Learned that legislative officials took the complaints against Campbell so seriously that they've now spent thousands of dollars to get the intern out of her lease at Capitol Towers, to move her furniture back home, and to put her up in a downtown hotel until her internship is done. As for how Campbell thinks his vote to expel the Tennessee 3 squares with his own
This part is hilarious.
They broke the House rules of decorum.
And you broke the House policies regarding sexual harassment, according to this letter.
I had a consensual conversation with adults. And when the adults informed me that we could talk and that there weren't guardrails, I talked to who I thought were my friends.
Friends whose definition of friendship appears to be far different from this Republican's idea of what it means to be a friend. Again, Representative Campbell resigned about 6 hours after we confronted him with those allegations. Still, there are lots of questions that are not answered. Why did Speaker Sexton and other Republican leaders not act more decisively?
Yeah. Why did he resign after it was made public by News Channel 5's investigative reporting team? Like, they knew about it for some time. They investigated it. The investigation concluded. He didn't fucking resign after the investigation concluded. He fucking resigned after it was made public. Talk about Crowder. Why? What do you want me to say? Hey, talk about Crowder. Vsauce got vids on it. F. Talk about Crowder. Talk about Crowder. Are you Crowder? Are you Steven Crowder? Who the fuck is... Why? Fuck Steven Crowder. Irrelevant ass donkey. Nobody gives a shit. Oh my God. Fuck did he do now? Like, at least, you know, give me some fucking context, dumbass. Lol, got him. Oh my God. Fucking, it's just so stupid. People are getting worse and worse at this debating shit. If they didn't have his vote, the 2 black lawmakers couldn't have been expelled. Yeah. Anyway. All right, let's watch. Donald Trump exposed the truth about Kim Jong-un, World War III.
What's going on is Snoop, and I'm here to announce that the new Happy Dad and Death Row Records flavor is great.
Isn't it?
Okay, I don't care about this shit.
You gotta be 21 and over and
We're in Nashville, 4 Seasons. We've got Secret Service everywhere right now.
I'm nervous, man.
Oh, I'm good. Just quiet right now. Need to have a couple Happy Dads before this one. Steiny Zap. Look at him. Guys pacing around. I'm a little nervous. Yeah. I mean, for this one, kind of. The other ones are like whatever. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of intense. Imagine we just butcher this. All the other reporters, they do this too. They just don't show it, right? Yeah. Tucker definitely. Tucker doesn't drink, but Sean Hannity definitely slams a few before. But we're gonna show it, you know? So we're a lot more real, so. All right, guys, President Trump's about to walk in. Before he walks in, you guys know, every week on the Fullsend podcast, we're shouting out bars that carry Happy Dad. So if you work at a bar, if you own a bar, tag us on Instagram at Happy Dad. We're always looking who's tagging us. We're gonna shout out some bars that carry Happy Dad. We got Encore Beach Club in Las Vegas.
What a bar, dude.
Again, they don't have the. Oh, they're not gonna cut you again. They're not gonna cut you again. They don't have the courage to do that.
Dude, this guy was the president. Can I just explain something to you? He's meeting like Canadian bro podcasters and going on the fucking Fullsend podcast, 4 million views in one day. This motherfucker was the president. And he's currently running for the presidency again. The planet we live in is just such an uninhabitable one, dude. I don't know. I like, nothing really surprises me anymore, really. Oldu. Ha, öyle mi? Peki.
Coming to the speech. I'm making a speech in a little while.
Are you?
As soon as I'm finished with you.
Oh my God, we have to.
Oh, come on, unbutton that button.
Go for sure.
Then the easy work starts. The
Exactly.
speech.
No, we were saying last time we had you on, it's a great honor to have you back. We really
That's right.
appreciate it. Last time we had you on, it was our biggest episode ever, obviously. 7 million views in 24 hours. It was crushing, going by.
Damn, Trump fell off. Only 4 million in 24 hours.
Viral. I feel like you did such a good job too. Like everybody loved it on both.
Being a right winger is below recruit difficulty. These fuckers are on cinematic. Oh yeah, dude. Like, you don't even need to be like ideologically consistent, or it doesn't even take too much. You just say like 2 genders, lol, fuck these trans people, and then like if you have a large enough a sizable audience, like they will literally be like, oh, do you want to get the president on the fucking podcast?
Both sides, and then YouTube took it down.
Yeah.
But you called it.
But you guys were great. You said, we will not change it. We're not going to amend it. We're not going to take anything out. And it did really hit. It was a big monster, wasn't it?
Huge. And then we saw you at UFC. Obviously,
Yeah.
we're good friends with Dana. We want to give a shout out to Dana for even.
He's
putting this
amazing,
together.
actually, isn't he?
He's the best guy
amazing.
ever.
We walked in and he said he's never seen anything like.
He's the best guy ever. Dana White. Jesus Christ. Yeah, he's the best guy ever.
Yeah,
Love
that was
Dana
a good
White.
walk-in. The place went crazy. It went
Bro,
well.
Dana White's like closest people in his life don't think he's the best guy ever. And yes, I'm of course referencing his wife, okay? Like who the fuck thinks Dana is the best guy ever? Just the absolute worst people on the planet.
Well,
When you walk in like that, do you always expect like a response like that, or are you ever kind of nervous about what the response is
I'm
going
not
to be?
too nervous about it. I feel that arena, we had 100% support. And they're incredible people, incredible fighters, great athletes. They're beyond athletes. No athlete can take punishment like that. 250 shots to the face during a round, and then look forward to the second round, right? I mean, who does that? But Dana's amazing. And Dana's, one of the few people that you can say probably.
He's talking about Dana's wife, chat. $250 shots to the face in one round, and then looking forward to the second round. He's not talking about Dana White's wife. Dana White's wife.
It could never be the same without him. Everybody's replaceable, they say. As you get older, you'll hear that. I don't think you guys are replaceable, from what I understand. I don't think so. But Dana's very unique, and what he's done with UFC is incredible, actually.
Yeah, for sure. How does it feel to have that continued support from Dana? Because we know some people probably folded on you.
I do. I have continued support from Dana. And, Dana's a tough guy, and he's a smart guy, and he's a loyal person. And I helped Dana at the very beginning when nobody wanted to put UFC on, and I had places that were able to do it, and I did it. And I actually went to the first fight ever, and I said, wow, this is unbelievable. And I think we did five of them at the beginning, and then it started catching on. And Dana remembers that. A lot of people don't remember, like you endorse a politician and they forget all of a sudden if it's convenient for them. But a lot of people don't. Dana's a very loyal person, and he's a good friend of mine.
But when we saw you at UFC too, Dana told us you were coming. We got really excited. And I asked you, I was like, Mr. Trump, do you want to come on the Fullsend podcast again? I feel like it's such good timing right now. Like, I don't know, personally, I'm watching everything going on here and also abroad around the world. And I just feel like it's such a good time.
Can this motherfucker even vote? Aren't they like Canadian? Aren't they literally all Canadian? What are you watching, dumbass? Shut the fuck up. Oh my God, Canada never sending its best. Holy shit.
Time to have you on to speak, because
great.
I don't care what anyone says. Like, I don't care about the backlash. Like, I feel like we need you back right now. Like, we need you back in office. And like, I feel like if people have anything against you, they got to put it aside, because like, I feel like you're the only one right now that can really fix the problems here and abroad.
Well, it's really nice that you say that. I appreciate it. I know you come from both sides of it, right? You have
a little bit.
You have the little bit left side, and you have the little bit right side, and sometimes the strong right side, because we have to take care of our country. But we've never, as a country, been in the danger that we're in right now. You have other countries, and
bro, is this motherfucker a francophone? He keeps saying "we," dog. Hello. What do you mean we, bro? We, bitch? Fuck you mean we need you? What is this? Is he a Quebecer? Huh? What the fuck? Dumbass Canadian LARPing as an American conservative ass dumb bitch. I hate this shit.
In particular Russia, but other countries talking the N-word, which is the nuclear word in this case. And you can't use that term. You can't use...
Because there's two N-words, right?
There are two N-words, right?
Which one's worse?
They're both real bad. But you.
Ooh, that's actually journalistic integrity. I take it back. That was a good question. God, you know what's funny? Ron DeSantis could never respond like this, okay? Obviously, this is like already a Trumpian invention to be like, the N-word, very bad. But then like he goes, which one's worse? Which is a good question. Actually, he's baiting him, right? Smart. Respect, I'll let you stay in the country conditionally. But his response is very quick. It's very fast. Like, they're both bad.
You can't use the nuclear word. You just can't do it. And if you do it, nobody used it during my term. Because it's so devastating, it's so horrible. If you look at the power of weaponry, the power of nuclear weapons, and all of a sudden now everybody's using it, it's like become just a common part of every speech. And that leads to very bad things. Our country has never been in the danger it's been in. We don't have ammunition. I don't know if you know that. You've been reading, you guys really keep up on it, but we have very little ammunition. I gave them a brand new, beautiful military loaded up with ammunition, and we've given much of the ammunition away to Ukraine and other places. And we're very vulnerable right now. We're very vulnerable. And now on top of everything else, we're supposed to go over to Taiwan and help them. At some point, we're going to have to defend ourselves, and we're going to have to make sure that things are going along. You never heard of a problem with Taiwan, and you never heard of a problem with Ukraine. Just 3 years ago. Mm-hmm. It's like incredible to see this happening.
True.
Putin would have never, ever in a million years gone into Ukraine. And President Xi of China would have never.
Shut up, everybody. Nobody ever heard of Ukraine. No one even knew the country. Nobody even knows where Taiwan is. We only had to find out about it because Joe Biden, I call him Sleepy Joe, he's the one.
He never talked about it. He wouldn't have done it. And I had conversations with both of them about.
Remember when Donald Trump, which of course continued aiding Ukraine throughout his presidency, literally said he would withdraw lethal aid to Ukraine unless they found dirt about Joe Biden? I mean, he was impeached for it. So, like, yeah, I think people were talking about Ukraine. That did happen. You know, we forgot about it because, like, there's so much shit that has happened since then that it feels like it's just another footnote. You know what I mean? But yeah, he did do that. Literally did that.
About those subjects, Taiwan and Ukraine, respectively. And I will tell you, there was no way they would have done Taiwan or Ukraine. This wouldn't have happened. And now it's almost happening routinely. I think
they would have never done Taiwan. Dude, Trump is about to come out and be like, one China, two systems. One China. Believe me. Chinese Taipei. Joe Biden won't do it. I'll say it.
Happened that was so bad was Afghanistan, not the withdrawal, because I had it down to 2,500 troops. We were going to keep Bagram, the big Air Force base, because it's, as you know, you've heard me say it.
I do wonder what would have happened. Like, what would be the Ukraine situation under Donald Trump? I do think about that. Like I feel like Trump would probably, I assume he would withhold aid. Like Putin would give him a call. This isn't to be like Trump is in the pocket of Pooty Poo or whatever, but like he was way different in the way that he personally managed his relationships with other countries that America considered their foreign adversaries. You know what I mean? So I suspect he would have taken a phone call and would have just probably been like, you know, enough about this NATO talk. Don't do it, Zelensky. I don't know. The Ukraine situation would be that there would be no Ukraine. Like, I don't think he would give away Ukraine in its entirety. You know what I mean? I don't think he would do that. He would 100%. No, because like there are still things that he can't do. You know what I mean? Like he would 100%, but you guys are forgetting that, like, okay, Trump's lethal aid condition was getting dirt on Joe Biden, right? However, that means that he was still giving them lethal aid throughout his presidency. So, like, what the fuck do you mean? It's not like he wasn't giving Ukraine weapons. Like, he'll claim, like, NATO bad, NATO bad, NATO bad. Why is it bad? Because America is, like, facilitating NATO, and other countries are not pulling their weight. Like, it was never NATO's bad because it interferes in the affairs of, like, other countries and takes away their sovereignty. You know what I mean? He said NATO bad because, you know, they're not giving more money. Like, he sounded like a person who didn't fully understand what NATO was doing. You know what I mean? Like, he just, like, NATO is America. You know what I mean? Anyway, who knows? Who knows what would have happened? But let's continue.
It's 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. That's a big deal. No, that's a big deal. And I didn't need it. We didn't need it for.
And we gave that up.
We gave it up. We gave it up. We like surrendered. And this is one of the biggest bases anywhere in the world. We just walked. You know who's occupying it very shortly? China. China's taking it over slowly but surely. And they're going to be occupying the whole thing, Bagram. And the way we left Afghanistan was, I think, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And I think that when Putin and Xi and others saw that, they said, we're incompetent. We don't know what we're doing. We don't know what we're doing. And I think that emboldened him to go and do the Ukraine thing. And what a mess.
Bro, we had slavery in this country. What the fuck is he saying? Yeah. Yeah, pulling out of Afghanistan was the worst thing this country did. Which, by the way, we pulled out under conditions that he set. So, like, you know, he never had the balls to follow through on it, but America has nukes. Has nuked places.
But that country's being obliterated.
What's so strategic about Taiwan?
Well,
like, why are we?
Why was pulling out bad? I honestly don't know. No, it wasn't bad. No. What we did after pulling out of Afghanistan is what's embarrassing. Not how we pulled out or whatever the fuck that the media tried to cling on to desperately to cut any kind of like anti-pullout narratives. No matter which president was going to do it, it was going to be like Vietnam. But what we did afterwards was really fucked up. We seized all of their assets. We gave the entire government to the Taliban, which, by the way, Donald Trump negotiated that, for the record. Very odd that, like, our weird two-party politics structure does not allow for honesty in that regard. Because it's, like, not politically fashionable for Joe Biden to give props to Donald Trump or, like, continuing his fucking strategy. And vice versa, Donald Trump will weaponize the media, like, anti-pullout narratives to his advantage to bully Joe Biden. But, like, you know, the reality is that Donald Trump and his administration facilitated this Afghanistan withdrawal. They negotiated the terms of it, and Joe Brandon followed through on it. But now we're intentionally refusing to give Afghanistan any kind of aid whatsoever because, hey, listen, like, oh, it'll end up in the hands of the Taliban. It's like, bro, you made them the government. They are, whether you agree with them or not, and I certainly don't agree with their practices or the way that they fucking operate, the current functional government. Not only do we refuse to give them aid, okay, we've also, on top of that, taken their money and refused to give it back to them. That's when Taliban immediately seized it right after, right? No, Taliban didn't seize anything. America withdrew on the conditions that Taliban would take over. They were operating on prior negotiations. This is literally the same thing as Trump pushing through the vaccine until it was done in time for the election and then turned anti-vax. Yes and no. Trump still... Actually, you know what? That's a really good analogy because, like, yeah, Trump did Operation Warp Speed and he fucking promoted it, but he couldn't promote it too much because a lot of people are anti-vaxxers. And now he has to take this, like, weird stance. Be careful, Hasan. You're making a good point that we should go back. No. What? Abso-fucking-lutely not. But yeah, I remember crowds of people booing him when he talked about Operation Warp Speed. That's when he quickly found out that he should never forget to run the top of the hour ad break and run it 13 minutes into the top of the hour sometimes. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you could do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime or by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's the 3-minute ad break. Now, Verender 99, they give the 5 tier 1 gifted subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads.
90% of the chips. You know about chips better than most people.
Yeah.
You deal in chips. But 90% of the chips and the
wait, why does he know about chips than most people?
The toughest ones, the most intricate ones, they're made in. And you know, look, they took a lot of business away from us, in all fairness. I do ask. They make tremendous amounts of money in Taiwan. And I do say, well, if we're going to defend a country, aren't we supposed to be at least partially reimbursed?
Yeah.
Because they did take our chip industry, much of it.
It's so funny. It's such a funny thing to demand that Taiwan give them money. Bro, the existence of Taiwan as a nation state is literally an American project. Okay? You might agree with it, you might disagree with it, but that is historical facts. Okay? Taiwan would not exist as a separate nation state if it wasn't for America siding with the losing side during the Maoist revolution in China. That's it. America was like, no, we're just not going to side with the communists on this. We're not going to recognize the communist government, even though they won. And we're going to side with the fucking dudes that got owned and had to run into a fucking island. We're going to say that that is the real Chinese government. Yes, until Nixon. Exactly. So the idea that you could turn around and tell that country, you got to fucking give me money. What are you doing? Is so stupid. What do you mean? They're there for you, dog. What the fuck are you talking about? The elusive meme, they give it the 5, get the subs. Jamie, hey Jamie, they give it the 5, get the subs.
Almost all of it. And they now are, they make approximately 90% of the world's chips. So that's a big thing because you start throwing bombs in there and start blowing up those factories and labs where they make the chips. That's going to be a big world problem. There are a lot of problems, but the United States cannot do everything.
Okay, but that's a valid thing for America to do. Why do you disagree? Mao killed millions. He's not based like Stalin or Lenin. Wait, what? Hasan dunked on me the other day and I cried. Okay, first of all, did you just fucking say leftistly that it was valid for America to side with the fucking nationalists? What do you, the ones that lost actually, and that America decided to go along with the, Taiwan actually owns the entirety of China narrative, specifically because it was they were anti-communist. And this is an anti-Mao Stalinist. He's like, the Sino-Soviet split was bad, but only because Mao couldn't understand the vision. I've heard people be pro-Mao and anti-Stalin. I've never actually seen someone be pro-Stalin but anti-Mao, the other way around. Bro, why ban me? I'm a leftist. Your chat is so aggro. I mean, no one is banning you. I just think you're really funny. That was a fucking horrible leader, at least as god awful Stalin was. He knew how to industrialize his nation properly. Listen. You always have to analyze the conditions regardless. Okay? You have to look at the material conditions prior to any kind of revolution or any kind of revolutionary activity. That's it. Stalin post dubs you can't cap for real on God. Anyway, let's continue.
And we're in a very bad position. We're in a very vulnerable position because they've given so much so fast to Ukraine that we're in a very bad defensive position. We have to build up our ammunition. Who would think that we were loaded to the gills with ammunition and everything, and we've given up so much. And now on top of it, we're supposed to go 9,000 miles away. You know, we're 9,000 miles away from, as you know, from Taiwan, 9,000, and they're 90 miles away. This is little difference. And with that being said, we want to help people out. We want to.
Insofar as the KMT's existence within Taiwan, the nationalists are already widely unpopular and cling on to only through the legacy they laid from the military occupation at the moment. Yes. This part is true. I mean, there is a want within Taiwan for independence, but the largest majority of Taiwanese people, if you're going to look at it, is just, you know, okay, there's a one China two systems policy in place from America. Why? Oh, it's back. I don't know why it went away, but it's back now. Fuck, dude. The one time I wasn't running fucking WinMTR, that's so annoying. As soon as I ran WinMTR, it literally fucking brought it back. Fuck. Okay, hold on. This is unrelated to fucking one China two systems policy or whatever the fuck, okay? I run a program to trace what the issue is. Is it on my end? Is it on my router side? Where is this like major packet loss coming from? When I end up having on my end, it looks like I have perfect upload, perfect download speeds. But for some weird reason, it doesn't actually translate to me having, you know, consistent bit rates on my OBS. The OBS shows 0 bit rate, even though I have perfect upload speeds. And I don't think it's... I think the unfortunate reality is that... Wait, let me see if I can export this text. Hold on. Let me see. Hold on, I gotta send this file real quick over to them too. Dude, every time I get knocked out, it's fucking bananas. Like, it just straight up says, all right, Ripperoni, like 20K people gone. Are you Slobs or OBS Studio? OBS Studio, I don't use Slobs. Just be aware if you see packet loss at one hop and not every hop after, it's just dropped by ISP carrier as lower priority traffic. Unless something changed within Spectrum where they decided I'm like low priority traffic now, that should not happen. It never used to happen. I had an issue with OBS as well. It ended up being deeply embedded program. My motherboard was using which traffic analyzer, bottling my speeds only on my PC. Anyway, I forget where I was, but your praxis is low priority traffic. What? Anyway, where the fuck was I? Did you try looking for the free market for a better alternative? Thank you for that suggestion. That's actually wonderful. We have an oligopoly, so there is no free market alternative. That is a lie. I was talking about Taiwan. Yeah, I forgot what I was saying about Taiwan. Sorry. Here, let's continue.
Freedom, but, you know, in many ways, we're no longer a democracy. When you look at what's happening in this, they've weaponized our justice system.
Yeah, he's right. But, of course, the irony is that he means Alvin Bragg is coming after him and not like the Supreme Court basically allowing the criminalization of abortion to happen.
They've done things that were unthinkable. I say we don't have a free press. Look what happened to our show the last time we did a show. Mm-hmm. You had the biggest show, you had the biggest hits, you were setting records, and they took you down.
And we were wondering why us, because you have other stuff on YouTube, press, right? But you have like Fox News interviews.
I do.
We feel like we were targeted for that.
Well, I think they targeted because it was a certain point in time, but they'll probably do it again. Let's see. Will they take this show down? Maybe. You know, then maybe. But I love that you stuck to your guns. You said we will not change it. You could have, I think you could have probably taken certain of the things that I said and that we said together out. But you stuck, so now we'll give it another shot.
No, we couldn't.
This will be a big show.
In my
this will
visual,
be even bigger. This will be bigger. You know why? Because we're all hotter now than we were.
No, man. No, it's not fucking auto-updating. No, the Windows alert sound that you hear is when the OBS literally goes, OBS reconnecting, and you end up hearing that. Okay, that's it. There's no Windows update. The Windows alert sound that you hear is my fucking computer telling me that OBS is like a failed connection.
Here we go.
Anyway.
How much does it hurt to have people that do fold on you and switch up?
Well, look, you know, you do what you have to do. And I just feel that I'm here for a certain reason. I'm here to defend the United States of America. I'm here to make America great again. You know, it's a slogan, MAGA. It's become there's probably never been a slogan like it politically in this country, definitely, maybe in the world, maybe in the history of the world, but it's make America great again. And we have to put America first. Another one that came out, America first. We never put America first. We have politicians that put America last. I think Biden puts America last. It's a real problem.
What do you think? Because it seems like now that the country's more divided than it's ever been. So what would be steps to unify?
I think Biden is a tremendous divisive factor.
He's a divider.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, he's a divider. It's, you know, he came in the basis from his basement saying that, you know, going to bring the country together. Or his people wrote lines, you know, they're going to bring the country together. No, I think the country is more divided now than it's ever been. I've never seen anything like it. I thought Obama was a big divider too, but I think.
Yeah, bro, the country is more divided than it's ever been because, like, I don't know, there's a dude who fucking put a bunch of Supreme Court justices, appointed a bunch of Supreme Court justices with the express purpose of, like, criminalizing abortion, which the country is completely united on, by the way. You know what I mean? The country is completely united on protecting abortions, okay? Protecting a woman's right to get an abortion. But unfortunately, you know, Donald Trump appointed Supreme Court justices and also federal judges as well have eviscerated those rights regardless of what the fucking country wants. And that's pretty much it. That's where the divide is. It's the divide between those who have power and those who are just like regular old, voting citizens.
I think this is worse.
Do you think that you could unify the country?
I think I can. So I tell this story when we were really rocking and rolling before COVID came in, the China virus, a gift from China. We were doing so well. We had the number one in history number of jobs. To this date, we've never had anything like it. Everybody was doing well. African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, women, men, MIT graduates, Harvard graduates, Wharton graduates, people that didn't go to high school. Everybody, every single group was doing better than they've ever done. And the country was doing the best. It was the greatest our country has ever been. China was going to supposedly for 20 years, they were going to take over. In 2018, 2019, China would become the number one country with the economy. It wasn't happening. I was absolutely destroying them. I was charging China massive tariffs. We were taking in hundreds of billions of dollars from China. No president took in 10 cents, and I was taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. And an amazing thing happened. I was getting calls from people that were radical left or Democrats, but Democrats with a strong lean to the left. And they wanted to get together. They wanted to talk. They were coming. I'm telling you, had COVID not come in, we would have had a unified country. I was getting calls from people that wanted to meet, wanted to talk, wanted to almost make peace because we were doing so well. It was success. Success was bringing us together. And I was never a strong believer that this would happen. But the success of our country did the best it ever did in history. I mean, far better than it does now. Now we have massive inflation. We have tremendous problems. I mean, supply chain problem. We have every problem you can have. Everything was perfect. We had the perfect mix of everything. And I was getting calls from people that I would never have gotten calls from. And they wanted to get together. And I'm telling you, our nation was coming together. So the answer is yes. I think success can bring us together. And I think we can have success. We have to have energy. You know, energy is a thing that caused inflation. When they closed up the energy, the cost of energy, the cost of a tank of gasoline, it went up to $5, $6, $7, $8 in some places. And it's still very high. And if you bring down the cost of energy and if you do some very basic things.
Get rid of the windmills.
The windmills.
That's why I didn't go to Coachella this year, because
so,
when you drive to Palm Springs, you got to see all the windmills. And ever since you said that,
looks like
it just
a junkyard.
pisses me off when I see all the windmills.
How about the old ones that are sitting there rusting and nobody wants to take them down? And they say you can't put the blades underground because it would be very bad. It's a type of fiber, and you can't bury it because it'll be bad for the environment if you bury it. So what are you going to do with it? Throw it up in the air? You look at certain areas around Coachella. You look at some of those areas where you have those abandoned wind farms. They look like junkyards. And remember, those windmills, many of them are very bad looking to start off. Some have a better design, but they start to rust, they start to rot. And in a certain number of years, they get abandoned. And they say, let's go to another location. No, it's like, it's a very, very expensive form of energy. And solar's not powerful
Very
enough.
bad.
If you look at solar, but it's just not big enough. And here we're sitting on the greatest amount of liquid gold, oil and gas.
It's so weird that, like, I don't know. Trump is, like, really fascinating in many different ways, but, like, he doesn't want to cut the regular ass, like, oil and gas propaganda, so he talks about how ugly windmills are and shit. Like, it's odd. Like, he has to add that, like, aesthetic touch. You know what I mean?
Anywhere in the world. And we have it. And we're going to Venezuela now to get it. We're going all over. We're getting, and we have it. We're sitting on it. And now they want to make all electric cars where the batteries are made exclusively by minerals and other things that are in China and other places that China, like the Congo, that China sort of controls, okay? And almost nothing comes out of the United States. It's almost as if they truly hate our country. Look, they're not stupid because they cheat on elections so well they can't be stupid. I really believe they must hate our country. Who wants an open border where people from mental institutions are being dumped into the U.S., where people from prisons, where entire prison populations of countries are being, and I'd do the same thing if I was the president of a South American, or not only South American, they're coming from all over the world. They're dumping their prison population into the United States of America. They're dumping their people from mental institutions and words that aren't used anymore. Insane asylum. Did you ever hear? You're too young.
Yeah, they don't use them anymore. Yeah, dude, these guys don't know what insane asylums are. Not because they're too young, but because they are really fucking stupid. So there is a likelihood that they might not know.
That's where Silence of the Lamb.
Of course.
That's where Silence of the Lamb happens to be.
What's his name?
Represented. But insane asylums. These are seriously sick. They are being dumped into the United States of America, these people. There was an article I read not so long ago about a man who worked in a mental institution in South America. And he said, I work 24 hours. I have nothing to do anymore because our people that are here have all been brought to America. They've been dumped into the borders of these open borders. Who wants open borders? Who wants high interest rates? We have very high interest rates now. It's really clogging up. I mean, it's really causing a big problem. You're going to have a big recession very soon. So many different things that they're doing. Even the electric cars. Not everybody wants to drive a car for an hour and a half and then have the car.
I don't personally.
Right?
No.
Yeah, that's how electric cars work. You drive it for an hour and a half, and then you got to sit for an hour. Motherfucker, it's not an RC car, you know what I mean?
No. I mean, you'd like to be able to drive for 6 hours or 7 hours and then get a nice load of very inexpensive gasoline. So it's very sad what's happening in our country. But the biggest thing that's happening in this...
Yeah, unless it's an old Tesla and you're fucking stuck in goddamn Texas.
Scariest thing that's happening is that we've never been in a position where we're more vulnerable because of the incredible power of weaponry. And other countries have these weapons.
That's what I wanted to ask you about, because I'm watching a lot of stuff now. And to me, I feel like people are not realizing, like, how close are we to like a World War III type scenario? One
madman away.
And there's a lot of them.
When
right?
I was young.
And he's like, I'm the madman to do it.
I had an uncle who was a very brilliant man.
MIT.
He was a professor at MIT.
Yeah.
And I believe he was the longest serving professor in the history of MIT. He was there for almost 40 years. Dr. John Trump. And he would tell me about the power of nuclear, and I sort of wouldn't believe it. And he was right. The power is so massive. It's so incredibly powerful. But everybody said, because of this power, nobody will use it, because they're assuming that people are sane. Somebody will use it. And when they use it, it will be devastation like never seen before. But the theory on nuclear is that it's so powerful that no person will ever use it. But that's assuming that people are sane. Or it's assuming that people win wars, because, you're not going to use it. But if you're going to lose a war, you'll say, hey, we're losing the war. If we use nuclear, that makes up for...
What is this? Hold on. This is like kind of fucking boring. Wait, here's the top governor, Jesse Ventura, being a legit...
There should not be one billionaire in America.
I love him. We're going to have Jesse Ventura on
None.
Leftovers, hopefully.
And I'll tell you why. Because there is nobody that works hard enough to earn $1 billion. And my argument is this. The two jobs I did...
He's such a fucking ledge, dude. Absolute ledge. God, I love him so much.
In my life that were physically the most demanding and mentally the most difficult that I ever did paid me the least amount of money. One was going through buds, and I challenge any billionaire to put up with 6 weeks of that shit at $62 every 2 weeks, And the second was right before I went in the Navy. I had a job with the Minnesota Highway Department, couple bucks above minimum wage. I worked for the bridge crew, and you know what my job was? I worked a 4-day work week, 10 hours a day, so I could have Friday, Saturday, Sunday for the weekend. You're 18, of course you're going to do that. But I worked 40 hours in 4 days on the bridge crew, and guess what I did? Ran the 80-pound jackhammer. I challenge any billionaire to run the jackhammer for 40 hours 1 week and tell me he works harder than that. No, he doesn't. That's why I believe there should not be a billionaire in the world.
He's so sick. He's so sick. I love him. Before everybody says like, he's a conspiracy theorist, I don't care. I love him for the conspiracy theories as well.
Can't trust him. I'm not friends with anyone I don't trust. I have to have a trust with someone to be their friend. And he's the one that ratted me to Vince when I tried to unionize.
Would I vote for Jesse Ventura? In a heartbeat. I wouldn't even think about it. I illegally voted for Jesse Ventura in the last presidential election. I wrote him in.
Found that out under federal deposition when Vince was put under sworn, and he didn't hesitate at all. I told my lawyer the story, and in deposition you could ask about anything. And so I wanted to know who ratted me in the locker room, because there were no agents, no one from the office was in there when I did it. So it had to be one of the boys. And when my attorney said, is there...
Writing in isn't illegal, come on. Yeah, no, I wrote it in illegally because I went to old folks' homes in the state of California, and I beat up all the old people and stole all their ballots. And then I wrote in Jesse Ventura's name on all of their ballots. Yeah.
Mr. McMahon, has there ever been a union in wrestling? And Vince said no. He said, has anyone ever tried to? And Vince said, well, I think Jesse Ventura spouted his mouth off about it once before. And my attorney said, did you hear Mr. Ventura? No. Well, then how do you know he did? With no hesitation, Vince went, Hulk Hogan told me. And I didn't show any emotion, but I almost tipped over in the chair because he was my friend. And I thought, but then I understand why. When we went to court, I saw in WrestleMania 3, Hogan got paid more than all of us combined. Now, why would he want a union when he's getting taken care of? Imagine that, WrestleMania 3, 93,000 people, and he got more than Andre the Giant and all the rest of us combined. If there was a union, would that happen? No.
Yeah, Hulk Hogan's a piece of shit. God, I love him. I love Jesse Ventura so much. On April 9th, 2011, when Piers Morgan of CNN asked Ventura for his official view of the events of 9/11, Ventura said, my theory on 9/11 is that we certainly, at the best we knew, it was going to happen, brother. They allowed it to happen to further their agenda in the Middle East and go to these wars. I didn't get through Bud's training to go out there and protect the goddamn poppy field in Afghanistan. Stick to Trump impressions? Shut up. It's official. The U.S. Supreme Court has blocked the lower court restrictions on abortion pill mifepristone while litigation proceeds. The funniest shit was the Chris Kyle lawsuit. Yes, I will forever defend Jesse Ventura no matter what, because of how he defended himself successfully against the slanderous lies that Chris Kyle told about him. Chris Kyle lied and said, Chris Kyle lied a lot, for the record. He's a fucking massive liar. Most Navy SEALs that write books are liars. That's just almost all, I'll say it. All Navy SEALs that write books, except for Jesse Ventura, are liars. Okay? They lie all the time. They greatly exaggerate what they've done. They take credit for shit that they didn't do, unless it's like literally about, I don't know, if a Navy SEAL were to take credit for destroying a Black Hawk helicopter, then I would believe them. Okay? Chris Kyle was a hero, brother. No, he wasn't. So, the fuck? How did that thing survive? Chris Kyle, American Sniper, who, they made an entire movie about his, lies. And then they made it seem like it was real. But anyway, Chris Kyle lied about beating Jesse Ventura in a bar fight. And Jesse Ventura sued him for defamation. And then Chris Kyle died because he was, working on other vets with PTSD and taking them to the gun range. And guess what? Guess what happens when you take fucking PTSD-addled vets to the gun range? They kill you, okay? And that's what happened. One of the dudes literally killed him. And, I mean, he lied a lot. Chris Kyle lied a lot about a lot of shit. He lied in very racist ways. Anyway, fuck him. He's a piece of shit. Gigantic monster, awful guy. Chris Kyle protected the Capitol during the Hurricane Katrina. No, he didn't. He lied. He lied about shooting black people off the top of the Superdome. Okay? He literally said that he did that, which wasn't even the truth. There were people that actually took guns out and killed a bunch of people that they consider to be looters, for the record. But Chris Kyle was not one of those people. But that didn't stop him from lying about it. Which was insane. Absolutely insane thing to lie about. Anyway, fuck him. He's an absolute monster, piece of shit. Fuck that guy. But yeah, after he died, Jesse Ventura did not stop suing him and successfully sued his estate for defamation and won. And then people were very upset at him, and they were like, "Why the fuck are you suing why the fuck are you suing Chris Kyle's wife? Why are you suing his widow?" And he was like, "I'm not suing the widow. I'm suing the estate, and it's because he fucking lied." So yeah, he's the GOAT. I love him. He is exactly the thing is, he is exactly the right amount of stubborn. You know what I mean? He's such a fucking GOAT. He is an incredibly stubborn guy. He's always been pretty fucking woke on a lot of civil libertarian things. That's it. He's great. I mean, dude, you're talking about a guy who was a fucking Navy SEAL, who then, went into fucking professional wrestling, became a governor. It doesn't get any better than that. He's just the GOAT. I also think he's the type of dude who could... Do you think he could be president? No. Unfortunately, America's not ready for that. Okay? But the reality is, I would vote for him if he actually ran for president. That's number one. Number two, he would never run on the Democratic Party ticket, I don't think. That's the other issue there. I don't know. I feel like I don't know how to describe it. I feel like it would be sick though. If he is basically the right kind of guy he is like our Donald Trump. He's like the leftist Donald Trump, I guess. You know what I mean? If there was ever one. A really unique dude with a lot of psychotic perspectives in many respects, but also is his heart's in the right place overall. I don't know. He'd be great. Doesn't he have some conspiracy theory weirdo takes? He does, which literally I think would genuinely be a benefit. I'm not even kidding. I think that his weirdo conspiracy theory takes would make him relatable and would probably make him more likely to win. Yeah, I mean,
The
here's
numbers speak for themselves.
Were you high when you sued Chris Kyle's widow?
Was I high? You know, that's a question, and I expect it from someone from Fox.
Just
no.
a serious question.
No, it ain't. No, it ain't, because I never sued the widow. I sued him.
Okay, well, she's suffering a lot of pain right
No, she isn't.
How do you know that?
Because insurance pays for it all. She hasn't paid 1 cent. How do I know it? It's my case.
So you stand by that?
The case got overturned because the truth came out. Insurance is paying for all of it. It isn't costing his family a cent. That's the way legal works if you do your homework.
Would you apologize to her?
No, she should apologize to me for the lie that her husband told about me. Why would I apologize? I didn't do anything. You only apologize if you've done something wrong, pal.
Pal. Dude, come on, dude. What a fucking legend, dude. God, he's so sick. Anyway, fuck, I love him. I'm very excited to potentially have him on Leftovers. It'd be so sick. Yeah, the SCOTUS abortion pill ruling is out. SCOTUS stays Judge Kasmarik's mifepristone ruling in the full pending appeal. This means there will be no change in the access to or availability of the medication anytime soon. Thomas and Alito publicly dissent. Alito wrote an opinion to which I'll link shortly. Yeah, it would have been absolutely fucking unimaginable for the Supreme Court. I mean, it will happen one day. It will happen one day. Don't misunderstand me. I'm sure it will. It's just not today, hopefully. Oh, also, the Kasmarik ruling was even more detrimental, widespread than just for abortion patients. The entire FDA oversight and regulation was under attack, and any medication they approve. The other part of this is that, like, mifepristone, even in the counter, is like still going to be subject to more regulation. Anyway. Google demolished 80 acres of San Jose to build a super campus, but is now abandoning plans, leaving a gigantic crater. Fucking nice, dude. Google's 80-acre San Jose mega campus is on hold as company reckons with economic slowdown. Sick. Wait, what is happening? Is it effing? Oh, was there a mini F? Fuck. Anyway, let's get back to this fucking
A lot of
dipshit.
loss. That's what will happen because and I know a lot of them, they would use it. If forced, they would use it. And once it gets used, the world as you know it will end. And when I see these people talking about global warming, where the ocean will rise by 1/100th of an inch over the next 350 years, where
Finally, we got some real Americans on this goddamn platform, dude. What is this? The Dissent. Okay, I can't read all this. This is boring. Anyway, let's continue.
it's going to get a little bit warmer or a little bit cooler. They don't know. You know, they talked. We used to be global warming.
They don't talk about it as much, though.
No, they don't talk. No, they
Al
call
Gore
it,
went into hiding or something.
Well, no, now they call it climate change because they said it's going to get warmer.
Hey, Hasan, big fan here. Is there any way I can watch and review your taxes? What? Big fan here. Started following since 10 minutes ago. Can I get access to your most private? Can I get access to, like, you know, all of your private consumption? Could you give me your social security number, please? Big fan. Been on this platform since 2012, which immediately, you know. He also waited for 10 minutes, like literally. And then the moment that the 10 minutes was over, he was like, this is my time to shine, baby. Yup, what do you want? I love this shit. Weeks on this goddamn platform.
Warmer, it was getting colder. Then it was going to get colder. It's getting warmer. You know, they used to say global cooling because they thought the world was going to freeze. That was in the 1920s. They had a thing, global cooling. Then it went to global warming, but that wasn't working. So now they go to climate change because that covers everything. But your real global warming would be nuclear global warming. That's a warming that will take seconds. And that's a warming that will melt granite. You know what granite is? It's a very powerful, very hard stone. If you take a look at Hiroshima, or Hiroshima, as a lot of people call it, Nagasaki.
Hiroshima, as a lot of people call it. What? What does that, why does he say that? Like, why does he say things like that? God, I mean, come on, dude. That's just, like, it's so unnecessary, but it is very humanizing.
Nagasaki, where they used nuclear in a very primitive form. It actually took granite, large areas of granite, and melted it. And now it's like an ice skating rink. It melted into virtual water. And now when it hardened, it was absolutely stone cold level. It melted granite. You could hit granite with a blowtorch and it won't even do anything to it. So you're talking about a level of power, a level of heat, a level of destruction.
What is he
Nobody
saying?
talks about that.
I
They
gotta
talk
pee, I'll
about
be back. Hold
global
on.
warming. It's sick. And we have to get rid of nuclear weapons. You know, one of the things I was going to do and I would have done is the denuking of everything, the denuclearization of everything, because you have to take them away. You have to get rid of and Russia would have done it and China would have done it. I used to talk to Putin about it. He loved the idea of doing it.
So what, we would have taken away nukes and
No,
they
where
would have as well?
where you denuclearize, where you actually get rid of nuclear weapons. They're too destructive. They're so bad. They're so dangerous. They're so. A World War III will be many, many, many times greater than World War I or World War II because of the weaponry. You're not going to have army tanks going around shooting each other. You may have that too, but ultimately that won't matter. And we really, when I was doing Tucker Carlson the other night, we were talking about it. And
Great guy.
He is a great guy, and he's, you know, we had a really good show. We talked a lot about it, and he said, you know, that's right. What's worse? And this could take place in seconds. This isn't in 300 years from now. And the radical left never likes talking about it, and they should talk about it. And other countries know exactly what I'm talking about, and they would get rid of a lot of their nuclear weapons or their nuclear weapons. You have to do it. It's a level of danger that the world has never seen before. And people.
I think it's pretty funny. None of you have actual opinions. You just KW. True. I think it's pretty funny that, like, now his new way of saying he's like a anti-war guy is by hitting the line on, like, nuclear war. You know what I mean? He's like, the nuclear clock. Someone should teach him about that. A bunch of scientists, they get together, you know, the real scientists. I'm not talking about vaccine scientists. I'm talking real guys. They wear the glasses. They put the lab coats on, and they get together. There's a doomsday clock, like Dr. Doom. They call it doomsday clock. I call it boomsday clock, and it's ticking. Ticking like a time bomb.
People don't talk about it.
Do you think that based off your relationship with Putin that you could convince him to withdraw from Ukraine?
He would have never gone into. We used to talk about it. You know, he was always.
You're pro nuclear weapons? Yes, I am. I'm not even nuclear. I'm not even pro nuclear power. I'm just pro nuclear weapons. I think we should shut down nuclear power plants only to build nuclear weapons in its stead. Yeah.
Look, he's in love with Ukraine. He considers it a part of Mother Russia.
James Chatter has never heard the HasanAbi doctrine.
But there's zero chance he would have. I told him, not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Don't forget, I'm the one that said you can't have a pipeline. And he was okay with that. And then Biden came in and approved the pipeline. It's called Nord Stream 2. You never heard of Nord Stream 2 until I came along. Building a pipeline to Germany and all of Europe. And I said to Germany, why would you do this? If you ever ended up in a war with Russia, I will hereby give you the great white flag of surrender because that's what you need. You're going to surrender. They're going to do 80% of their.
He banned everyone who has an opinion, Pepega Chatter, so now all he got is yes man. Go ahead. At least he's saying no news, but what a damn liar. Man is super capping. Wait, what? So you don't even fucking agree. So you agree with me. Is that why you're not banned? Because you're a yes man? Go ahead. Give me something good. Give me what you disagree with me.
Their energy through Russia, who they fought wars with over many years, but they fought many wars. And I said, you can't.
For the record, here is the HasanAbi doctrine. Didn't someone make a video out of this? You must be very bored with the interview if you're sniping gray names. Yeah. Wasn't there a video of this? Here, guys, watch this. Okay, and then rule number 3, and this is no, not this. No. Someone actually made like an animated video of it. But yeah, no, the also, yeah, the interview is boring. Apparently there's like rapid fire questions in the end, so we'll watch it. But like it started off strong. No, this is the same fucking I guess I'm imagining it, but I thought there was like that's TrueAnon's plan, not yours. First of all, no, it's not. I was the first to fucking come up with the HasanAbi nuclear doctrine. That's bullshit. No, TrueAnon brace rules is like never get on a helicopter. But yeah, there used to be a meme video on OK Buddy, I'm pretty sure. It's exactly the same as the Tucker Carlson interview. Yeah, I didn't watch the Tucker Carlson interview because Tucker Carlson's got no riz, unlike Donald Trump, who I thought was going to be more interesting. No, I'm pretty sure someone made an OK Buddy meme of this, but we can't find it right now. Lore Masters, where are they? Someone did make a really funny lore video of my Florida project, though. That was awesome. Someone animated it. Here, I'm Not Daredevil animated my Florida project. Let's take a look at that. The Florida project consists of LB is sick, wish her well. Oh, that's why. That's why we don't know where the fucking meme videos are. Yeah. Okay, so this is the Florida project. The Florida project is very similar to the nuclear doctrine as well, but here.
Yeah, look at that. Hasan, what are some other theories you have?
I have an idea called the Florida project.
Okay.
So Donald Trump built all these miles and miles of wall, right? On the U.S.-Mexico border.
Who's that?
He's the previous president. He's very cool. He's a poster. He built all this wall. I say we take all the wall, okay, and we wall around Florida, and we amplify that wall. Like it's like 4 times of wall. Have you guys ever seen Attack on Titan?
I have.
Yeah. It's like that, like multiple layers of wall, right? And then what we end up doing is we put every conservative in America in Florida. We extract everyone that doesn't want to live in Florida outside of Florida.
Okay.
We put every conservative in Florida. They can live their best libertarian lives.
Wow.
And then we routinely helicopter in and extract children because they don't need to be subjected to that abuse.
You're going to take children from their parents.
Yes.
Yeah. And then you're going to helicopter them out.
No. Re-education. camps.
Okay.
Because like they don't. They
Kind of
shouldn't
like
be-
an internship.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah, that's a word.
Kind
So
of
tell
like
us
that.
the spider story again.
Internment. Yeah, it's called free school. Okay, I think it's a great idea. What podcast is this? It's called Chuckle Sandwich. Anyway, yeah, make a conservative ethno state. I think it would be great. Did you ever acknowledge it if Trump said it an objectively good idea? Yes, as a matter of fact. This is the funniest low-level like conservative commentary. Whenever like a conservative comes in here and is like, oh, there's a couple different things that I love when conservatives that come in here say and do. One thing is, bet you would hate it if this happened to Hillary Clinton. And it's like, no, I would love for horrible things or even like, the same kind of legal scrutiny to apply to Hillary Clinton. So you're wrong. The other one is, would you ever acknowledge if Trump said a good idea? Yes, and I have. I think Trump's way of dealing with North Korea and South Korea was to basically take a back seat to both of these. Dude, please stop linking me the same thing. It's the wrong video, man. It's the wrong video. Thank you for wanting to be helpful. That's not the video we're looking for. Okay. Anyway. Here it is. Why? Why are you motherfuckers so useless, dog? This fucking community is just full of fucking useless memers. I swear to God.
Genetically, he was born pretty smart. Don't forget, he took over a country at 23. And even though he was sort of like, it was like an inheritance, this is a country with smart, energetic people. He, from a very early start, got it. He took it over from his father, but very young. And you had generals and you had all of these people and action coming up. They go after me because I stick up for the people. If I didn't stick up for the people, they wouldn't. But they go after me because I'm protecting the people. This election coming up is going to be incredible. And I will say, I think 2016 was maybe the biggest thing that ever happened in politics in this country. I think 2024 has a chance to be as big. I don't know if it could be bigger.
It's going to be big.
I think the win of 2024 will be much, much bigger than if it was a traditional, because you're going to be able to show how bad things were under their rule.
Do you think that your biggest competition lies within your own party?
Yeah. Like from the people running in the party?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're really fading fast. I mean, it's fading very, very quickly. You have a guy from Florida, Ron DeSantis, who I got in with my endorsement. He was at 3 points. He was nothing. He was not going to win. He was going to lose, and I endorsed him. And then when they asked him a couple, not only there, then I got him through the general election. He was running against somebody who at the time was considered very good as a politician. And then when they asked him a few years later, are you going to run against the president? He said, I have no comment. I said, that's not supposed to happen. He was dead politically. I endorsed him and saved him. Had I endorsed, he was losing by like 25, 30 points very shortly before the election. When I endorsed him, he went like a rocket ship. Like
you love that song,
like
huh?
Rocket Man. He went like a rocket. I should call him Rocket Man, but now he's Rocket Man that's crashing. His polls are terrible. I'm leading him in every state. And we just came out with, they just came out with new polls. I'm leading them everywhere.
Why do you think he's, besides that, because he's done a pretty good job with Florida, you agree. Why do you think you're a better choice than DeSantis?
Well, actually, if you look at the numbers, he didn't do a great job. If you
Well, we talked about you and Will at Creator Clash.
There was this video I had. You tell me if it was funny or not. I kept thinking it wouldn't be funny, but I was gonna film a creep video of them because they were literally in the row in front of us, and we talked. It wasn't. We already had spoken at this point. No, they didn't. Why are you? They totally did.
We did.
And I wanted to zoom in on Hasan and just be like, this fucking. See, I thought it was too racist. Okay. I wanted to zoom in and be like this, and then zoom in, put like a caption over it, and then just upload the video on Twitter. So zooming in on Hasan and Will as they're watching the fight, and the caption would be like, "This huge Turkish guy and his boyfriend just pulled up." I'm gonna mute for this.
Can you please turn down the AI voices and sound alerts? They're much louder than your audio, thanks.
I'm just like, I'll tell you off stream. I'll tell you.
That's it? What the fuck? I want to know what he was going to do.
I was going to tag him in it.
I can't stop looking at Child Po right now, dog. So cute.
You want the chocolate raisins?
Yeah, I'm busy while you're ranting.
Okay. Well, okay, so there was this video I had. You tell me if it was funny or not.
Dude, what the fuck? That AI shit is terrifying. Child version of Poe from that Disney movie or whatever. Yeah, that TTS is wild. Anyway, Will and Hasan confirm smashing? Yes. I'm coming here after watching your vlog video and discovering you have another brother. What's up? No, Tarek is not my blood brother. I just say he's my brother because he's Turkish. Even though he shaved his mustache today, and I'm kind of sad about that, not gonna lie. Bro, I haven't viewed you in a month. You look ridiculous, but good to be here again, Law. Wait, what? Really? I think I look ridiculously good.
Down the depraved.
We're going to watch it when the detective is the criminal in a little bit later. Yeah, me and my brother Tarek both at number 2 and number 3 for the most watched streamers from the USA. Look at that, bro. The Turkish takeover, the Turkish takedown. You understand? We're out here fucking doing the most for NA. We're out here doing the most for the United States of America. You feel me? You see this guy yelling at a baby?
With a baby!
Flight attendant, you're yelling. Passenger, so is the baby. Flight attendant, well, you're a man. Passenger, did that motherfucker pay extra to yell?
In a goddamn echo chamber, and you want to talk to me about being fucking okay?
Okay, because you're yelling.
So is the baby!
Okay.
Did that motherfucker...
Bro, it's so fun. This is actually pretty awesome. Because, like, I felt this way. Okay, I've 100% been there.
You're yelling. So is the baby!
Okay, so you're a man.
Did that motherfucker pay extra to yell?
Okay.
No.
So,
Shut up! Fuck you and shut up!
No.
You're disturbing me now. I don't give a fuck. You were sitting there watching that motherfucking baby cry for 45 something.
Okay.
That shit didn't have nothing to do with nothing.
Okay.
Fuck, lower that baby's voice.
Okay. I did. It's out there. What happened? I'm sorry, y'all.
Fuck, arrest me.
I'm sorry.
I'm tripping. Fuck that baby.
It's a baby.
They put cuffs on that kid. I'm good with going to jail.
Did you say put some handcuffs on that kid? Respect.
Fuck the kid. It's the same. The kid made. Yes, you are motherfucking right because nobody was going to do
somebody.
That's fine. That's fine. I'll
okay, the baby won't be talking to you. You'll have somebody be talking to you.
Good. No good, no fucking problem. I know an attorney just like you, motherfucker. I got practice. Now we work it the fuck out. We had to go through all of that. It's worked out now.
She's so embarrassed. She should stand by him.
I found a fellow.
I don't even know if she's like with him or not, but
heading to Orlando now. He's refusing to get off the plane.
I saw r/child free motherfuckers on Twitter calling babies cum pets. Yeah, I saw that too. It's just fucking insane, but also awesome. Like, it's just, I love freaks, dude. You know me. I think that is actually freak shit. It's quite literally like against human nature in many ways. Not to be like the fucking human nature, appeal to human nature fallacy Andy, but like, it's wild to have that level of disdain, like open disdain for children, that you like find a way to like slurify their existence. I respect it. I respect that level of being a hater. Saw a tweet about someone who compares about a child on the flight because the kid was Make-A-Wish.
So now we're all getting deplaned.
If you had said anything, we wouldn't be sitting on this motherfucking flight with a kid crying for 45 minutes. It wasn't crying for 45 minutes. Bullshit.
No, that's it. You're not even worth anybody's time.
Oh, he's still going. Oh my God, I love this man.
He tried to plead his case that he had a right to yell because there was two adults with a crying baby, and he shouldn't have been disturbed. Well, that's probably not how his wife imagined their Florida getaway going.
Nah. I mean, this man has this level of energy probably all the time. Let's be fucking real, okay? I personally think that his wife probably already knew this was most likely going to happen, okay? I saw her attitude, okay? I saw the way she was sitting there. Flight tracker. How do normal people get like that? Man, have you ever been on a long-ass flight with a fucking baby crying? That's how they get like that. I'm not, dude, listen. Like, he's clearly in the wrong. He's clearly super in the wrong, okay? But this is the one instance where, like, even though he's clearly super duper in the wrong, like, I kind of get where he's coming from. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what else to say. Okay, this is fucking funny as hell. The TikTok cult thing we're gonna watch too. And the detective we're gonna watch too. Before that though, let's see. You remember yesterday when I said I wonder what happened to Steven Crowder's new guy? Turns out he actually is he literally went on this guy's fucking show to talk shit about Steven Crowder. So let's take a look at what he did.
The thing that I'm seeing is company will enforce a strict 5-minute tardy policy. Contractor agrees that if he arrives to work more than 5 minutes late, he's in breach of Section 1, must leave company premises, and will not be compensated for the day the breach occurred. Contractor's breach of Section, blah, blah, blah, and you can't seek reimbursement for the days the breach occurred. So I don't think they even have this at McDonald's, to be honest. Like, if you're 5 minutes late, like, pack your crap and go home. How would that even be addressed on the air? Like, where's Dave? Oh, Dave was 5 minutes late?
Yeah, they go, how can you prove that? Well, our watches are different. Yeah, this is when I had to now start dumping money into entertainment lawyers. So a lot of the money that I even made on tour
Right.
So, you know, that became another issue.
So the thing that I'm seeing is company will enforce a strict 5-minute tardy policy. Contractor agrees that if he
Yeah, it's the fucking comedian. Wait, you say, bro, he looks like the adult version of Nelk Boys? Yeah, that's a Nelk man, dude. That's what happens to the Nelk boy. After drinking too much fucking seltzer over the course of a 20-year period and becoming like a 5-time divorce champion, you become a Nelk man.
It was 5 minutes late.
And this is it. This is the result. Fear and should incorporate that policy. Yeah, bro. If we fucking incorporated that policy, Austin would be fired in a heartbeat. Yeah, they fired him, and I immediately was like, I wonder what happened to him. You know, I wonder what would happen to this man. Anyway, all right, murder is back on the menu, boys. Let's do it. We got a lot of fucking fire reacts lined up. We got the cult on TikTok by Oompaville. Okay. I'm gonna fucking tweet that out. Murder is back on the menu. Get in now. Yeah, W murder, baby. W murder time. A wee bit of murder, lads. A wee bit of fucking murder, lads. W
Police
murder.
discover the most gruesome murder they had ever come across in the small town of Clyde, Ohio. One detective in particular was determined to track down the depraved killer. However, the ghastly scene would not be the only shocking revelation in a case plagued by police corruption, where it seemed that an unhinged obsession placed blame on a group of innocent suspects, all while overlooking the monster hiding in plain sight, eventually landing a detective behind bars. The following interviews and interrogations have never been seen or heard before. They've been analyzed by a qualified team, including a licensed attorney, a licensed clinical psychologist, a former licensed professional counselor, and a licensed professional counselor.
Fremont Police, do you have an emergency?
Hi, I'll be over there in about 10 minutes to give you information about the woman that was murdered over there in Clyde.
Heather Bogle was a devoted young mother working a graveyard shift at the local Whirlpool factory to support her 5-year-old daughter. It was a means to an end, as she was also pursuing a career in nursing in order to better support herself and her little girl. On April 9th, 2015, surveillance footage captured Heather leaving the Clyde facility at 6:17 a.m. No one could have ever imagined that this would be the last time Heather would be seen alive. The crime itself was unthinkable, but even more mind-blowing was the tangled web of deception that would be unraveled during the course of the investigation. It was the type of case where nothing was as it appeared to be.
Holy fuck, dude.
Heather
He's
had a
hyping this
history
up
of
so
depression.
much.
Just 2 years prior, she'd allegedly attempted to take her own life and was prescribed the drug
Bro, first minute, 1 minute and 50 seconds in, he spoiled the whole goddamn video, man.
Lamotrigine.
Dadgummit.
Knowing this, after she went missing, her mother feared that another attempt may have been made, and a frantic search quickly ensued. It would only be one day before Heather's loved one's worst fears were confirmed. On April 10th, police located Heather's vehicle outside the Somerton Apartments on Hickory Street in Clyde, Ohio, prompting officers to believe that she might have been inside of the complex. However, they quickly learned that this was sadly not the case. They never anticipated that while searching Heather's car, they would open the trunk to find the missing woman's lifeless body resting inside.
Jesus Christ.
Authorities were barely able to stomach the horrendous wounds that Heather had endured, including various bruises and marks among her legs, arms, and face, indicating that someone had mercilessly beaten her. Not only this, but shockingly, her hair had been cut off at the scalp, and her fingernails were shaven all the way down to the cuticles. She had marks around her wrists and ankles, signifying that she'd been bound and tied. Ultimately, her cause of death was determined to be 2 gunshots to her back, which punctured vital organs in her chest. Defensive wounds found on Heather's hands told investigators that despite the horrific...
Bro, the way the narration works on this makes it seem like he is so hyped up for this level of murder. Like, he's just like, the murder was so sick. Like, that's what it seems like. Oh, man, emote a little less, you know what I mean?
Attack. She fought for every...
They got the fucking Winamp guy. Winamp, it really whips the llama's ass. A dude to do the fucking narration every time.
Last second of her life. Along with this, it was determined that her Galaxy Samsung cell phone, purse, a set of keys, and Whirlpool work shirt were all missing. The police, too stunned to comprehend the horrific sight before them, were now on a manhunt for the mysterious killer, But, unbeknownst to them, their window of time was closing by the second. Still, they had a lead. Heather had been facing a rather tumultuous season in her life. She was in the middle of a devastating breakup with an ex-girlfriend, Carmela Badillo, and the relationship hadn't necessarily ended on good terms. Both of the women had met during their time at Whirlpool, and they officially began dating in 2014. Throughout the romance, the couple would often fight over various subjects, but at the forefront were Heather's supposed allegations of infidelity against Carmela. It wasn't long before their issues would create a permanent rift between the two, and the year-long relationship would come to an end just 3 days before Heather's disappearance. In texts recovered through Heather's phone company on April 8th, the fury between the two was clear. In one message, Carmela stated, "Last night wasn't something small, Heather. I have to make appointments with a cardiologist and was doing various tests all night. I thank God for my mom being there. She's the only one who will ever have my back and care about me. I would have never not been by your side. I don't ever in this lifetime want to speak to you again. Goodbye." Apparently, Carmela had faced an unexpected illness the previous night and requested that Heather come to her aid, even though they'd been...
Bro, I have an unexpected illness in the form of forgetting to run the top of the hour ad break, by the way, and then running it at 4:25. I'm sorry to everyone I've disappointed. I apologize. I literally, it was like around 4:10 when I was looking for a good segue, and I totally fucking forgot. I'm an L streamer. Nord Shark Saboteur, thank you for the 10 gifted subs, allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour, even though it's no longer the top of the hour. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Have your resignation on my desk in an hour and hand over your badge. What about my gun? What about my service weapon? Can I keep that?
broken up, but seeing as she had a shift to attend, Heather was unable to make it. In response, Heather wrote, "I had your back. I couldn't lose my job. I'm already so far behind in bills, it's ridiculous. And I have nobody to help me out or even be here for me. And you kept pushing away. I wanted to be there for you. I honestly did and still do. But I understand I cannot know what is going on if you do not talk to me. But please do continue to take everything out on me." Following the breakup, Heather also texted her friend Jerry Avalos on April 8th, saying, "I deactivated Facebook and all other social media. Literally..."
Damn, bro, 4.79. Good attempt, Hossie, dead. Wow, bro. Y'all are fucking ruthless, dude. Bunch of micromanagers up my ass.
Never talked to my friends, couldn't even have a friend. She wouldn't allow it. It's a clear red flag when a partner tries to control who the other person can talk to or be friends with. It's important to remember that Heather was upset about the breakup when she sent this message, and it's possible that Carmela has a very different viewpoint on their relationship. When officers recovered Heather's body, they also discovered a shocking handwritten letter in the vehicle. It was one of passion and rage, each sentence more intense than the last. Unfortunately, it's unknown what was written, but every single word had been directed at Heather, almost as if they wanted to hurt her. To no surprise, the penman had been none other than her scorned ex-girlfriend. But this wasn't the only relationship that seemed to be falling apart for Heather, as additional texts showcased an obscene message from her brother, Josh Fiesel. Heather had recently failed one of her nursing exams, and Josh added to the upsetting occasion. He wrote, "Too stupid to pass the LPN exam," and called her a demeaning name. He also texted, "Low expectations of yourself, typical trash like your mom and dad." Josh's cruelty towards Heather was no secret to their friends and family.
What the fuck?
But could he have gone so far as to take her life? Well, the lead detective on the case, Sean O'Connell, had his eyes set on uncovering the answer.
Arrest this man. I'm getting some bad vibes about this detective. for no particular reason. You know what I mean?
To this very question. However, as we will soon come to learn, his methods were far from the ordinary. Still, no one could have predicted the scandal that was about to unravel. Despite the varying fights with Carmela and Josh, it wouldn't take long before they were dismissed as potential suspects.
I think
As
it
the
could
hunt
be
for
the
the killer
detective.
continued,
Guys,
Detective O'Connell quickly located a new person of interest. Tenants had reportedly told the detective that they had seen Heather frequently visiting Building 240 of the Somerton apartments, well before her body was found in the parking lot. It was believed that she would allegedly purchase marijuana from an unknown resident of the complex. When this information was discovered, Detective O'Connell began to dig and eventually found his new lead suspect, 24-year-old Kiona Bohr, thanks to a complaint filed against her by another occupant. It alleged that the scent of marijuana was emanating from her apartment. Kiona, a mother of two, was supposedly very nervous while speaking with police after Heather's body was discovered, and Detective O'Connell found this to be rather odd. Though she denied any involvement, O'Connell wasn't convinced. Despite this, following her discussion with the authorities, Kiona wrote a series of strange Facebook posts, especially under the given circumstances. I can't believe this just happened, and doing 8 to 10 years for murder and pleading insanity could be seen amongst her account, only furthering the detective's suspicions. Not only this, but according to 2 residents of the Somerton apartments, Kiona was allegedly seen wearing the same red Mickey Mouse t-shirt that Heather's body had been dressed in, well before the tragic event. And lastly, Kiona had been romantically involved with 39-year-old Julian Kaiser, who Detective O'Connell helped to put behind bars for 10 years on a first drug offense. It seemed that the evidence against Kiona was beginning to mount. 4 days after Heather's body was recovered, Kiona was interviewed by Detective O'Connell, and
I think the main reason why everyone was probably suspicious of the detective is because he was doing the most to solve this. You know what I mean? Like he was going above and beyond. He's like, oh, well, it must be this guy. Oh, well, it must be that guy then. You're like, arrest everybody, I think. He worked a little too hard. He wasn't even clocking overtime. You know what I mean? Everyone was like, what the fuck's going on, detective? You seem to be really invested in this case. Like, this is not a television show. Only on TV shows do we have detectives be this invested in cases.
And as you're about to see, the tension in the room was so thick, it could have been cut with a knife.
Do you know that name by chance, Heather Bogle?
I don't even know who she is. The only time I heard of her was when the police knocked on the door, and then I didn't even know who she was. I was like, I don't know her. And then I went inside and got on my Facebook, and I seen her on Facebook.
Obviously, for one reason or another, her vehicle ends up at the Hickory Street Apartments parked in front of your building 240. The question is, why did it end up there? So we've talked to a lot of people, and we are comfortable to say that Heather has been known to frequent building 240. We feel comfortable that she was voluntarily there, probably on Thursday of last week, a couple different times. She was there, then her vehicle had left, and the vehicle had come back, and then the vehicle leaves, and then it finally comes back for the last time on Friday morning at around 1:30. Okay.
So why am I here though?
And I'm getting to that point. It's my understanding that Heather likes to smoke some weed. Okay, she does it on probably on a somewhat of a regular basis. She has to buy it from somebody. We know that we've had complaints on your particular apartment in reference the odor of marijuana coming from it from one time or another that led to the police knocking on your door and trying to figure out.
Bro, decriminalization of marijuana really fucked over cops. Nobody ever thinks about that. You know what I mean? Like, how else are you gonna fucking lock up like, or suspect random black people for doing crimes, other than blaming the scent of marijuana? You know what I mean? It's a big deal. Nobody ever talks about policing as an institution and the damage that like decriminalization of marijuana caused. in many states, really.
The police have never came to my door. If the police came to my door, they better have a report. The police never knocked on my door.
There is a police report.
They talked to me. They spoke to me.
There's a police report on March 18th. Without going back and looking at their police report, I'm not going to say that they talked to you or not, but I know there is a police report, and there are incidents reports with management pertaining to the smell of marijuana coming from your apartment.
So why hasn't anybody said anything to me previously?
I don't.
My landlord, the police.
That's a good question. I guess
real sketchy, because yesterday a white man came up to me and asked me, were you the one that they had got in trouble for smoking weed? It was smelling like weed in the hallway? And I said, no, that wasn't me. I don't even smoke weed. And he said, well, I do every now and then, whoop whoop, trying to get me to say something. So it was probably him that tried to call y'all. This is so silly.
I mean, it's
this is crazy. Like, y'all just raided my house. I work at a nursing home. I'm a single mom with 2 kids. Like, this is crazy.
I understand.
Kiona comes across as quite self-assured. When someone is telling the truth, they may appear more confident because they know the facts are on their side. The detective should have built some kind of relationship with her prior to starting into questions about Heather. Essentially, what he has done here is without any evidence whatsoever, he has launched into an interrogation rather than conduct an actual interview first.
It's my understanding, and another thing that kind of supports what we're looking at is the idea that you are or have dated.
Yeah, I mean, detectives would never do that to a black woman. You know what I mean? So, sure, this is the only time when this is the only time, this is the first and the last time he's ever done that, you know?
Dated a guy from Mississippi that used to work at Whirlpool, correct?
Who would say that?
Well,
I never dated anybody. Just because I talked to somebody, like.
All right, so you talked to somebody, you associate
They're not even here. They've been left months and months and months ago. So.
Okay, what's months and months and months ago?
Like months ago when they went home, we was never dating.
Who's the 2 guys that keep coming and going out of your apartment?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
How does it matter? My personal business, I don't know this girl.
Your personal business is not becoming our business.
Okay, so who I sleep with is y'all business. No. Like, I mean, that's what I do.
He's like, wait a minute, you fucked them? Tell me more about the gruesome details.
That's all I'm doing, so that doesn't have anything to do with this. That's what I'm saying.
These are the questions that we're going to ask, and these are the questions we're asking.
Okay, well, I mean, if I need a lawyer, I can get a lawyer, but I don't. I mean, I'm just saying.
You're not charged with anything.
We're investigating a homicide. If we can tie your apartment into a homicide investigation.
You can't tie my apartment. You can.
Maybe not. I
know you can't. I don't even know this girl, so I know.
Bro, he said we can tie your apartment to the homicide investigation. Like, yeah, I know that the law allows people to lie. Okay. I know that the law allows cops to lie in interrogations, but pretty wild. Pretty wild to just like, you know, directly be like, no, we can tie you to the, you know, investigation.
No,
we'll find a way, man. Chill.
Apparently, 2 different men had visited Kiona at her apartment on various occasions in the recent past.
As a
Omar
threat.
Satchel and Carrie Jeffrey. It wasn't long before Detective O'Connell considered them additional suspects in Heather's gruesome murder. And soon, we will see exactly why that was.
But this is the thing. That's why we're asking. That's why we're asking the questions. And if
right, but you guys just raided my apartment. You know, yesterday when I went to my house and got that paper, my neighbors ran for me. Like, I'm out here killing people. Like, y'all just ruined my life over this because I smoked some weed. Like, this is crazy.
Okay, we had probable cause to search your apartment.
Okay, that's fine, but I'm just saying, like, that's.
Right.
I've never seen this girl in my life. Don't know this girl, nothing.
But maybe those who you associate yourself with have.
Maybe people they associate themselves with. Did you talk to the previous neighbors that lived there?
Why are you being so reluctant on wanting to tell us who you associate?
Because y'all just raided my house and took my baby daddy to prison for 11 years.
You know what it sounds like to me, Kiona? It sounds like you're withholding information.
No, it sounds like this is ridiculous.
There is an important distinction here with Kiona talking about getting a lawyer. She didn't unequivocally ask to speak with a lawyer, which is why the officer continued talking to her. If this case were to go to trial, Kiona's attorneys could have argued that this should have been interpreted as a request for counsel. But it's not incumbent upon police to clarify statements, and they don't have to stop an interrogation if a suspect makes an ambiguous statement about requesting counsel. This means that the burden of clearly invoking the right rests with the suspect. It's also important to note that though Kiona is being questioned by officers, she was free to leave at any time and was neither detained nor under arrest, which means that the Miranda requirements are not in play here. It also appears that the officer was allowing emotion to control him. It's apparent he did little to build rapport with Kiona, and the major example of this is by accusing her of having something to hide. The most important aspect of Reed is to effectively have officers be viewed as advocates, possibly even allies, rather than as adversaries. Instead, the officer should have engaged in asking more open-ended questions, rather than throwing multiple accusations at Kiona. By failing to literally be curious and invite Kiona to tell her story, the officer instead made judgments which shut down further discourse and didn't do anything to win her over. It's not uncommon to see officers become frustrated during an interview or interrogation for a number of reasons. However, a much better strategy is to show the suspect a way out of the mess they find themselves in. This way out is generally couched as "the truth will set you free." Most of the time, it won't set them physically free, but it can be a means to unload a burden via telling officers the truth. In these circumstances, officers emphasize remaining open and non-accusatory, even when presenting facts that contradict previous statements. This allows the conversation to continue.
Y'all just ruined my life for some little.
Yeah, we didn't ruin anybody's life.
Little, it's a homicide.
I mean, but I don't know anything about it. But this is what I'm.
Apparently you do, because you're not telling us who your boyfriends are.
I don't have boyfriends.
Then who are the guys that keep coming and going?
I don't know.
It does matter, because we're talking about a homicide.
I mean, am I being charged with something? Am I getting arrested?
Not yet.
Okay then. I mean, I can get a lawyer and come back.
If you want to get a lawyer, go get a lawyer. That just tells me you got something to hide.
I don't have.
What the fuck? Yo, these guys are so bad at their fucking jobs, dude. These are supposed to be like higher tier cops too. Like, you know what I mean? Holy fuck. Brother, you and this attitude that you are demonstrating is one of the best reasons to literally always have a fucking lawyer when you're talking to cops. Never talk to cops without the presence of a lawyer. This is it. This is the reason. It's not bad at their job if they know they won't get in trouble. I mean, no, they are bad at their jobs on top of like not being able to, regardless of whether there's no scrutiny on their behavior here, they are bad at their fucking jobs. Well, at least the detective is bad at his job because he's the real murderer. Spoiler alert. The officer is just fucking bad at his job. Because ostensibly, the assumption here is that the officer is trying to find who the fucking murderer is. You know what I mean?
Have anything to hide, but I know how y'all are.
You feel the need. Yo, how are we?
I don't.
Because we got your boyfriend, father your baby with a bunch of dope, and he's
Right.
been a doper for his whole entire life.
Okay.
We're in the wrong.
So that's why you raided my house.
No, that's not
probably,
why.
That's probably
because you had marijuana in your house.
But you didn't know that?
Yeah, we did. We had reason to believe it.
You had reason to believe that because somebody said that.
We had probable cause.
Because someone said they smelled odor, never been in my house, never talked to me. The police didn't come to my door and see if there was marijuana.
Your association with Julian Kaiser when you were
been in prison for how long?
I don't care. You're still associated with Julian
I'm associated with the.
That's insane. Like, oh yeah, you dated someone who used to sell drugs, which means that like you're still ill. What the fuck? Bro, that's wild to just like openly state that. That's wild. Yeah, by the way, that exact same logic is how Breonna Taylor got murdered, for the record. You know, that is what happened to her as well in a no-knock raid. The guilt by association. It's insane.
All right, you know what? Do you want to talk or not?
I don't want to talk.
Okay, have a good day.
Thank you.
You're now involved in a homicide investigation.
Have a great day.
Bro, he's just like using that as a thing. You know what I mean? Guess what? Fuck you're gonna do about it, you know? You're a black woman, you have no power here, is the attitude that he has. You know what I mean? It's insane.
The detectives may be misinterpreting Kiona's reluctance to share the names of the two men. She's likely trying to protect her friends, but that does not mean they are guilty. It's also extremely manipulative for the detective to tell her that by asking for a lawyer, she had something to hide, when in actuality, he was just irritated that she was making a smart decision for herself. Nonetheless, the unrelenting pressure from the detectives left all parties in a state of frustration. But Kiona was living a real-life nightmare, suspected of murder, and was now in a fight for her life. After the troubling interview, authorities were looking into the possibility of charging 3 people with the crime, as they began to investigate Omar and Kairi. Omar, who had previously served prison time for home invasion and firearm charges, had allegedly sold marijuana to Heather, as reported by O'Connell, although this has never been confirmed. When police finally spoke with Omar, he supposedly admitted to having stolen a .380 caliber firearm from his fiancée, but claimed to have sold the gun to a resident living in Michigan not long after. Along with this, authorities allegedly found him to be in possession of unidentified pills and a pocket knife with a blonde strand of hair attached. In an interview with the Fremont News Messenger, Omar adamantly denied that he had ever met or known Heather, gravely pleading for his innocence. In a shocking quote, he described his encounter with Detective O'Connell by saying that, "Sean O'Connell told me I know it's not you, but I'll make it you." Of course, the detective would deny having ever uttered the threat, but the truth of the matter remains up in the air. Be that as it may, later actions by O'Connell that you'll soon learn of might have you drawn.
I mean, I saw enough evidence, at least like with, you know, with respect to his character, this detective's character, that like, I believe it. You know what I mean? Straight up. I mean, he basically said that to the other lady. I 100% believe it. I mean, obviously we know that he's the one who did it, right? But like,
drawing your own conclusions. Omar also stated that during the days of April 8th through the 10th, when Heather was missing, he was residing at the Days Inn Hotel. At the time of Heather's murder, he claimed to have been visiting 3 separate bars in the Fremont area. However,
wait, the detective is not the one who did the crime?
It has also been reported that he was actually hiding at Kiona's apartment in an attempt to evade an arrest warrant. Despite this, O'Connell was still extremely skeptical and supposedly insinuated that Omar could have still traveled from the various locations to commit the crime. Still, his focus shifted to his final suspect, 26-year-old Kairi. As a supposed friend of Omar's, Kairi was just as much on Detective O'Connell's radar, and he would do anything to prove their guilt. According to a source, Kairi was apparently seen throwing a suspicious black bag into a river on April 10, 2015, presumably containing a firearm. O'Connell asserted that the supposed gun was used in a homicide, potentially Heather's, and quickly released a full dive team to recover the weapon. But to O'Connell's dismay, the search would prove to be unsuccessful. Claiming that Kiona, Omar, and Kairi were likely the murderers.
Wait, does that mean that there was no gun that they could recover? Like, or did they recover a gun and then they couldn't find information on the gun? Like, where's the bag? Just no bag, no gun, no nothing?
The detective was still missing one important piece of information: the motive. Why would any of them want to hurt Heather, let alone kill her?
Let alone kill her in this gruesome and incredibly personal way. Like, the fact that they, like, I mean, you know, number one thing when you look at a murder like this, we're all murder watchers. We all are experienced murder watchers. Like, the killer definitely knew this person. Like, unless there is a serial killer around, like, you know, the 80s style, 70s style serial killer running around doing this kind of shit to other people as well, that is an incredibly personal murder. Like, scalping the person, shooting them in the back twice. There was clearly, like, back and forth on top of that. You know, there's defensive wounds. Like, it seems like this is a This is like a very personal murder.
Not even O'Connell could say, but suddenly, in the blink of an eye, another disappointment abruptly struck the desperate detective, and it would send the case in an entirely different direction. Underneath Heather's fingernails was a small amount of DNA. The results were shocking, concluding that neither Kiona, Omar, or Kayri had come back as a positive match. In an instant, their names were cleared.
Oh,
At least,
big bummer for the detective. He's like, oh man, I tried to log up as many black people as I could in proximity to this car that this vehicle that we found with the body. And it really fucking destroyed my case, you know? Oh man, I hate it when that shit happens.
at least that's what should have happened. Instead, O'Connell stuck to
Oh
his
my
original
God!
claims, not stopping to even ponder the possibility that he might have been wrong.
What the fuck?
But his delusions would only lead him further away from the actual killer. This just goes to show how detectives can sometimes develop tunnel vision and narrow in on a suspect, while ignoring other possibilities.
Bro, this was like, what the fuck is going on? No, this is not narrowing in on a suspect, man. Did this guy do the murder himself? Like, I thought that was the case. Now chat's like debating me, saying that's not the case. I'm like a little confused about what's happening here. But like, this isn't just tunnel vision. This is a guy who's going extra hard on like as many black people as he can. He's like, oh, there were black people in the vicinity of the car that we recovered the body from. So seems like, you know, seems like, you know, this case is open and shut.
Despite sufficient evidence, O'Connell had already spent a lot of time on the premise that Kiona, Omar, and Kayri were involved in Heather's death. He may have been afraid that if he admitted his mistake, he would look incompetent to both the public and to other members of law enforcement. In addition, he was likely experiencing a psychological principle known as confirmation bias. This means that people are more likely to accept information that supports what they already believe, and, on the other hand, may discount information that doesn't align with those beliefs. With this in mind...
Or he could have been racist, too. I mean, I just think, like, how quickly he jumped to her is very weird.
Just over a year later, Kiona is demanding answers.
I just want to know when y'all are going to tell her that I'm not involved in this and I can clear my...
She's saying she knows that her DNA won't come back. It's at what point do we say?
What point are you going to tell the public that I'm not saying?
For a year, the detective would supposedly harass Kiona, frequenting her place of work with additional officers.
What?
At one point, he apparently gathered Kiona's co-workers for a meeting, although the subject of the matter has never been reported. It wouldn't be too long before the single mother found herself out of work while struggling to make ends meet. Every job interview for a new position was to no avail, and it seemed that O'Connell was never going to let her out of his grasp. These were likely acts of intimidation on O'Connell's part, which is a form of manipulation. He may have believed that he could scare Kiona into confessing, which would have been coercion. Yet, after securing a lawyer, Kiona was able to restrict her contact with the detective, but that wouldn't stop O'Connell from allegedly speaking with her acquaintances. In an interview with the Sandusky Register, Kiona recalled a time when she traveled to her local tattoo artist and was startled to learn that after she left the establishment, Detective O'Connell had allegedly made his way in to speak with the artist. Other accounts recall that...
Bro, this guy was just like stalking her. Like, what the fuck? Okay, this isn't like police work. This is just like... I mean, bro, this... Okay, the title is apt. The detective is a criminal, okay? Like, the detective is like... Straight up, at this point, the detective is doing crimes. There's no more murder investigation. He's just like, yeah, I took matters into my own hands. Like, I'm just going to harass the fuck out of this person.
That the detective apparently had residents of the Somerton apartments act as informants for the investigation, hoping to gain more details on Kiona.
I'm not here to say that you did do it, and I'm not here to say that you didn't do it.
Okay, but I know for a fact that you guys got my DNA back and there's no matches. I know for a fact that you guys went through my phone record, there's no matches. I know for a fact that y'all been looking at my Facebook. Okay. There's nothing. I know that.
Kiona's suspicious Facebook posts, as previously described, had actually been in response to Julian's prison sentence. And not only this, but she had never been in possession of the Mickey Mouse shirt found on Heather. Regardless of these revelations, the detective pressed on.
Yeah, it is what it is. If you're not involved, then you're not involved.
Okay, so when are you going to clear me though? Because me and my kids are
when we're comfortable to be able to say for sure that it's not you.
This reign of terror would eventually come crashing down.
Bro, I think the detective did it. I'm sorry. Did something. You know what he wasn't doing? Fucking police work. That's right. That's what he wasn't doing. What the fuck?
In an attempt to seek an indictment, O'Connell had written a report to the prosecution, but failed to include that the DNA found on Heather did not match any of the 3 suspects. Along with this, he refrained from giving all of his case files to the county prosecutor and dismissed every other lead, besides those relating to the trio. He even ignored a critical piece of information sent in an email by a Whirlpool employee just 2 days after Heather was found.
And by the way, I don't know if you have any suspects, but I know someone who works at Whirlpool that is very capable of doing that to a woman.
And by the way, I don't know if you have any suspects, but I know someone who works at Whirlpool that is very capable of doing that to a woman. This crucial lead would eventually become integral, but in his determination to convict Kiona, Omar, and Kayri, O'Connell did not even take it into consideration. However, this would not go unnoticed. Soon, O'Connell was caught giving a copy of the investigation report to an employee working for the Sandusky County Department of Job and Family Services, claiming that he wanted to gain their insight on a person of interest in the case. Once this was discovered by the sheriff, the detective was immediately placed on leave, but it only took a week to uncover the extent of it.
Bro, think about it this way. He got so racist and so stalker-like that, like, he was placed on leave, something that cops rarely ever get put on unless, like, even when they fucking kill someone, okay? Even when they kill, like, an unarmed person fleeing from the back, that's the only time when they, like, if there's, public outcry, they put him on fucking paid leave. You know what I mean? The level of, the level of malpractice in this regard got to a point where they were just like, bro, you are literally fucking up county resources. Okay, you got to fucking chill out. Like, the sheriff was like, listen, we all love this Sandusky, Ohio. We love to do racism here, okay? But, you got to do it piece by piece. You got to do a little bit, It's like when the baklava comes in and you want to have fucking all the baklava. You can't have more than like 4 or 5 pieces. You got to save some. Got to save some racism for the rest of us, okay? If you eat all of it at once, like, there's not going to be any left for anybody else. Stop. You're doing too much. You're doing too much racism, dog. Please. Okay? Baklava on the mind? Yes. I mean, a little bit. I'll be honest, how many ate yesterday? 4. I ate 4 pieces of baklava.
His malpractice. As a result, the detective was quickly let go from his position and was facing an increasing amount of legal charges.
Shut the fuck up. Former Sandusky County Sheriff Kyle Overmeyer will be released from prison on Monday. Wait, this is a different... This isn't the guy. Wait, this... Is that him? No, that's the boss. Wait, hold on.
Convict Kiona, Omar, and Kayri.
Bro, stop. You're spoiling. I didn't look at anything. But I think the sheriff himself even got
uncover the extent of his malpractice. As a result, the detective was quickly let go from his position and was facing an increasing amount of legal charges, which included misleading a public official and tampering with evidence. O'Connell had broken the law that he vowed to protect and was eventually sentenced to 2 years in prison.
That's bullshit, by the way. Like, what? Cops... No, okay, I got to say something here, okay? No, that doesn't sit right with me. First of all, cops never go to fucking jail for this kind of shit. That is insane. Let alone 2 years. Are you insane? There's got to be some other additional reasons for why this happened, the way that it happened. Because no fucking shot. Bro, cops literally plant shit openly and very publicly. They plant evidence. and then like the Department of Justice will come in and like actually take a look at the books, and they will find people. They will literally find cops that have openly fucking planted evidence, and it doesn't matter. Like, it still doesn't matter. Those guys still don't go to fucking jail. Okay? Maybe they'll be let go, and then maybe a couple years later, that cop will pop up somewhere else, you know, at another precinct or whatever. No, this guy probably wasn't. Even when they get caught on camera, they don't get fucking thrown in jail. They have to do something extraordinary to go to jail. The Baltimore police are a perfect example of that. Exactly. It's not just that those Baltimore cops didn't go to fucking jail or didn't go to prison because they were planting drugs and planting guns on suspects and shit like that. They did it over and over again while also stealing money from people. They also did overtime fraud. Like, you have to, it's similar to what I always say about, like, if you steal from the poor, you become wealthy. If you steal from the wealthy, you go to jail. It's kind of similar to that. Cops don't face any serious punishments for doing cop shit like planting evidence or, you know, being racist or whatever. They get in trouble if they are misusing department resources and misusing department funds. Okay? Like, that is and they're doing it with like wanton disregard. You know what I mean? Something like that. Yeah. Overtime fraud was the biggest part of the reason why the Baltimore Police Department actually took action against these cops. That's what it was. Because they were just like aggressively fucking taking money from the overtime funds. Like, they were aggressively billing overtime. Police overtime fraud just proves they're the hardest working people in our society. That's why they're heroes. Yeah, exactly. He got in trouble for wasting the DA's time knowing the DNA wouldn't match up. I think that could be the reason. You know what I mean? That could probably be the reason. He could be a fucking top of the hour dodger. You know, that's a big crime. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, you know, all you need to do is subscribe, which you could do for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. You remember the Asian bodybuilder cop who went around sexually assaulting women and how they brought him in and they were still buddy saying, "Ah, it happens, man." Yo, that Asian bodybuilder cop situation was way more weird than the way we looked at it on YouTube videos, okay? There were a lot of fucking cops that were arrested for, like, pedophilia and sexual assault after that guy. I remember leaving that situation thinking he might have been considered a fucking fall guy for the whole thing. Anyway, don't be a fall guy to the top of the hour, though. Like I said, if you subscribe or get gifted a sub, if you're lucky, you can avoid the top of the hour ad break. Yeah, Daniel Holtzclaw Heike got a lot of other dudes' crimes put on him. Yeah, that was a very weird fucking case, dude. Cat named Dog, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Womick7, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Allowing 15 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Although this would not be the end of the shocking corruption, seeing as how another scandal had just as quickly broken through the walls of this quiet and quaint little town. Sheriff Kyle Overmeyer, also working on Heather's case, had been caught stealing drugs from the drug take-back boxes in northwestern Ohio. Facing an ongoing opioid addiction, Kyle was sentenced to 4 years in prison in December of 2016. But during this time, he was able to sit down with authorities to give his side of the story on what happened with former Detective O'Connell.
And we'll get into more on Sean about what he did, but you know, a lot of stuff was secret squirrel with him, and he did his own thing, and I entrusted in him as a detective, and you know, because you can't do it all, you can't be a detective and a sheriff and wear all the hats.
He was dead set on Kiana Boer, and then he found out that Omar might have been out.
Was hiding out there. He was there that night supposedly, and there was a warrant for his arrest. And that's where it all unraveled, where he became obsessed.
Why is that?
I don't know.
See, now here's another thing I've been told.
Yeah.
That he had a personal vendetta against Kiana Boer.
Kyle gives a brief rundown on how O'Connell helped to imprison Kiona's ex-boyfriend, Julian, and why that might have placed the single mother at the top of his suspect list in Heather's case.
Now, in speaking to Heather's family members and Carmela Badillo, they all indicated that the 3 people that provided Heather her drugs were, and then was the other. There's only 3. Nobody ever mentioned Kiana Boer.
Right.
So I don't know how he's getting in and going Kiana Boer, and he's making that up.
Right. And
correct?
Yes.
All the while, residents across the community were stumped when it came to who might have carried out such a gruesome crime. And some were inclined to leave their thoughts on the most popular social media platform, Facebook.
For Ohio.
One user wrote a post insinuating that Carmela, Heather's ex-girlfriend, may actually be the one that authorities were looking for. The sad thing about this is just a few days after it happened, my brother worked with a guy who no longer works there with him, but he stopped over and told me his sister and Heather had a thing, and that she might have had something to do with it. I called O'Connell to report what I was told at the time, but nothing was done. Was Heather's ex-girlfriend the perpetrator who'd been hiding in plain sight, or was there someone else sneakily going unnoticed? Still,
I mean, both of those, I don't know, right? I don't know the details because unfortunately we only know whatever this fucking dipshit uncovered. But like literally there are key suspects in any murder that you immediately either clear or suspect of committing the fucking murder. It's the people closest to the victim. Okay? It's bananas that like you wouldn't even suspect like a former ex or anything like that. Not saying that like she did it or whatever, obviously, but if you're going to play the stat game, which cops love doing or love claiming that they do, statistically speaking, it's always proximity. The closest to the victim.
Others had their own opinions. One person even stated that he knew more about the situation than most. A lot of time and dedication was lost, and I have proof. I want it done right. I had to bring up a perfected parliament to do what I did and walk it through like a gentleman. Most eerie of all, this person was well aware that corruption was lurking.
The fuck?
I trust very few when the problem goes all the way to the top. In addition to the online chatter, others took their concerns directly to authorities. One account in particular stood out. Michael Abdu, a resident of Fremont, Ohio, was in a frantic rush to give a statement on an alleged conversation that had taken place at a nearby bar.
Fremont Police, do you have an emergency?
Hi, I'll be over there in about 10 minutes to give you information about the woman that was murdered over there in Clyde.
Michael claims that he met 3 men at the local bar, where one had allegedly explained to him that he ordered the hit on Heather. Michael refers to this man as Mississippi. 2 other gentlemen had also been present, but he didn't know their names.
Absolutely, what the fuck is happening in like small ass bumfuck Sandusky, Ohio, man? What is going on, dude? Is it because like these people are fucking really bored? Yeah, this is some Fargo shit, dude. Are they just like bored? So they're like making stuff up? Like what the fuck? Who? What?
They informed me how they killed her in the residence and took her body and put it in the trunk of the car. He said if you got any family, I suggest you do the right thing. I said, I don't understand what you're talking about. And then he said, I was the person that took care of the white girl over in Clyde. The black man said this.
Write that down, black man. Finally, we got a different black guy.
And I said to him, what are you talking about? What do you mean you took care of the white girl over in Clyde? He said,
what?
I asked it to do.
Bro, I can't hear.
Inside, we took care of business. So I went and asked the 2 guys inside, hey, Dude said you guys took, I said Mississippi said you guys took care of those two, or took care of the girl over there in Clyde. He said, yeah, we gave that what she deserved. The one dude turned to the other guy and said, shut the fuck up.
Why would anybody walk up to a random bald guy in a fucking bar and be like, hey, by the way, we did a gruesome murder, just letting you know. And it was like a facilitated hit on a fucking single mom. Like just some random white lady, you know what I mean? Like, that would never happen.
The other one then said, dude's cool. Whatever you gotta say, I'm cool with, I'm not, gonna go nowhere.
Michael, clearly stunned by the recent encounter, provided a new lead for the authorities. However, just as quickly, police were able to conclude that they'd reached a dead end yet again, due to the fact that his story couldn't be corroborated by other patrons of the bar. It was clear that from the onset of Heather's case, each and every day had been afflicted by injustice. Fortunately, that wouldn't last for long. The day had finally come where a new sheriff was in town, determined to track down the real killer with no time to waste.
Oh boy.
Sheriff Chris Hilton quickly dismissed the previous suspects along.
For the record, clearance rates are abysmal in this country across the board, but I suspect like in small towns like this is even fucking worse, I guess. Like what the hell's going on? It's been like a year at this point since the murder took place. Do they not have a lot of other murders going on, or do they also are just like this bad at covering all the other murders too? Like, the wildest shit happens in small towns. About 12 years back, a surgeon hired a successful hit on a city councilman. Wait, what?
With Carmela, and soon enough, he'd also pinpointed exactly where Heather had been following her last shift at Whirlpool. Through her Gmail account, authorities were able to see her movements throughout the entire day of April 9th, thanks to the several electronic coordinates kept in Google's GPS function. This indicated that around 6:30 in the morning, Heather had been at a trailer park home in the Emerald Estates lot, a little over a mile away from Whirlpool. She remained there for at least an hour before her phone had apparently been shut off. The residence was that of 44-year-old Daniel Myers, one of Heather's co-workers at Whirlpool. The authorities were able to speak with Daniel on May 24th, 2017.
Wait.
Over 2 years after Heather's disappearance.
How you doing, Dan? Hey, Nick Katsopoulos with the Sheriff's Office. Would you be able to take a few minutes and talk to us? For what reason? Well, we're working a cold case homicide. Do you still work for...
Bitch, that shit didn't have to be cold. It's a cold case now. That's crazy.
Whirlpool right now, then? Okay. Back then...
Bro, there is still half of this... There's another 30 minutes. I don't know where the fuck this is going to go. At this point, I've given up, okay? I've been trying to comprehend the actions, but the people don't move like normal humans in this story. They do things that are actually crazy.
What shift were you working?
Midnights.
Back then, did you tell them what this is in reference to?
I told them we're working an old homicide.
Okay. Are you sure?
Thanks, Dan.
Thank you.
Sorry to wake you up. I feel bad.
We're just trying to, like I said, follow up on some leads and some other stuff that popped up. Did you know her at all?
Very, very little. Very little. Just...
The officers have not mentioned Heather's name, yet Daniel is already aware of who they are speaking of.
Yeah, I mean, of course he would.
Very limited conversation.
Yeah, I mean, that's not. No, I don't even think that's that suspicious because, like, yeah, if someone at your fucking workplace got murdered, like, you would know that that's why they're asking you, right?
mean, I guess if you want to know how long I knew her, maybe 3 months, but how long I talked to her, maybe a couple weeks. And I mean, you don't get long breaks at Whirlpool. So, I mean, it's like pee, eat within 10 minutes for first break. And it was very limited chit-chat.
The most suspicious part about this is not that he, like, immediately understood they're talking about one of his coworkers that was brutally murdered in a fucking small town 2 years ago. but how many of the details he recalls from how limited their relationship was 2 years ago. Okay? That's the real component here. You only fucking have like this kind of like quick response. This kind of quick response. Because like in a normal circumstance, if someone comes up to you and you're like, hey, we're investigating a cold case about someone from 2 years ago. Be like, okay, like, you know, whatever. Just let's say you know exactly who it was about, right? Bro, these fucking flies are getting stronger. Like I slammed them on the fucking desk and they still survive. I don't know what the fuck that's about. Anyway, it sounds like he's basically rehearsed lines for the moment. Did your mom open all the windows again? Yes. My mom? Anne. Even the chat knows. There's flies everywhere, which is very unique. It never usually happens. Oh, you're really annoyed with the flies? Okay, close all the windows, please, and the doors. Yeah, people in the chat are saying, you know, Anne's home when Hasan is sniping flies nonstop. Well, I mean, they know because it's a unique predicament. Oh, be fair to Anne, it's like 85 degrees out right now. Bro, I have the AC on way too much in the house. The fuck are you talking about? The AC's at like 66 degrees or some shit. And it's still hot as fuck in this room because they literally secretly turn it off, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Okay. Did you work in the same area as her?
Yes.
Okay.
Daniel claims that he and Heather had never talked outside of work and primarily discussed their children while they were on their breaks at Whirlpool.
She was just a sweetheart. She was very concerned about her kid, worked hard. She was always sweeping whenever she wasn't doing it. I mean, it was sad. I guess I get from it's a little odd that, you know, you guys are...
Well, here's what...
I know it's cold case and you guys are just, you know, grasping at straws.
We want to try our best.
Right.
And a part...
Bro, the cop talking to this guy who, like, someone has, like, emailed could be the guy who, you know, there's at least, like, some connection to the fucking victim. The way they're talking to him is like, I'm so sorry to bother you, sir. I love you. You seem like a great guy. You know, you're my best friend, actually. Can't wait to play pickleball with you later. Like, where is this energy when you were talking to the three random black people that you handpicked? I know it's not the same cop, but it is pretty fucking insane. Don't say they're trying to build a relationship to make him talk. The juxtaposition is what I'm talking about. Please, chatters, understand something here. You can do that rapport building with a black person too, okay? But they don't do that. Okay?
Part of what we've been doing when we interview people, we've been collecting DNA buccal swabs. It's basically a Q-tip. This is a little thing, and then we're off on our way. Would you be all right with that?
There's no reason why I would have to do something.
Oh, you don't have to. No, this is part of...
If there's an issue, I'll get an attorney or something. I didn't know really the lady or anything like that, but...
Nobody's saying that. This is just part of...
Remember, the other cop literally was like, if you hire an attorney, even though I'm unjustifiably saying that, like, basically implying that I can make your life a living hell and have made your life a living hell, that means you're criminally liable. You're probably guilty. This guy's like, oh, I'm not going to give you a DNA swab. Fuck you. And the other cop's like, oh, sir, we love you. Can I kiss you? I think you're such a good guy. Let's go to church together. Don't give me no DNA. Don't worry about that.
Just part of being thorough in what we're doing.
I'll pass until there's some issues to where, you know, I'll get my attorney and see what he has to say.
Thank you for the 10 gift sub.
I'm going to pass on that.
The detective is trying to make Daniel more comfortable by mentioning how they ask everyone to provide a DNA test so that he will be more inclined to agree. And while every single person had supposedly agreed to the buccal swab, Daniel is the first to say no. But there was a good reason behind his unwillingness to provide a sample. 2 days later, authorities went knocking on his door once again.
We need to follow up a little bit more in regard to that.
All right.
Because you came off work that morning, right?
Right.
Okay. And there was nobody else in your trailer at that time.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
There was nobody else living but you at that time.
No.
And then Heather was down in the area.
Well, I don't know. How would I know that she's down?
Well, you're at the trailer and she's at the trailer. So that's what we need to get cleared up. And we know this.
She wasn't in my trailer.
He's like, sir, take your pants off. It's not that I want the DNA for the DNA swab. I want to suck your cock. Okay? Take your pants off. Let me suck it. Let me suck your cock, sir. I want it for my own personal consumption.
There is no way she was in my trailer.
She was in your trailer.
Okay, well then you're going to have to show whatever that she was there.
The first time he says she wasn't in my trailer, Daniel ends with upward inflection, as though asking a question, not making a statement. The second time he says it more forcefully. It's almost like he had to ask it as a question first, so he could repeat it to deny it. We know people struggle with outright lies, so this was likely a way to handle his nerves when deceiving the detective. Someone who is wrongfully accused of something is more likely to deny it using a firm tone of voice. An innocent person may even become a bit hostile. However, Daniel gives a quick and weak denial. And not only is his evasive response more than a little worrisome, but Daniel was also hiding a mountain of disturbing secrets, and his true atrocities were about to be revealed.
I don't like when you do that.
I just don't know what
But you know Heather better than what you're telling us.
No, I didn't.
Bro, this guy folded under the lightest pushback, okay? This guy folded after the cop literally was like, I'll suck you, sir. I'll suck you off. I would like to suck your pee-pee. And he's like, what? No, I didn't do a murder. On April 19th, 2015, I was certainly not doing murders. I promise you.
I did not know Heather that well. I didn't. There is no way.
Okay.
I don't know anything about
I know like the inflection or whatever is pseudoscience. I'm sorry. This right here. But no, I did not know Heather. Like, come on. That's like a E-Rob level voice break, okay? That is the guiltiest fucking whine I've ever heard in my entire life, dude. Look at this.
No, I did not know Heather that well. I didn't.
Come on, dude. Come on, dude. That's like, he's squealing like a piglet, dude. I would fucking arrest him on a vibe check. We will vibe check police. Vibe check police. You're going to jail.
There is no way. I don't know anything about her. Just a basic conversation that we had when we sat for a very limited break. That's all it was.
Remember, this is literally 2 years ago. The fact that he has this level of detail, ready to go, fired up, you know that's suspicious. Okay? That's more suspicious than his voice crack even. The fact that he's like, holy fuck, he had a script for 2 years. And he probably thought, man, these cops are so fucking dumb. Holy shit. Is crazy.
What her car looked like, right?
Yeah, I knew what it looked like. No, I didn't know what it looked like. I knew from the news, from online, Facebook. I mean, there's pictures from that's on the Facebook about the car with, going by Miller's. There was a vision of a car. I mean, right. Yeah, I mean, it's common knowledge. I mean, even the news was showing her vehicle, but I've never seen her vehicle personally.
We didn't draw your name out of a hat and show up at your door.
Okay.
So we're here asking you to help yourself out. Let us know what happened.
Detectives are taught to never reveal to suspects what they know. And in addition, they want to give off the impression that they know more than they do. This accomplishes multiple things. For one, it allows officers to catch suspects in a lie. And two, suspects are left wondering how much police know. They may believe that police do know more than they actually do, which makes it more likely that they will let something slip. The officers further explain to Daniel that they are well aware of his involvement, but they want to hear from him just how that came to be, and more so, what exactly happened on that fateful day.
She was never at your trailer before?
No.
Never?
No.
Okay.
There's nothing for me to tell you.
Daniel maintains that Heather was never at his trailer. However, he does give some information relating to what he discussed with her on April 9th at work that day. After failing her nursing exam, she was already feeling down on herself, but the cruel text she received from her brother had only worsened these emotions. When Heather saw the message from Josh around 3:44 a.m., Daniel was supposedly the shoulder that she would cry on. He states that nothing more happened, but as police would soon learn, this couldn't be further from the truth.
Oh, dude.
Following the intense confrontation, they informed Daniel that there is a warrant for his trailer in addition to his DNA. From here on out, Daniel would be unable to hide the monstrous lie that was masked behind his seemingly normal facade. However, what you're about to see is more shocking than you could ever imagine.
I don't like that.
Taking a closer look, authorities were stunned to learn that Daniel had apparently mourned the loss of Heather. He attended her funeral and signed the registry book thereafter.
Bro, this guy literally put a fucking billboard being like, I'm the murderer. And the cops were so busy trying to fucking arrest like random black people that they literally just missed the billboard being like, I'm the murderer, by the way. Just like that fucking email. Holy shit, 2 years, man.
To pay his respects, even going out of his way to donate $125 to the GoFundMe account of Heather's family, writing a now disturbing message. Heather, you were such an amazing person. Although we've only known one another for a short time, I've come to appreciate our talks about our kids. I'm distraught that there will be no more of your smile at work. You will always be in my thoughts. Your daughter will always be in my prayers. God bless you, little Missy. Danny and Ethan Myers. Apparently, he had also posted to Facebook that he was unable to eat or sleep due to the frightening situation. Daniel likely enjoyed inserting himself into Heather's world.
Bro, he literally was just like, okay. I mean, he was just fucking signaling to everyone that he was, you know, out and about. He was basically writing line items on how many times he could get away with like this crime, it seems.
This way, he may have felt a secret thrill at the funeral, playing the part of a grieving co-worker, all while relishing in the fact that he was the only one who knew the truth about what happened to her. In addition, he may have believed that staying close to the situation would make him appear less suspicious. But
when in fact the only thing that, you know, helped him get away with it was, you know, him being white. You know, that's turns out it's just that's what it was.
The investigation continued. It was quite clear to police that things weren't adding up. Just 5 days after Heather was found, Daniel had purchased new plywood flooring for his home, and at the end of the month, a new mattress. Along with this, over a year later, he made a trip to the local dentist to repair a set of cracked and broken teeth. But the reason for the dental visit would be anything but typical. Several other purchases were also discovered, such as materials to repair a deck, lawn chemicals, light bulbs, galvanized nails, and paint. But this could all be explained away, even though a new revelation was far more difficult to rationalize. A warrant had finally been obtained to perform a DNA test on Daniel, and it concluded that the sample from underneath Heather's fingernails was a complete match to that of her co-worker. Over 2 years later, the truth of the devastating matter would finally be revealed. When police officially searched Daniel's trailer, the findings were unsettling, to say the least. Upon entering the residence, investigators found various adult toys, surveillance equipment, a Dell laptop, disposable cameras, handcuffs, jewelry, a pair of women's underwear, and a Samsung Galaxy cell phone. Furthermore, they located several...
Okay, what the fuck? What? Why is he saying a dildo and then a Samsung Galaxy cell phone in the same sentence? Like it's like he was using that in the crime or something. What the fuck? He's like, it's very disturbing that this criminal mastermind was using a Samsung instead of an iPhone. Unless it's her phone. You know what I mean? He's like, a Dell laptop.
red and brown stains on the bottom of Daniel's carpet. A sample taken from the rug would later come back positive for blood. Not only that, but Daniel had been keeping videotapes documenting his encounters with women and had bizarrely Googled nursing textbooks online. In addition, GPS locations from Daniel's truck uncovered that he had frequently driven by Heather's house between the months of March and April of 2015, and had even made his way to the Somerton apartments on one occasion. But once the horrific event took place, his travels around these specific locations came to a sudden halt.
Surprising considering he went to the fucking funeral.
This could suggest that Daniel was obsessed with Heather and stalking her, but at some point his behavior escalated. It's possible that if Heather discovered that he was following her and she confronted him, he may have lashed out. Alternatively, he may have expressed interest in her and she rejected him, which made him angry. On top of this, there was also alleged evidence that Daniel may even be connected to more than one crime. On June 1st, 2017, 2 years after Heather's horrendous murder, Daniel was finally taken into custody. One of the investigators asked the other officer to remove the handcuffs from Daniel and instead handcuffs him to a hardpoint in the interrogation room. It seems as though the officers aren't comfortable at this point to completely uncuff him.
You were told you were under arrest, correct? Okay. No Miranda rights at all. Okay. So nobody's spoken to you yet. That's what we're going to do this right now. Right. You are under arrest. And I heard the deputy tell you that when we were out there. No, he's not. Okay.
Dog, you got a fucking handcuff on you. You're under arrest, okay?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
And he said that, but didn't tell you anything else. Right. Okay. We're here to tell you this is in connection with the Heather Bowl hunt. Okay.
The officer reads Daniel his Miranda rights, and he quickly requests an attorney, although he still answers one question.
What is your passcode for your phone? In about a week. Can we write it down? Yes. There's a little line there.
Passcodes.
What a fucking idiot. Why would you ever say that, dumbass? I mean, I'm not rooting for the criminal here, but like, what an exceptionally stupid murderer, dude. What an exceptionally idiotic fucking murderer. Oh my Lord. Mind-boggling to me that this guy got away with a fucking gruesome murder for 2 goddamn years. There is literally no better indication of how fucking awful these cops are. And also how, in many respects, white supremacy ends up harming white people regularly.
To cellular phones are protected under the Fifth Amendment in some jurisdictions, and the contents of a phone are generally protected under the Fourth Amendment. In all likelihood, Daniel just waved.
Bro, the cops were like, damn. Like, that worked? That's like, there is no world in which that works. Like, he literally was just like, can you give us your passcode to your phone? Wow, it worked. We need to try that more. Hank, we got to try that next time. These guys are dumb.
Some very important Fourth and Fifth Amendment protections by voluntarily giving up his passcode and consenting to a search of his device. You should never give up a phone, its passcode, or its contents without a warrant. Even then, good counsel will attempt to have this warrant overturned or the admission of evidence obtained via the warrant excluded from evidence. By surrendering these rights, officers no longer need to develop probable cause to obtain a warrant in the first place. This essentially allows them to go on what attorneys call a fishing expedition, where they might find evidence of a crime, but may also find additional evidence linking a suspect to other previously unknown or undiscovered crimes. Waiving these rights places the suspect in greater jeopardy from this perspective. Assuming the case goes to trial, the suspect has harmed their case by freely offering additional and possibly incriminating evidence to the prosecution.
You get your attorney, you get situated in, you let me know. We'll sit down with you and your attorney. I think you got a story to tell.
And it was quite the story. Following his arrest, 10 other women had come forward, claiming that they had been assault victims of none other than Daniel himself. And while incarcerated, the suspect had attempted to regain contact with many of his alleged victims by writing handwritten letters. Although in a conversation
Wait.
has harmed their case by freely offering additional and possibly incriminating evidence to the prosecution.
You get your attorney, you get situated in, you let me know. We'll sit down with you and your attorney. I think you got a story to tell.
And it was quite the story. Following his arrest, 10 other women had come forward, claiming that they had been assault victims of none other than Daniel himself. And while incarcerated, the suspect had attempted to regain contact with many of his alleged victims by writing handwritten letters. Although in a conversation from jail, he learns that this may not be a possibility.
Bro, this motherfucker never really, like, made any attempts to hide his crimes, dude. Like, what the fuck? Handwritten? Like, paper trail shit? Like, he was just... Bro, this dude literally, if he wasn't caught for this, I feel like he was going to take out a billboard. I feel like...
with at least one woman.
Did you get a chance to go see what the address was? He said she does not want anything to do with you. Oh, well, how does that then? Talked to her about 3 weeks ago. Huh? Well, why didn't you mention something to me? Because I didn't want to hurt your feelings. Well, it don't hurt my feelings. I just wanted to send her a card, but... She said don't, because if you do, she'll get you for harassment. I mean, a lot of these women that you want to, you're trying to contact, they're scared of you. Right? You know, I don't know, Danny. I don't know what you want us to do. Right, well, enough said.
In one of the letters Daniel wrote,
I mean, this is like Twitch stalker behavior, you know what I mean? Like, dudes who stalk like Twitch streamers, like, this is how they think that they have like a relationship, but he had it with like 11 people.
So many emotions in one. Not sure why I'm writing now. First off, I guess you really...
Okay, I'm sorry, but his handwriting is quite nice. That's unrelated to the issue at hand, but holy fuck, that's a beautiful cursive.
Didn't know me after all. I was never violent with you. You enjoyed my forcefulness, you told me many times. Almost...
Bro's out here literally doing an Andrew Tate. Like, this is Andrew Tate WhatsApp messages to his victim. Like, this is the same energy.
Most instructed me on what to do. You always told me you liked to be held down. Maybe your memory wasn't as good as mine. As the note continued, Daniel insisted that the unknown person was in favor of his disturbing actions. Although it hasn't been documented if Daniel was ever diagnosed, people with antisocial personality disorder often engage in this sort of emotional manipulation of their victims. They will attempt to persuade the victim into believing that they were at fault for the abusive actions. They're highly skilled at making victims doubt their own sanity along with their own memory of events, as Daniel is doing here with this letter. This is called gaslighting. In this case, he doesn't want anyone testifying against him, and he can't try to scare them into submission from his cell. So he needs to use his words to manipulate them into thinking they are wrong about what happened. And as we hear from one of Daniel's supposed acquaintances, Danny Fry, the horrifying nature of the suspected killer was confirmed even further.
Well, the whole time I've known him, he's been a womanizer, you know. It's his way or, you know, no way.
Bro, that's not womanizer. That's called being a serial rapist.
And I know at one time, and this was, sure, God, it had been at least 20 years ago, that I believe a girl had to put a restraining order on him because he was stalking her.
Danny's descriptions of the accused murderer is an excellent depiction of a person with antisocial personality.
Yeah, he's a big womanizer. He was womanizing so hard that they had to put a restraining order on him. It's like, first of all, why are you friends with this person? That's number one. Number two, that's like do motherfuckers just not know the difference? Like, he's such a womanizer. He was stalking the shit out of these women. What the fuck?
Personality disorder. These individuals will often put their needs first and have little to no concern for the needs and feelings of others. This is how people like Daniel are able to commit such horrific crimes. In fact, people with severe antisocial personality sometimes derive pleasure from seeing the pain of their victim, physical or emotional. Many of these individuals are considered sadistic for this reason.
He was dating her, and she broke up with him, and he couldn't let it go.
This is because individuals with antisocial personality disorder don't consider the feelings or desires of the other person. They function in pursuit of what they want, and only what they want. Additionally, these individuals often have an inflated sense of self. Many of them think so highly of themselves that it is to the point of delusion. This can often cause them to become very vindictive and even aggressive if a love interest or romantic partner rejects them.
He was married to a girl named Kimberly at one time, and I guess she didn't tell me until here a while back that he used to be abusive to her, too. And then he was also married to a Bobby girl at one time, and she said that he was abusive.
Daniel and Bobby had a daughter together named Tabitha. On March 28, 2018, she sat down with detectives to give chilling details on the horrors that she encountered as a child, all thanks to her father. Supposedly, when she would visit Daniel every other week, seeing as he and Bobby were no longer together, Daniel would always have a new woman at the house while acting out his violent fantasies. To no surprise, the women were allegedly under Daniel's rule, whereas he would punish them if he didn't approve.
This is just demonizing people with mental health issues. What the fuck? The dude is just a POS. It's not that he's antisocial. Like, there's plenty of antisocial personalities who don't do chatter. Antisocial personality disorder is a very specific term, colloquially known as sociopathy or psychopathy, okay? That's what that is. That is actually a correct assessment. It doesn't mean someone is antisocial and like doesn't, or introverted, okay? Not just like, oh, this was a shy guy. No. It's a very specific term, and it's the correct term in that situation. They also openly admit that they didn't that this person wasn't diagnosed with it, but they went to a clinical psychologist to diagnose or to make this assessment. So the video is actually correct. It has nothing to do with like being awkward or being a shy guy. As a matter of fact, a lot of people who are psychopaths are not shy at all because they do not have any kind of mental burdens that stop them from feeling like embarrassed or whatever. It's not. Yeah, but like calling it antisocial personality disorder still hurts my feelings. Please stop. Okay, shut the fuck up. Yeah, it just means that they, as this chatter correctly points out, that they are neurologically incapable of feeling empathy. Obviously, it doesn't matter. There's so much that we don't know about. There is no like full assessment on this because of the nature of this disorder. It is. I have ASD and I feel empathy still. Yeah. ASD is not, what the fuck are you saying? Isn't ASD autism spectrum? What? Yeah, you're autistic. That's different. I'm losing my fucking mind, dude. Holy fuck. People were just like, you know what? It's really fucked up, dude. I'm a very shy guy, and it seems like you're saying that all shy people are mass murderers and serial killers. Anyway, listen. Antisocial personality disorder is hard to make assessments on, hard to medically solve. given the nature of the disorder itself, people can be very manipulative about it. It's one of the reasons why I say that I am not fully in support of like full-blown prison abolition. There are plenty of, according to studies, there are people who are overrepresented with antisocial personality disorder, both in prison and also in high levels of government and corporate executive boards. So people in prison and people who should be in prison, that sort of thing. But it's difficult. It's a very difficult thing to make assessments on. It's a very difficult reason to make medical assessments on, and it's an incredibly difficult thing to technically medically cure. It's sickening, but at the same time, it's supposed to be one of the dumbest criminals of all time. Yeah. I'm an antisocial personality disorder, ASPD. I just forgot the P, my bad. Oh. Yeah, that doesn't mean if you are diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder, that doesn't mean you're going to be a fucking violent murderer, or that you're going to you have violent urges, or you're going to lean into violent urges that you may or may not have. That doesn't mean that at all. Plenty of people who are diagnosed don't actually have it. It's the same case with like every other kind of disorder. Anyway. But as it stands, the word disorder triggered the Twitter pathologizers. Yes, it did. Very frustrating. Dumb stun lock on HasanAbi. I don't think it's a dumb stun lock because it's at the heart of like my advocacy. It does not stop me from obviously still focusing on rehabilitation over incarceration, but also it is unfortunately a very I wouldn't say hard thing to solve, but you're not allowed to diagnose someone with ASPD before age 18 because the diagnosis carries such significant stigma and people get misdiagnosed at young ages so frequently. About 1% of the population that at large that are or have ASPD. Executives and such are about 3%, so 3 times more, but not a high percentage. Yes, but in the prison population, it's much higher. Anyway, let's continue.
Proof of their behavior. He would reportedly grab the woman by her.
You got called out. I wasn't planning on going to TwitchCon but it turns out my cousin's wedding is in Germany the same week. I'll be in convention, never attended Europe. Wow. First time in Paris and Germany, world traveler. Don't tweet at me while watching crime vids without me, traitor. Okay, if anything, this is her fault. I mean, honestly. Gaslighting.
Their clothes or hair and take them to his bedroom. Once the door closed, Tabitha could supposedly hear the blood-curdling screams coming from inside of the torture chamber. It was something that she would never forget.
When he dated, he was dominant. They done what he told them to.
No first-hand knowledge or witnessing anything like that.
No, I've never seen him physically hit a woman or nothing, you know, just what they've told me and, you know, things like that.
Okay. And then
I don't know if my sister told you, but she had told me, I think it was beginning of the summer or whatever, that he tried to handcuff her to a chair. He paid her to come clean his trailer, and he tried to handcuff her to a chair.
Wow.
You know, yeah.
Bro, I feel like this is the type of shit you should probably let cops know about. Like when it happens, you know what I mean? Not like later. Like this guy is just like this guy is just like leaking shit after the fact, and it's insane to me that he's just like, yeah, this guy's a real bad guy. He murdered people left and right. You know, he was a real womanizer that way. He was out there murdering so much. We kept saying, hey, man, you're a real big murderer. We love that about you, you know, but like, why is he so fucking chill? What the fuck? He was on his radar. Yeah, he's like, hey. Cop's like, dude, hold on. We got to write this down. He's like, well, you know, there's a lot to write more about.
I mean, she did have bruises on her, you know, her wrist and stuff.
He also claims that Daniel would use derogatory terms when referring to his girlfriends, basically to the point of dehumanization. This suggests that Daniel may have had a paraphilia-related mental disorder known as sadism, where an individual gains satisfaction when causing pain or fear in their partner. On top of this, psychopathy and sadism are linked, although the cause of this is unknown. But as we creep a little further down this twisted path, we learn that Daniel's crimes were darker, and there's a chance that Heather wasn't his only victim.
Did you know Leanne Sluter?
No, I did not.
Okay.
Yeah, there was about 5 or 6 years there that me and him didn't talk because my house got broken into, and some people told me that it was him because they seen him walking from behind my house that night.
Leanne Sluter, a girlfriend of Daniel's from years earlier and the mother of his child, Ethan Meyer, had tragically taken her own life back in 2009. Or at least that's what authorities concluded based on her sudden death. But others believe that to be an utter and complete
Bro, hello? That's a cold case too, I think.
lie, especially Leanne's sister, Lori Ann Haley. In 2009, Daniel had apparently walked into Leanne's home, finding her lifeless body resting on the bed with a single 22.
Bro, this is like, you know when like a fucking piece of shit cop that was like, you know, planting evidence gets caught, and then they look through all of their prior clearances, you know what I mean? They look through all their prior convictions, right? And arrest record. And sometimes if you have like a woke George Soros DA, they'll conduct an investigation and actually realize that like half of those motherfuckers were literally innocent, and they'll release them. That's what they should do in this situation with this fucking guy. I mean, what the hell? He shot herself in the chest. Like they saw someone shoot themselves in the fucking chest as a suicide, and we're like, probably just no reason to believe otherwise.
.22 caliber rifle gunshot wound to her chest.
I brought my son home to his mom because we had the weekend deal, and I was here like an hour ago, and she answered the door. I'm like, well, maybe she's in the shower. So I went back home. Well, I had a key to get her home, and I came in, and...
Bro, motherfuckers act like RoboCop when you got like any kind of weed on you, okay? But like when you're out here doing like multiple murders and shit, routinely abusing women and shit, like cops are just like, oh, I can't see nor hear anything. I don't know what's going on. This guy seems very innocent to me. Let's let him go.
She said, find me someone come out here ASAP.
When someone starts telling an elaborate story during a 911 call, this is a major red flag for deception. Most people who find a dead body would request help right away and then answer pertinent questions that the operator may have.
I mean, that's not enough to fucking convict someone, but it certainly is curious.
rather than delivering a monologue about how they came to find the scene. It already sounds like he's potentially building up an alibi. But the barrel of the firearm had been exceedingly long, and the trigger would have potentially been too far to pull had it been facing towards Leanne. Not only that, but the gun was resting quite neatly beside her, almost as if someone else had placed it there after committing the ultimate crime. However, there was also a note supposedly written by Leanne that Daniel had kept hidden away. Part of it reads, "I have loved you unconditionally without waiver, and all you ever did was use me as a bank, kick me to the side when the next best thing came along. All I ever wanted was to just die so that the hurt would stop." The note had supposedly been written in Leanne.
Bro, when I see stuff like this, like, listen, LAPD is dog shit, $8 million a day burn rate. Like, they're horrible. And then I see a whole new level of incompetence when I look at, like, small town police departments that have, like, armored personnel carriers and, like, just fucking, you know, minefield clearance devices and shit just for the sake of funsies to have it. And then this is the way they're operating. Like, how? How the fuck? It's because they're defunded, bro. Yeah, I know. They can't even fucking buy the $5 a month subscription at the top of the hour, these small town cops. It's pretty fucked up. Many murders go unsolved simply because people don't talk. Dude, what are you saying? What do you mean many murders go unsolved simply because people don't talk? The fuck are you talking about? They already said, the family literally said there's no way this was a suicide. And also, you don't need someone to talk in this regard. Look at the barrel and how long the fucking rifle is and how it was gently laid aside this person. And they were just like, all right, rule it a suicide. Let's call it a day. Are you fucking nuts? Are you fucking insane? You must think that you'll avoid the top of the hour ad break without subscribing. That's crazy to me. Okay. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. If you're lucky, you might get gifted a sub, by the way.
Handwriting is reported by authorities. But even if the note did come from Leanne, there's no way to know that she did so of her own volition. Given Daniel's behavior toward other women, it's likely that he treated her in a similar manner. Authorities have maintained their original ruling to this very day, but many have suggested that a certain someone was actually behind her death all along. In addition, Daniel's brother, Stephen Myers, had written an alarming message on Facebook, indirectly admitting his siblings' guilt. "I just wanted to say how truly sorry I am. I can't explain why my brother did this awful thing, but please don't look down on my family or myself. But we are all proven innocent until guilty. Not saying he is and not saying he's not. Only one person knows who did this horrifying crime." Despite
Yeah, that chatter's like nobody talked. That's why they can't fucking clear murders thing is so like, it was already stupid before we found out this additional evidence. Okay. But like, no, they definitely did. People were talking, man, it seems, but you didn't even need someone to talk in this situation. Like the evidence doesn't make any fucking sense.
Previously not admitting what had happened to Heather, during his time in jail, Daniel had been spewing an inordinate amount of suspicious comments. This included a time where he'd been watching a TV show starring a female judge, and supposedly claimed that he wanted to hurt the woman and rip her hair out, just as he did to someone else. With this, he apparently confessed to an inmate that Heather had traveled to his house after their shift on April 9th, 2015, where Daniel comforted her regarding the text sent by her brother, but then tried to initiate a romantic gesture towards her. In return, Heather began to laugh, sending Daniel into a rage. In an instant, Daniel supposedly overpowered Heather, trying to force her to submission. However, the young woman was much stronger than Daniel had imagined, and she was able to fight back and even managed to knock a tooth from his mouth. He would later superglue the tooth back into place, according to his dental records. But sadly, Daniel was able to subdue his victim, handcuffing her wrists and tying her feet, all while beating her without any remorse. Eventually, he would end the young woman's life with 2 gunshots to the back, place her body in the trunk of
Yeah, I'm surprised the police didn't rule that a suicide, you know what I
her
mean?
car and drop the vehicle off at the Somerton apartments. The truth had once and for all been uncovered, but the brutality of the murder forever remains one of the most shocking events in that small Ohio town. Yet this case doesn't end here.
What?
On February 1st, 2019, within days of starting his trial, Daniel was found face down in his cell, prompting a medical emergency.
You doing all right, Dan?
I'm just laying down on the floor, face down.
Yeah.
I mean, he's alive, but I don't know what's going on.
Hey, Dan, can you hear me? You all right? What's going on? You got any pain anywhere? Just sit right there. Squad's gonna come look at you.
Yeah, I mean, he's
As the
definitely
result
alive.
of an unsuccessful attempt to take his own life, Daniel was transported to the nearest emergency room. Yet he was unable to escape the inevitable consequences of his evil crimes. Former Detective O'Connell, who almost put 3 innocent people away for life, was sentenced to 2 years in prison in September of 2018.
He should have gone to jail for longer, this dumb motherfucker, bro. Holy shit.
But was eventually released in July of 2020, 2 months early. Along with this, the former sheriff who also investigated Heather's case is currently out of prison and works as a drug rehab counselor, helping others to not make the same mistakes he made. In 2019, Heather's friends and family would finally receive the long-awaited justice. During his trial, Daniel apparently ignored everything, doodling or writing the entire time, except the recap of the crime, which he listened to intently. Still, Daniel pled guilty to aggravated murder along with several other charges, ultimately avoiding the death penalty. He will spend the rest of his life in prison and will never have the chance to receive parole.
That was a lot of fucking plot twists on that one. A lot of twists, a lot of turns, okay? That was depressing. What about the dude who came to the police with a hitman story from the bar? Yeah, why did they even add that in? I guess it was like another plot twist or some shit. Please stop sending me the fucking Charlie checkmark video. I don't care. Like, love Charlie. Don't have to fucking watch every single time he makes a video, okay? Like, Charlie will fart for 2.5 minutes and Chad will be like, dude, you gotta watch this fart, okay? You gotta watch him fart, dude. It's a very different type of fart than the kind of farts you're used to from Charlie. You gotta see this. I've never seen a fart like this in my life, dude. It's crazy. Okay, to be fair, if he farted for 2 minutes, I would probably watch that because that would be insane. I don't think that's like a thing that you know, human beings are normally capable of. You haven't reacted to chat in a while. I know. That's because I am instead reacting to. That's right, motherfucking okay, buddy, baby. No, man, I'm not gonna do fucking Sudan coverage at 7 hours into my fucking broadcast on a Friday night, dude. Like that's crazy to me.
I'm an incel myself, so do you know what an incel is? Involuntary celibate. It's like a community of people on the internet who can't get laid, and some of them go out and like kill people, like Elliot Rodger. I'm not saying. I'm cringing right now. I'll explain it later. The virgin is the incel, involuntarily celibate, who never gets laid. He's like unable to get laid. He's very nerdy. He has terrible posture, and that would be someone that would be considered a cab.
Holy shit, dude. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking weasly little liar, dude. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking weasly little liar, dude. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking weasly little liar, dude. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking liar, dude. Liar, dude. Liar, dude. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking liar, dude. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It's okay, buddy time. Let's fucking go.
This is a short.
Lil Bear hasn't checked new submissions, but it doesn't matter because I avoid the fucking okay buddy subreddit like the motherfucking plague, which is why we have plenty of, no, dildos or TOS. If you make a dildo meme, it is not safe for work. In before the memes, Hasan can't show them on stream. OMG, he's speaking about the Yakuza game. I wonder when he will stream it, Hasan, to the gaming frogs. Okay, listen. All I'm going to say is Yakuza 0 is fire, and it's not a good streaming game, and I'm enjoying it. Let me enjoy video games. I love playing video games. Sometimes I'm going to play on my own. Okay? I'm back with Azana's Ganon from the new promo. Second slide is reference used. Oh, fuck yeah. This is so sick. I love this. Failure to launch Volume 3, a collection of unused blast-offs, repos, speed enforced by aircraft. Taking a serving capital, jump out. Boy, the weekend needs you. Go Mufasa.com. Step 1, murder a sick, helpless, working class astronaut. Stomp their skull. Step 2, stomp their skull so there's nothing left for their family. Step 3, steal their money and claim you're redistributing the wealth. The hidden treasures of OK Buddy. Oh, these are sick. Running faster than the Chief Deputy Steven Seagal is a crime punishable by Aikido. Trust us, you'd prefer the ticket. These are sick. From the creators of Lawman comes a thrilling new adventure. I've been a seagull for 35 years, brother. Steven Seagal, Coast Guard. These are sick. Wishing you a very happy Valentine's Day. Bro, did you make my head smaller in this? Come on now. Available across the country. Crash and leak. Buy it now. Spillmaster. These are sick. Ruku. These are fire. A little serotonin boost for everyone. Ooh woo. Leaked, unaired HasanAbi merch Super Bowl ad. Woke companies that hate freedom, God, and conservatives. They hate you. We don't. So fucking hot right now. Our pronouns are fuck/communism. Ideology carries products that align with your strong conservative beliefs without the woke nonsense. The zoom in on the gun. Ultra right. Beer, guns, gods, truck, gas stoves, liberal tears, baby. Goodfellas, director, non-woke cut. All Italian and Italian passing actors replaced with actor Chris Pratt. Non-woke, sexy M&Ms. We gave the green M&M buccal fat removal surgery and some wicked hooters. Non-woke Ford F-150, airbags and seatbelts removed. Donar, non-woke. Always wanted to try donar, but Turkish food is too ethnic for you. Try our gyros. It's basically the same thing anyway. It's fucking bullshit. Subscribe. This was funny. That was great. I did some drawings. Puppy stream on Sunday. Very excited. Yeah, I've seen this. This is so fire. Yeah, and also puppy stream on Sunday. I'm gonna grab the pupper hopefully on Sunday, and we'll be able to do a puppy stream hopefully. Oh hell no, he got those Groucho glasses on. He didn't have to do me like that. The final Fast and Furious movie, Fast 9/11. What the fuck? Puppy reveal. Puppy reveal on Sunday. Me vibing at my low-paying job, listening to chat get yelled at.
Fucking liar, dude. What a fucking weaselly little liar, dude. What a fucking weaselly little liar.
New Hosgo emote. Yeah, I love this emote, except like the problem is it looks like I got semen. Like it looks like a cum shot, dude. I think without the semen, it would be nicer. Opening frame of Tar. What time did she get up this AM? I wasn't with her. S was. Was it at the top of the hour? Yeah, me and Lydia Tar, dude, hanging out at the fucking PJ. Going to haunted houses. Hasan's mansion. New house just dropped. Wait, what? What does that even... Not in Bossing Say. There are no stun locks in Bossing Say. There are no ad breaks in Bossing Say. Oh, John Kerry. Oh, because Glenn Greenwald said I'm John Kerry. This is a photo of John Kerry windsurfing. That's a fucking deep cut. That's so deep I didn't even understand it. When Hasan Conquer Constantinople remastered, Hasan's bedroom. Size and location of Hasan's ginormous 3 Googleplex dollar house. Hasan's living room. Marat Gigahass rebellion currently happening. National anthem when mom find the poop sock. Azanlı İmparatorluğu. Azan Oman Empire. Africa, he colonized all of it. Province of India, conquered by General Austin Show because he wanted to change his name back. Province of China. Afghanistan, he invaded. Colony of Portugal, invaded because one chatter wrote Portugal news when, and he was banned for 1 second. Mamma Mia colony, he's super racist against them. Bumfuck Iowa, all the chuds are forced to live here. Province of Brazil, he never visits. Boybruv exclave colony, Turkey vassal state. Province of Austria, Hasan bribed the winged hussars, they never arrived. Moldova Mama Liga's oppressed zone, he was turned into a janissary. Azerbaijan, Hasan's home country. This is so dumb. This is also what Paradox games look like to me, okay? Like, if you made this, you probably enjoy Paradox games. I'm from the future. This banger just dropped. Hasan Piker last week tonight with John Oliver and all my controversies. Because HasanAbi asked if my tattoo was real. You tatted the Haas mods on yourself, by yourself? That's even crazier. That's wild, dude. That's crazy. This is Thought Police. He's the one who makes all the funk, HasanAbi funk songs. That's insane. Selfish behavior. Yeah, typical Austin, dude. I can't believe he did this. This is a real photo, by the way. He actually did that. HasanAbi's chair reacts. Gaming?
Yeah! Oh, looking awesome. Wait, Peter, you actually can draw. Oh my god.
Lots of streaming, lots of gaming. You know, we got it all. We got it all, folks. Some of you will say, Hasan, you didn't, game. You never game. Well, guess what?
Oh, shit. Fuck. Oh, yeah, he's so low. Nice, dude.
What? They're in our spawn.
It's UTV. Oh fuck! Ah! Damn, bro. I'm out here getting steady doinks, dude. I'm out here
So
getting
close.
doinks.
Damn, this guy's good.
Dude, I'm out here getting fucking doinks. Straight up. Man's got a tower. Oh, come on now. Does this hype to get you to play more Valo? He balled. He will never ball in. So dumb. Austin Ox vlog is coming out on Sunday, by the way, as well. The Blurg incident. OC, you're laughing. Steven broke his tart and you're laughing. That's such a old. This is an old cut at this point. All right, this is all we got for OK Buddy this week. It seems. Bro, that is literally me when I'm never balling. What the fuck are you talking about? This is fucking awesome. Hank Pecker shit. Okay. I am. Do the top pinned one? No. I am. Austin Ox's reason for why the vlog is taking so long. He just misses so many shots, so it's a lot of CGI to make him look good. Luckily, Charlie can attest to it. Okay? That's so fucked. That he just lied about this. Anyway, for the record, I am balling, and that is precisely why I'm going to go ball. Right now, which means I'm going to end the broadcast early for you, unfortunately. Okay? That's what's going on. Love you guys. I am going to go to dinner with my family. I'm going to ball a little bit and then go to dinner with my family. You know? And tomorrow there is unfortunately no streaming. There's no stream tomorrow, for the record, because I'm going to a wedding. It's one of those things where when you're an adult, it's one of those things that you want to skip, but you can't really do that. So I'll be at a wedding tomorrow. So I'm not streaming tomorrow. However, Sunday, like I said, I'm coming back with the puppy stream. So get excited for that. Probably be joined by Ray, Valkyrie. Yep, I love weddings. What the fuck, you freak? I don't love weddings. But, you know, you got to do it sometimes. That's a part of being an adult. Doing things that you're not like super stoked on, but, you know, you don't want to be a selfish asshole. Anyway, so yeah. Love you guys. See you on Sunday. Peace. With a puppy. With a new member of the family. Peace.
Hasan streaming. Hasan streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord active prop. Great names take on breaks. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this. Plenty more to go. day talks of champagne, bourgeoisie, a Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC.